Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Valentina. I press my back against the cold stone wall, trying to keep my body from trembling. The alley reeks of rot and sewage, underscoring the reality of my existence here in Lowtown. The underbelly of Vhoig, where human slaves sleep on dirt floors or cramped cots and wake each morning to sharpened whips. My breath rasps in my lungs. The humid heat of the city clings to every pore, intensifying the foul odours. I rub my arms to chase away the chill that still haunts me, an internal shiver left over from my most recent punishment. I can't forget the weight of the lash or the sneering grin of the dark elf guard who delivered it. My back is a patchwork of scabs, each a testament to how deeply they resent even the smallest sign of disobedience. But it doesn't matter how often they beat me. I refuse to show them fear. If they see it, they'll never stop. I steel my shoulders and step away from the wall. Even though pain nags at every movement, I refuse to let it define me. Tonight, a hush seems to cloak the alley, the silence broken only by the distant moans of the wind over the harbour. The port city seldom sleeps. In the wealthier districts, where the dark elf merchants revel in their shimmering clubs and decadent estates, music and laughter spill into the streets at every hour. Here in Lowtown, only misery remains. Candlelight flickers from behind boarded windows, revealing slender silhouettes and exhausted faces. For an instant, a pair of wide eyes shines back at me through the gaps in the planks. Another captive, likely a child, caged in one of these makeshift dormitories. Something twists in my chest. Anger, yes, but also a lingering sadness I can't eradicate. A shuffle of small feet echoes from behind a corner. My pulse reacts, and I tense, ready for trouble. When a child stumbles into view, barefoot, ribs showing through a tattered shirt, I let out a measured exhale. Another human, no more than 9 or 10. Her tear-stained cheeks glisten in the faint light. She lifts her gaze, sees my scuffed boots, and jerks as though ready to run. But she's so weak she only manages a few staggering steps. I drop into a crouch and raise a hand, palm outward. "Easy," I murmur, keeping my voice gentle. A piece of me hates acting meek, but scaring this little one will achieve nothing. I clear my throat and try again. "It's all right." The child stares, eyes huge. Dirt smudges her cheeks and frayed braids cling to her neck. She trembles so badly I'm afraid she might collapse. There's not a soul in this place who would help a human child, save another human. So I reach into the threadbare pocket of my worn trousers and pull out the stale bread crust I saved from my paltry meal earlier. I extend it to her. "This is yours," I say. Her gaze darts to the bread, then back to me, suspicious. It's a rational response. We exist in a world where every scrap might come with strings attached. "Thank you," she whispers at last, voice cracking from thirst. She edges forward, still poised to flee. I watch her weigh her hunger against her mistrust, and in the end, hunger wins. She snatches the crust with shaking fingers. I stand slowly, mindful not to loom over her. "Where are your parents?" I ask quietly. She bites the inside of her cheek, eyes downcast. Gone? She croaks. I notice the faint bruise across her forearm. A swirl of sickness churns my stomach at the thought of how many children get swept away, lost to disease, sold to the highest bidder, or just snatched for amusement by bored dark elves. Rage knots in my throat. I see. I reply gently. Once upon a time, I might have promised her safety or tried to keep her at my side, but I can barely look after myself, let alone a child. You should keep moving before the patrols come through, I advise, wishing I had more to give. If they find you out here, I don't finish the sentence. I don't need to. We both know the penalty for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. She nods and glances down at the bread, hugging it like it's the most precious thing she's ever seen. Thank you, she says again, the words shaky yet earnest. Then she darts off, slipping between the broken slats of a nearby crate, disappearing deeper into the labyrinth of Lowtown. For a moment, I stand in the alley with my heart pounding. I clench my fists so hard my nails burrow into my palms. Anger throbs behind my eyes. The cruelty here never ends. The dark elves spin every law to keep us on our knees. They punish us for minor infractions, turn a blind eye to real atrocities, and reward sadism with coin or prestige. I force myself to move. Lingering too long will invite scrutiny, maybe even a baton to the ribs if I'm discovered after curfew. Gritting my teeth, I navigate the uneven pathways, stepping over puddles of filth and avoiding the rotted beams that protrude from the collapsed shanties. Candle-lit windows flicker, revealing glimpses of the haggard faces within. Sometimes I hear muffled crying from behind locked doors. It pushes me onward. I can't help them right now, not in my condition. Not with the sting of my own wounds still fresh. Occasionally, I catch my reflection in the shallow pools on the ground. My dark hair is braided tight, though strands cling to my sweaty face. Shadows deepen the hollows beneath my cheekbones. A fresh bruise mars my jaw, courtesy of a dark elf guard who caught me stealing scraps of rotting fruit. I see the bitterness in my eyes, the unwavering refusal to be cowed. I turn a corner and come upon a central thoroughfare in Lowtown, an arching pathway that slopes toward the docks. The overhead walkway is riddled with holes, and broken railings precariously teeter near the edges. Beyond that, the murky silhouette of the harbour expands, dotted with tall ships bearing cargo. Vhoig, a port city of searing wealth in the upper rings, has monstrous ships that glide in daily, delivering everything from spices to unfortunate humans captured elsewhere on Protheka. They funnel through these docks, then are dragged to Lowtown or sold off to the highest bidder. Cries from the wharf reach my ears. Another shipment might have just come in, meaning more slaves or so-called livestock to be sorted. My gut twists at the memory of my own arrival here. I was 14, newly purchased after my previous master died. A bag was yanked off my head, and I looked up at the spires of Vhoig in terror. That was 6 years ago, but it may as well have been a lifetime. My heart hardens at the recollection. Shouts ring out close by, jarring me back to the present. I press myself against a crumbling wall, straining to see who's making all the ruckus. Up the road, a cluster of human workers, hunched, gaunt men, try to haul crates onto a battered cart. Overseeing them stands a dark elf overseer. He's clad in a sleek black tunic with silver embroidery at the sleeves, and a whip dangles from his belt. 2 more guards lounge behind him, bored but clearly ready to strike if any worker falters. One of the men, older and trembling, stumbles, sending his crate tumbling to the ground. Pottery shards and cloth scatter across the cobblestones. I watch from the shadows, every nerve screaming at me not to intervene. My chest tightens. I know what's going to happen next. "How dare you!" the overseer hisses, stepping forward. A swift crack echoes in the air as the whip unfurls. The older worker tries to cower, but the lash scythes across his shoulders. He emits a choked cry, collapsing to his knees. Blood seeps through his tattered shirt. The other men keep their eyes fixed on the ground, knowing better than to protest. I can't tear my gaze away. My body coils, wanting to leap in, to break that whip in half. But I don't move. One wrong step, and I'm as good as dead. My fists tighten at my sides, nails biting deeper. I can taste iron in my mouth from biting my tongue so hard. The older worker's agony wrenches at me, but there's nothing I can do. The overseer curses, pressing the heel of his boot against the worker's back. "Pick it up," he commands, voice humming with cruelty. The worker struggles to gather the broken cargo, tears sliding down his cheeks. The overseer raises the whip again, prompting him to move faster. I force myself to slip away before I become the next target. Fury lances through me, fueling that small spark of defiance I've kept alive all these years. One day, I vow to myself, we won't have to cower. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not this year, but eventually. I keep that hope banked, a tiny ember in a sea of ash. Continuing down the winding lanes, I eventually reach a lean-to shack I call home, if I can even use such a word for this pit of despair. Inside, half a dozen humans of varying ages sprawl on straw pallets. It's a communal arrangement set up by our shared master, a mid-level merchant from the Kasheng caste who owns multiple workers. The place smells of mould and stale sweat. Most of the occupants are asleep, too exhausted from back-breaking labour to notice my arrival. A single candle flickers on a splintered table. Beside it, a frail woman coughs into a rag. Her skin is pallid. I recognise her as Morena, a plantation worker from the outskirts of Vhoig who was recently sold into the city's labour force. She spots me, lips parting to greet me with a hollow smile, but a coughing fit cuts her short. "How bad?" I ask, voice hushed. I don't know if I want the answer. She gives a brittle laugh that quickly turns into another spasm. "I'll be fine. Just a cold," she whispers, eyes shuttered in pain. I know it's probably more than a simple cold. There's a sickness that roams these cramped quarters. If it doesn't kill you, it weakens you enough that the dark elves have reason to discard you. I kneel beside her, carefully placing a hand on her shoulder. She's burning with fever. "Stay strong," I say softly, though we both know words alone won't chase the infection away. I rummage through the corner where I stashed a ragged scrap of cloth and a tiny jar of medicinal herbs I salvaged by scouring the refuse behind a local apothecary. The herbs might help reduce her fever if steeped in hot water, but firewood is a luxury. I press the jar into her trembling hands. "Try to find a way to brew this," I suggest. "Maybe ask around the courtyard. Someone might have leftover coals." Morena's lips quiver with gratitude, though I see how exhausted she is. She coughs again, this time managing to stifle the sound. I hover a moment longer, ensuring she's settled, then drift to my own corner. A threadbare blanket on the floor, a small wooden box for personal items. I lower myself gingerly, back muscles screaming. Each movement is a fresh wave of pain, where the whip tore into me last week. The memory is still vivid, my face pressed into wet cobblestones, my mouth filling with the tang of blood, my body on fire. All because I tried to defend another slave from a beating. My own sense of justice earned me a dozen lashes, which left me incapacitated for days. I close my eyes, inhaling as slowly as possible so the sting in my lungs remains bearable. 1,000 images race through my head. The child from the alley, the older man whipped in the street, the stench of hopelessness saturating these cramped quarters. It's enough to suffocate any weaker spirit. But I refuse to be broken. When I was younger, I believed in stories of human resilience, tales whispered by my mother of how our ancestors once lived freely, how one day we might find a path to something better. Even though she's gone, I cling to her words. Hope is a thread I can't bring myself to sever. I drift into a light doze, lulled by throbbing aches. Sleep in Lowtown is never deep because danger lurks in every shadow. It might be a guard checking for runaways, or a slaver looking for easy prey to amuse some noble's twisted desires. Yet the body demands rest. My eyes flutter closed. A scream shatters the silence outside. My eyes snap open, and I scramble upright. Others in the shack bolt awake too. I exchange glances with Marina, who looks panic-stricken. The sound continues, piercing the air, a high, anguished wail that abruptly cuts off. My heart pounds. That scream wasn't far. Steeling myself, I push off the floor and head outside. A few battered humans are already gathered at the end of the alley, their expressions tight with alarm. A pair of dark elf soldiers stand at the entrance to a cramped courtyard. The first soldier has midnight blue hair braided in an intricate pattern, his armour polished and sleek. The second soldier is taller, clad in black lacquered plates that reflect the dim torchlight. Between them lies a sprawled figure, a human man, face mashed against the dirt, blood seeping from a head wound. He doesn't stir. "Clear away!" The first soldier snaps at the onlookers. Some recoil, while others linger, too stunned to move. The second soldier tilts his head, scanning the gawking slaves. "Which one of you filth attacked our sentry?" he demands, voice dripping scorn. A hush descends. The man on the ground likely did nothing beyond being in the wrong place. If he truly attacked an elf, he'd never have lived long enough to scream. Still, the soldiers need a scapegoat. My pulse quickens. I keep to the edge, hoping they won't notice me. But the second soldier's gaze lingers on my face, on the bruises and scars. He points at me with 2 fingers, as if I've suddenly become a prime suspect. "You come here," he orders. I ball my hands into fists at my sides and step forward, each movement measured. The crowd parts. My scalp prickles under the force of his scrutiny. I meet his gaze. Briefly, but it's enough. Dark elves despise insolence. I drop my eyes to the ground, feigning submission, ignoring the way my gut twists in revulsion. "You will confirm there was no attack," he commands, brandishing a sword that hums with arcane energy. "Explain to the others that we dealt justice to a traitor." Inside my mind, I spit curses. They want me to lie and quell any rebellious spark. I sense every pair of eyes on me, especially the trembling humans who've formed a circle around the scene. My pulse drums against my ribs. If I don't comply, I'll be next on the ground. If I do comply, I'll help them keep everyone in line. "I didn't see him attack anyone," I say slowly, choosing each word carefully. He must have tried to fight back." The words taste like poison. The soldier snorts, satisfied. He gestures at the prone figure. "Dispose of that," he barks to a nearby pair of slaves. Then he spins on his heel and strides away, his companion following. The knot of onlookers dissolves like smoke, everyone eager to escape scrutiny. My cheeks burn with shame. Despite all my defiance, I ended up spouting the official lie. I hate it. I clench my palms once more, the sting a reminder I'm still here, still alive, and still powerless. I slip back into the shack. The others stare at me, some in pity, others in relief that they weren't forced to speak up. Eventually, they return to their corners, resume their nightly attempts at rest. Adrenaline pumps through me. If I try to sleep now, my mind will devour itself. I decide to step outside once more, needing air to clear my head and keep me from drowning in resentment. The night sky over Lowtown is starless, swallowed by a haze of soot and the faint glow of arcane lamps from Vhoig's higher tiers. Each tier of the city ascends in steps, from Lowtown's squalor to the lavish palaces near the apex. I've glimpsed them only from afar, dazzling spires that radiate magic. I wonder if the dark elves up there care that humans die in alleys, or if they actually delight in it. I pass a flickering lantern, pausing to study the battered posters plastered on a nearby wall. Most are old proclamations, warnings against rebellion, announcements of new taxes for the merchant class, and occasionally a call to arms for the Miu soldiers. Another poster features a stylized silhouette of a demon's face, horns curling behind its head, proclaiming a grand gladiatorial exhibition next week. My stomach churns. The demons employed as enforcers amuse themselves by seeing humans thrown into the arena like bait. In Vhoig, the line between demon and dark elf cruelty is often blurred, but I know enough about the demon who enforces the elves' rule. Malfus, they call him. Rumour says he stands 8 feet tall, devours rebellious humans whole. He is a living weapon in the service of King Grimlock, or so the whispers go. The overlords occasionally mention him in hushed tones, like an invocation of fear itself. I turn away from the poster. My footsteps echo on the damp street, each step accompanied by the distant crash of waves. In the quiet hush, my mind wanders to the last real conversation I had with my mother years ago. She told me to stay true to myself, to never lose hope. That single memory is a fragile lifeline in this sea of despair. I silently mouthed the words she once said to me. We endure. One day, we find a way to break free. My throat constricts at the thought. She's gone now, taken, lost, I don't know. But her words remain. I find my way toward an alcove beneath a sagging balcony. It overlooks a narrow canal that runs out to the harbour. The water below is murky, churning with refuse. I breathe in the briny wind that wafts through, ignoring the stench of rotting fish. When I close my eyes, I can almost pretend there's a wide ocean out there, an endless horizon. Freedom might lie just beyond. I cling to that notion, letting it bolster my resolve. A scraping sound at my back alerts me. I twist around to see Riven, a fellow human thrall. He sidles close, glancing about nervously. He's a bony young man, bruised around his jaw from a recent altercation, eyes sunken from lack of sleep. He lifts a hand in silent greeting. "Thought I heard you come out," he says, voice subdued. "You all right?" I give a curt nod. We're not friends exactly, but we've shared a few scraps in the past. That counts for something in Lowtown. Riven shifts from foot to foot. "Nasty business earlier," he comments, referring to the soldiers. "They've been snatching folks this week. Heard they're planning something big, maybe something to do with that gladiatorial spectacle." I grit my teeth. The gladiatorial games are infamous in Vhoig. Humans are tossed in to fight each other, or sometimes savage beasts. The crowd roars with excitement, placing bets on who will last longest. Most die. Some vanish afterward, never to be heard from again. My chest tightens. "Why now?" I ask. Riven shrugs. "Could be they're bored, or maybe this is a special event for the nobility. Either way, it's not good for us." He glances over my shoulder at the canal. "I was thinking, maybe we should try our luck at the cargo ships," he mutters. "Sneak onto one heading across the seas, see if we can slip away." I pinch the bridge of my nose. It's a desperate plan, yet I can't fault him for hoping. "The ships are heavily guarded," I say. "We'd be caught in a heartbeat." "I know," he replies with a humourless smile. "Doesn't stop me from dreaming." Silence stretches between us, thick with shared despair. After a moment, Riven pats my shoulder awkwardly. "Take care of yourself, Val. I don't want to see you end up in the pits." His concern resonates in my chest. "Same to you," I manage to say. He slips back into the shadows, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The hush envelops me again. My eyes drift to a vantage point of the higher city. Magic orbs hover in the distance, illuminating spires that pierce the sky. Between the labyrinth of buildings, I spot a flicker of movement, a silhouette perched on a rooftop. My heart hitches. The shape is too large to be an elf, and 2 curved horns reflect the glow of the orbs. A demon, maybe. I've heard Malfus prowls the city at night, sniffing out rebellion. An involuntary shiver crawls up my spine. Though I've never witnessed him up close, rumours of his brutality echo through Lowtown like a curse. Some humans claim they saw him incinerate 5 slaves for insubordination, while others whisper that he can harness shadows to devour a man from the inside out. I don't know how much is true or if any of it is exaggerated. But any demon under the Dark Elves' rule can't be good. I step back into the gloom, letting the balcony above hide me. The silhouette shifts, seeming to peer across the city. For an instant, I imagine those eyes lock onto me, 2 pinpoints of glowing red in the dark. A chill washes over my skin. Slowly, I sink down, pressing my back against the wall. My pulse hammers so loud I'm certain he can hear it. After a heartbeat, the figure leaps, disappearing from view behind the next tier of rooftops. I exhale, realizing I've been holding my breath. That brief glimpse was enough to confirm he exists beyond whispered tales. A real monster. The knowledge leaves me rattled. Eventually I rise to return to the shack, bones aching with each step. By the time I step inside, the others are asleep once more or feigning rest. I slump onto my thin blanket, shoulders protesting. The candle on the table sputters, then gutters out, plunging the cramped space into darkness. My mind whirls, replaying the night's events. My forced lie, that child with haunted eyes, the possibility of more humans being taken. I also see the faint silhouette of a horned figure on the rooftops. I press a hand over my pounding heart, trying to steady myself. This world devours the weak without mercy, and we humans have so few options. I think about my mother's voice again, that steadfast ring of courage. I can't let my spirit crumble, because if I lose hope, if I let them break me, then everything I've suffered was for nothing. I drift into fitful sleep with my fist curled tight against my chest. Even in slumber, I sense the city's oppressive presence bearing down on me, a weight that threatens to crush my lungs. Behind my lids, I picture horns against the night sky, a demon's silhouette overshadowing everything. The memory sends a jolt of apprehension through my dreams. Still, a flicker of defiance burns within me. As I slip into uneasy dreams, I clutch that spark like a hidden blade. One day, I tell myself, I will use it. Morning comes in Lowtown with a shrill whistle from the main thoroughfare, a signal for all human labourers to present themselves. My eyes snap open, throat parched, body stiff. I grit my teeth, rolling to my feet. Outside, the sky is a bleak grey, the sun hidden behind Vhoig's upper terraces and constant smog. The whistle blares again. All around me, the others stir with the same exhausted dread. Mirena barely manages to stand, leaning on a younger man for support. I brace her elbows gently. Her feverish skin concerns me, but I can't linger. The city demands we show up for daily tasks, or we invite swift punishment. I trudge onto the street. Dark elf overseers stand in a row, scanning the crowd. One checks off a list on a scroll, barking out instructions. You lot, warehouse district, unload the morning ships, he commands, pointing to a group. You, clean the stables in District 3. On and on they distribute assignments with brisk efficiency. My name is finally called. I step forward. The overseer flicks his gaze over me. Kitchen duty in the northern estate, he snaps. And keep your head down this time, or you'll lose it entirely. I say nothing, though fury flickers in my gut. They assign me to the northern estate because they think I can handle heavier tasks. They prefer to keep the rebellious ones close, within sight of armed guards. The northern estate is a sprawling mansion belonging to a minor noble. Its kitchens are massive, feeding both the family and their many guests. My presence there is more about menial labour than cooking. I'm to chop vegetables, scrub floors, endure the sneers of the dark elf staff. We're herded into lines, trudging through Lowtown's gate into the mid-tier districts. The transition is jarring, as crumbling shacks give way to sturdier structures. A faint sparkle of arcane lanterns glimmers along the neatly paved streets. It's not the opulence of the upper city, but everything here looks significantly better than the slums we call home. Dark elf merchants bustle about, leading caravans or negotiating deals. Some wear fine robes with swirling motifs, others don simpler attire. Occasionally, I spot a noble travelling in a palanquin with embroidered curtains, carried by human slaves. The entire sight makes me sick. We eventually arrive at the Northern Estate's service entrance, a tall archway carved with swirling elven glyphs. A pair of armed guards waits, scanning the newly arrived labourers. "Any trouble, and your heads roll," one guard warns, voice sharp. The other guard smirks, as if hoping for an excuse to draw blood. We're ushered inside a courtyard. The estate's grandeur is blatant, even from the servants' area. Tall columns flank each side, covered in creeping vines that produce violet blossoms. A wide fountain occupies the centre, water dancing in an artful display powered by subtle magic. It's a far cry from the squalor outside these walls. I'm directed into a side corridor that opens into the kitchens. The room hums with activity. Pots clang, steam hisses, and an acrid smell of burning onions hovers in the air. Several humans scurry around, heads bowed as dark elf cooks bark orders. I approach the station where a squat older woman, another human, positions herself. Her face is lined with worry and half-healed bruises. She hands me a chipped knife and points to a stack of root vegetables. "They want these peeled and chopped," she murmurs without meeting my eyes. "Hurry, or you'll regret it." I settle in and begin slicing, body operating on autopilot. My mind drifts, scanning every detail of this place. The tile floors, the racks of shining utensils, the magical flames that dance under cast-iron cauldrons. Arcane crystals set in sconces provide a steady glow. It's all so clean and organised that it feels surreal compared to Lowtown's squalor. A dark elf cook strides past, pausing briefly to appraise my work. He's tall, with angular features and slick hair pulled back, eyes narrow with distaste. "Faster," he sneers, tapping the hilt of a dagger at his belt. "You worthless creatures can't even handle a simple task without daydreaming." I stop the retort that surges to my lips. Instead, I keep slicing, letting the rhythmic motion quell my fury. The overheated air thickens with spices, baking bread, and the bitter tang of authority pressing down on me. Time crawls. My arms soon ache, but I refuse to slow down. Another human worker approaches to carry away the chopped produce. She avoids my gaze. Interaction between slaves is discouraged. Any sign of solidarity can lead to accusations of conspiracy. So we all function like cogs in a machine, silent and efficient. At midday, the clang of a bell signals a brief pause. I straighten, stretching my back. Sweat drenches my brow, and my shirt clings uncomfortably. My gaze drifts across the kitchen. The dark elf staff cluster at a side table, enjoying a meal of fresh bread, roasted meat, and cool drinks. They talk and laugh while we stand in the corners, waiting for permission to have scraps. One of them, a high-ranking servant, by the looks of his elegant uniform, glances around. "Humans," he calls out in a bored tone, "eat outside. You have 5 minutes." He waves a dismissive hand. We file into the courtyard, where a trough-like table is set up for us. A single loaf of hard bread and a watered-down stew wait in a large tin pot. I quietly spoon some into a battered bowl, ignoring the taste of rancid fat. A few mouthfuls is all I manage, but it's enough to keep me upright. As I swallow, I scan the courtyard. A hush falls. A trio of dark elves steps into view from a grand hallway. Their robes are rich velvet, embroidered with shimmering threads. They carry themselves with haughty grace. The one in the centre, a stern-faced male with silver hair, addresses a caretaker who rushes forward to greet them. I catch fragments of their conversation, something about the king's court, entertainment, and sacrifices. A cold blade of dread pierces me. Sacrifices typically mean humans. Before I can glean more, a harsh voice barks from behind. "Get back to work!" The moment is lost. We scramble inside, the next round of labour waiting. Anxiety gnaws at me. The mention of sacrifices lingers in my mind, stirring an unnamed terror. Still, I bury it down. I can't afford distractions that might get me whipped again. So I return to my station, pick up the knife, and continue. Slice, chop, peel, over and over, mechanical, mindless, determined to survive another day. My thoughts won't let go of that single word, sacrifices. I don't know who they plan to pick, or if it's just a rumour. The memory of that horned silhouette on the rooftop slips back into my mind. My hands tighten on the knife, knuckles whitening. I will not kneel to fear. My life is my own, even if circumstance disagrees. And if they choose me, if my fate collides with whatever monstrous entity they worship, then I'll be damned if I go quietly. I push the thought aside, burying it under the dull repetition of chopping. One more day, one more small victory. I'm still alive, and so is the small child I helped last night. That has to be enough for now. Deep in my chest, the ember of defiance continues to glow, unextinguished. I cradle it, feed it my anger, my frustration. One day, it might burn bright enough to break these chains. One day, the darkness smothering Vhoig and its oppressed might face a reckoning. Until then, I endure.
Chapter 2. Malfus. I loom at the rampart, staring out across Vhoig under a moonless sky. My vantage point is the upper tier of a dark elf stronghold, a brooding fortress that juts from the city's heart like a vicious fang. The stone beneath my feet vibrates with an ever-present hum of arcane power, siphoned from the deceiver's temple in the distance. I sense it pulsing in the wards etched into these walls, wards meant to keep creatures like me under control. The irony isn't lost on me. A demon, made to guard the city that binds him. I exhale slowly, and the air scorches my lungs. As an 8-foot-tall Volvoth demon touched by Sosgaroth heritage, I'm used to the unnatural heat that coils through my veins. My skin is ebony black, crisscrossed by faint veins of molten crimson that glow whenever I tap into my chaos magic. Tonight, they're dim, dormant embers, a testament to the tight leash the dark elves hold around my throat. I lean forward, letting my gaze traverse the multi-leveled city. From here, the opulence of Vhoig's upper rings gleams under floating orbs of magical light. Turrets and minarets swirl in patterns that defy normal architecture, guided by the twisted artistry of dark elf mages. Further below, the city's mid-tier flickers with bustling life merchants, minor nobles, and scurrying servants all weaving through labyrinthine streets. Deeper still, the bowels of Lowtown sprawl in squalor. Even from this distance, I can sense it, the pervasive stench of hopelessness clinging to those back alleys. A scowl darkens my face. Like any demon, I thrive on fear. I find satisfaction in the trembling hearts of lesser beings. But the perpetual misery seething from Lowtown nauseates me, a sour aftertaste that lingers. The dark elves treat humans as vermin, working them to death, disposing of them when they no longer serve a purpose. Normally, I'd be indifferent. Yet something about the cruelty here churns my blood. It reminds me too much of my own cage. Chains rattle in the hush of my thoughts, though there's no metal clasping me now, only a collar of ancient contract magic. I can feel it coiled around my soul, forged by the dark elf nobility under King Grimlock Ishiraya's orders. The brand rests deep in my being, restricting my power whenever they choose to tighten the leash. It's a paradox. I am one of the deadliest forces at their disposal, yet I walk the line of servitude. Tonight, My horns cast a jagged silhouette against the fortress lights. They're asymmetrical, one broken near the tip, a permanent reminder of a battle lost centuries ago, back before I ended up enslaved by the elves. I filed that memory away in the recesses of my mind. Dwelling on it only stokes my rage, and anger gets me nowhere unless I aim it carefully. I let my gaze wander to the sprawl of rooftops below. Earlier, I prowled across them, following rumors of an impending rebellion. The Dark Elves dispatch me to root out any defiance before it grows. They consider me their enforcer. The entire idea revolts me. One day I intend to snap their chains, but for now I feign compliance. I watch, I wait, and I keep them off balance. A subtle footstep echoes on the stone behind me. I pivot, claws flexing out of habit, only to see a lithe dark elf approach. He's draped in deep red robes trimmed with gold thread. His complexion is the dusky hue typical of his race, hair pale as moonlight, eyes a vibrant indigo. His posture exudes confidence, one who knows he's protected by high status. "Malfus," he drawls, halting at a measured distance. My name sounds oddly soft in his mouth. The city is restless. We've had more skirmishes in the Lowtown district. His Grace wants a report. My lips twitch in distaste. This elf is Garavir, a mid-level functionary assigned to supervise me. In truth, he's little more than a messenger for King Grimlock. "His Grace wants a report, does he?" I echo, my voice reverberating off the stone battlements. "And what does he imagine I've been doing all night?" Garavir's eyes flick briefly to the battered iron railing. The corners of his mouth tighten. "We are aware you've been prowling the rooftops. Some claim they spotted your silhouette. Did you catch any rebels?" "No." My reply is curt. I see no reason to elaborate. If I'd discovered a legitimate uprising, I would have torn it apart, or possibly let it fester if it served my own ends. My intentions are my own, carefully concealed behind the veneer of a dutiful soldier. He steps closer, inadvertently showing a hint of boldness. "We need to ensure no disruptions occur before the next grand event. The city must remain docile." "The gladiatorial spectacle, you mean?" I arch a brow. "The so-called entertainment your people crave?" I nearly spit the words. He lifts his chin. "It is tradition. Humans are better off serving in the arena than rotting in the streets." A sneer twists my lips. "Call it what it is, Garavir. Butchery. Slaughter for your amusement. You're as twisted as the rest of your kin if you believe otherwise." His cheeks flush with a hint of color, but he doesn't provoke me further. I might be forced into obeying their commands, yet they know better than to push me too far. My kind can eviscerate a dark elf in a heartbeat if not reined in by the contract's magic. The official composes himself, clearing his throat. "Regardless, your presence is requested at the palace tomorrow," he says. "The king wishes to confer about the upcoming sacrifice." Something bristles inside me at that word. Sacrifice. The Dark Elves have a custom of offering human lives to maintain pacts with powerful demons. Usually not me. My presence was bargained long ago. They sacrificed entire villages to finalize that original deal. Still, they occasionally bring new offerings, hoping to appease or reinforce their hold over my kind. Disgust coils in my stomach. "Tomorrow," I echo, my voice low. "Very well. Tell your king I will attend." Garavir's mouth flickers in a parody of a smile. "Wise choice," he says, turning on his heel. His boots click against the stone as he leaves me to my solitude. I stare after him until he disappears into the stronghold's corridors. If it weren't for the contract strung around my very essence, I'd have ended this arrangement a long time ago. My fists tighten around the railing until the metal groans in protest. Every part of me rails against subservience. My entire being is war and chaos. Yet here I stand, forced to abide by the whims of elven aristocrats. A distant echo of a scream penetrates the night air, likely another wretched soul discovered by the city guards. Humans often attempt to flee under cover of darkness, rarely succeeding. My jaw sets. My own captivity doesn't blind me to others' suffering, but I've learned to numb myself to it. In the end, everything in Vhoig is owned by someone else, from the battered humans in Lowtown to the so-called noble Xeng merchants, overshadowed by the higher castes. Even I, a demon with centuries of bloodshed behind me, wear an invisible collar. I lean out over the rampart again, scanning the city. Over in the mid-tier, arcane lights shimmer around a courtyard. I see silhouettes gliding in and out of large estates. Nobles hosting parties, no doubt. I recall glimpsing it earlier from the rooftops, a movement in a side alley, the faint figure of a female with fierce eyes. Strange that I noticed her at all. Humans are usually beneath my notice. Yet something about her stance, the way she stared up at me even through the gloom, snagged my attention for a fleeting moment. I shake the thought away. It's meaningless. One more mortal bound to meet a cruel fate. The city teems with them. My business is to quell revolts, feed the dark elves' lust for power, and survive until I can sever these damned chains. My thoughts wander to the Suzgroth lineage in my veins. It grants me magic beyond the typical Volvath demon's brute strength. Even so, the elves have discovered ways to exploit that power, using it for their own ends. They force me to cast illusions, to manipulate shadows, to torture rebellious slaves. I hate every second of it. I suspect the king likes boasting that he can command a demon who dabbles in chaos sorcery. Perhaps it's a status symbol to him, akin to an exotic pet. A gust of wind tugs at my midnight blue hair, bound loosely at the nape of my neck. It stirs the ragged edges of my horns, raking across the scars that spiderweb my shoulders. My wings remain folded, battered membranes pressed against my back. I rarely fly, not in Vhoig's cramped environment. The elves prefer me on the ground, where I can act as their unstoppable sentinel. Scowling at the horizon, I push away from the wall and stride along the rampart. I pass braziers fueled by faintly crackling arcane embers. Their illumination bounces off my obsidian claws. The wind moans through narrow slits in the stone, forming a mournful chorus that mirrors my mood. This fortress was built to repel outside threats, but the real menace lurks within these walls, an entire society feeding on the misery of others. I descend a spiral staircase that plunges into the fortress interior. The corridor is tall enough to accommodate me, though I have to tuck my wings tight. Torches line the walls, their flames tinted by a chemical the elves use to produce an eerie green glow. My footsteps echo, each thud resonating in my chest. Near the bottom, I emerge into a long hallway. Two uniformed dark elf guards stiffen at my approach, stepping aside hurriedly. Their eyes dart to my horns, then away, throats bobbing nervously. They've seen me kill an orc raider with a single swipe of my claws. Word travels fast. I pass them without acknowledging their presence. Their fear is just another currency here. At the far end is a towering set of double doors inlaid with silver filigree. A carved motif of coiled serpents and monstrous faces, each representing a different deity among the 13. I push them open and enter the chamber beyond. It's a wide hall with vaulted ceilings, the heart of the fortress, used mainly for war councils and interrogations. Gleaming obsidian pillars rise like dark spears, each etched with swirling runes that flicker when my aura draws near. In the center stands a dais topped by a throne draped in black and gold fabric. Usually a noble oversees operations from that seat, but tonight it's deserted. I stride past the throne and approach a side door leading to my personal quarters, if I can call them that. My rooms are more akin to a heavily warded prison cell, lavish by slave standards, but never truly my own. I push open the door, revealing a dimly lit space. A large basalt slab serves as my bed. A trunk holds any meager possessions they allow me to keep, mostly armor, a few battered weapons, and relics from the day I was brought under their control. I cross the room and set a hand on the trunk's lid. Memories swirl within. I can almost see the scrawl of demonic runes etched into my old blade, the one I used before the dark elves demanded my surrender. My tail flicks in agitation, scraping against the stone floor. That moment of humiliation remains fresh in my mind, kneeling under the weight of their combined magic, the contract forcibly sealed with my blood. I yank the trunk open, rummaging inside until my claws close on a broken horn fragment, one I keep as a reminder of the price I've paid. Holding it up, I stare at the jagged edges. In the flickering torchlight, it looks like an animal's fang. It's a piece of me wrenched away in a fight that ended my freedom centuries ago. I toss it back, cursing under my breath. Tomorrow, I'll meet with King Grimlock. He'll likely boast about some new ritual or demand I oversee a sacrificial ceremony. The thought sets my teeth on edge. These so-called masters delight in bloodshed they orchestrate from a safe distance. They rely on me to be their sharp blade. I wonder, not for the first time, what would happen if I turned that blade against them. Of course, the contract's binding would respond. Sharp pain would cripple me, forcing compliance. But that doesn't erase my desire. One day I'll discover a way to break these shackles. Perhaps I can wrest control of the chain, turning it into a noose around their necks instead. I revolve this possibility in my mind often, though I'm no closer to a solution. The dark elves, cunning as they are cruel, have woven the pact with powerful wards. I rake a hand through my hair, frustration gnawing at my chest. Shutting the trunk, I move to the narrow window at the far side of my quarters. Outside, the city lights shimmer in the gloom. My reflection stares back at me from the glass, horns casting shadows across my face. There's a permanent hardness in my crimson eyes, a predatory gleam that never fades. Some would say I am a beast. Maybe they're not wrong. But what lurks inside me is not just savagery. There's an ember of longing, a memory of the days when I roamed free on the battlefields of my home plane, uncertain of my future but unchained. Now, I'm nothing more than a caged beast with illusions of grandeur, ironically guarding the very people who enslave me. In Vhoig, everyone is owned by someone or something. Even King Grimlock is a slave to his own thirst for dominance, compelled by centuries of tradition and the deceiver's whispered promises. The merchant classes are chained by taxes and politics. The laborers exist at the mercy of masters they never see. And the human slaves in Lowtown, they're at the very bottom, their spirits crushed daily. Here I stand, a demon with enough strength to level a fortress, similarly shackled. My raw might means nothing under the contract. The realization sets my blood alight with fury. A knock at my door interrupts the spiral of dark thoughts. I spin around, exhaling sharply. "Enter!" I snap. The heavy door creaks open, revealing a young, dark elf woman in simple black robes. Her posture is submissive, eyes carefully lowered. She steps inside and bows. "My Lord Malfus," she says, voice trembling slightly. "I've been sent by Master Garavir to inquire if you require anything before tomorrow's meeting." I fold my arms across my chest, a low growl simmering beneath my words. "I need no escort, if that's what you're implying." She visibly flinches. No, my lord. Food, wine, or new garments. The king wants you to be presentable." A disdainful snort escapes me. Presentable as if I'm some caged pet to parade. I tilt my head, studying her. Beneath my glare, she shrinks, pressing her palms together anxiously. "No!" she stammers. I only do as I'm instructed." Her fear is palpable, flooding the room with a faint tang that flickers over my senses. I could tear her apart if I wished, but that would serve no purpose. She's just another pawn in the king's game. My anger demands an outlet, though, so I let out a slow breath to keep it in check. "I need nothing," I say coldly. "Go." She bows again, stammering apologies, then hurries out the door as though devils are on her heels. I slam the door shut behind her. The slight tremor that runs through my frame betrays the depth of my irritation. Presentable, indeed. I'm a demon, not a pampered courtesan. The king can wrap me in fancy clothes, but it won't change the fact that I despise him. Grumbling under my breath, I stalk back across the room. Memories swirl, dancing at the depths of my consciousness. The day I was first summoned, the ceremony drenched in blood, the scalding magic that forced submission. If only I'd never answered that summons. But I was wounded, desperate from a losing battle in my home realm. The Dark Elves offered a bargain they never intended to keep. Their perfidy sealed my fate. I sink onto the edge of my basalt bed. The stone is cool against my thighs, providing a modicum of relief to my heated skin. Outside, the night stretches on, a canvas of darkness. My tail coils around my calf. There's no comfort in these chambers, only restless isolation. Tomorrow, I'll face King Grimlock's demands once more, likely forced to watch or even assist in another sacrifice. The thought of being complicit twists my stomach. Slavery. Well, that's what it is, no matter the illusions of grandeur. My fury simmers again, a slow burn behind my ribs. Drawing on a corner of my chaos magic, I let flickers of black flame dance across my claws. The darkness slithers between my fingers, an extension of my Sazgoroth heritage. Under different circumstances, I might have grown in mastery, become a formidable sorcerer lord in my own right. Instead, I've been stunted, forced to use this gift to do the elves' bidding. The black flame reflects in my eyes, and I see the beast I've become. A subdued snarl vibrates in my throat. My reflection warps in the shimmer of dark energy, horns elongated, fangs bared. I let the magic dissipate, unwilling to attract warding spells that might punish me for summoning power without permission. I can't break these chains alone. There's no ally among the elves to help me. Perhaps I could force another demon to unite with me, though they're scattered or likewise bound. Some fled to other corners of Protheka rather than let themselves be trapped by the Dark Elves. Others remain hidden in the swirling maelstrom of the floating continent of Galmalith, rumored to be under the Demon King Asmodeus's dominion. But Asmodeus has his own goals, and forging an alliance with him might mean trading one master for another. A wave of exhaustion washes over me, though I rarely need true rest. My body might endure, but my mind bears the weight of centuries. It's enough to tax even a demon's resilience. At last, I lie back on the slab, letting my wings shift to accommodate the hard surface. Staring at the vaulted ceiling, I notice the runic inscriptions etched overhead. They flicker with faint luminescence, shaped like coiling serpents. These wards form part of the fortress's binding. They keep me here, tethered, inescapably locked in the king's domain. For a moment, I recall that fleeting glimpse of the human girl from earlier. Her eyes had sparked with defiance, even from a distance. It was unusual. Most humans cower in Lowtown. If she stands out, she'll likely perish or be singled out for the arena. The notion stirs conflicting impulses. Why do I even think about her? I banish the thought. She's nothing. A mortal who'll vanish soon enough in the endless churn of this city's cruelty. Turning onto my side, I let my tail curl near my leg. The basalt's chill seeps into my skin. The fortress hushes around me except for the faint hum of warding spells. Sleep eludes me, but I rest with my eyes closed, drifting in a half-lucid state. My mind wanders to the concept of freedom. Despite my immense strength, I am powerless where it truly counts, and so I bide my time. In the silence, I chart out a mental map of every crack in these walls, every weakness in the wards, searching for an angle I might exploit. The day will come when I put my claws through King Grimlock's chest and relish the sound of his dying breath. But until then, I wait like a beast in a gilded cage, bound by treacherous spells to serve a cause I loathe. I don't realize how far my mind has wandered until a pre-dawn glow filters through the narrow window. A muted haze of light signals that the city stirs again. My rage remains, burning beneath the surface. Another day, another test of endurance. I stand and roll my shoulders. The scars across them pull tight, reminding me of countless battles. Striding to the small wash basin, I splash tepid water over my face. My reflection stares back, eyes red as hot coals, hair a wild shade of midnight blue that tangles around my horns. My jawline is sharp, marred by a faint silvered scar crossing from chin to cheek. Spidery lines of glowing crimson flicker across my bare arms, synchronized with my heartbeat. The presence of so many wards annoys my senses, but I've grown accustomed to the constant pressure. In the corridor outside, footsteps approach. The door creaks. Garavir, once again, or perhaps another messenger. My lips peel back with a silent growl. I brace myself for whatever commands the day brings. I vow silently. One day I will break this contract and watch these walls crumble. Until then, I'll let them believe they own me. They have no idea what monsters they've invited into their midst. I bare my fangs in a grin that's more threat than smile. One day the chain will snap, and on that day Vhoig will tremble beneath my wrath.
Chapter 3. Valentina. I wake to the shriek of metal grating on metal. In the groggy haze of morning, I can't immediately place the sound, only that it sets every nerve on edge. My eyes snap open to find that I'm still in the cramped, low-town barracks I share with a dozen others. The makeshift door stands ajar, crooked on its hinges, letting in a band of pale light. But the shape lurking in the threshold isn't a fellow human or a friendly face. Dark elf soldiers block the exit. The one in front surveys the interior like he's checking a stable full of livestock. Plate armour clings to his lithe frame, polished to a mirror sheen that contrasts with the filth of our hovel. An emblem is etched over his heart, a stylized serpent twisted around a spiked crown, signifying allegiance to the Vhoig monarchy. Behind him waits another guard, just as imposing. Neither moves, yet menace radiates from their stance. A sinking feeling clutches my stomach. It's too early for roll call, and the patrols typically don't come here unless someone has broken a rule. No one in this shack would risk that. We've all witnessed the consequences. I sit up slowly from my threadbare blanket, heart pounding. I'm aware of the other slaves around me doing the same, their tired eyes filling with panic. It's impossible to ignore the tension rippling through the room. At the far corner, a woman tugs a coughing child close. Next to me, a man tries to hide behind a rotted trunk, though there's nowhere to truly conceal himself. The lead soldier's gaze rakes across the gloom until it settles on me. He raises a gauntleted hand, pointing wordlessly. My pulse spikes. I swallow hard, refusing to show fear. "Stand," he orders, voice echoing in the cramped quarters. I push to my feet, pain lancing through bruised muscles from yesterday's labours. My back still aches from the savage whip scars I earned days ago, but I square my shoulders. Defiance is the only thing I have left. "What do you want?" I ask, though my throat constricts around the words. His lip curls. Silence. He strides forward, drawing a short, curved blade from the sheath at his hip. The second soldier remains at the doorway, blocking any escape route. I consider dashing toward the narrow window near my pallet, but it's too high off the ground and boarded from the outside, trapped. The soldier grabs my arm. "You've been chosen," he states with grim finality. "Try to resist and I'll gut you where you stand." I yank my arm back, trying to tear free of his grip. He's stronger than me, his fingers dig in like iron claws. Chosen for what? My voice trembles, though I force a spark of challenge into it. The soldier's sneer deepens. "It's not your place to ask." His grip tightens, forcing me to my knees. My eyes prick with pain, but I clench my teeth and endure. If I show weakness, he'll exploit it. A murmur of alarm spreads among the other slaves, but they keep their distance, terrified they'll be implicated if they intervene. Before I can struggle again, the guard snaps a length of rope from his belt. He binds my wrists behind my back, knotting the coarse fibre so tightly it cuts off circulation in my hands. Blood thrums in my ears, half fury, half fear. The second soldier approaches and wrenches me upright with a single yank. I bite back a cry. I take in the pallid faces of my shackmates. Morena, still feverish, stares at me with hopeless eyes. There's nothing any of us can do. I don't even bother resisting as they drag me outside. Struggling in earnest might earn me a swift blade to the ribs, and if that's how I die, it won't help anyone. The early morning sky is ashen, clouds roiling overhead. The stench of fish and sewage mingles in the alley. My captors pull me along, boots crunching on broken cobblestones. A handful of dark elf onlookers sneer or ignore us. Human labourers avert their gaze entirely, desperate not to attract attention. We pass deeper into the city, leaving Lowtown's decaying shanties behind. The streets widen, flanked by tall buildings of black marble adorned with glowing arcane runes. I stumble over a jagged curb, nearly falling, but the soldier's grip keeps me moving. Our pace is brutal, barely giving me time to suck in ragged breaths. As we ascend toward the wealthier districts, the architecture grows grander. High archways lead into courtyards filled with twisting statues, each reminiscent of some dark elven deity. I glimpse the tradesman's temple, its facade depicting scenes of bartering souls. Farther up, I spot the spires of the Deceiver's sanctuary, polished obsidian glinting even in the dull morning light. I can feel curious stares from passing dark elves, some lavishly dressed in flowing silks, others in austere robes embroidered with shimmering thread. Whispers follow in our wake, a human slave being escorted under armed guard. Perhaps they already suspect my fate. I'm trembling by the time we approach the gates of a looming structure, a fortress-like estate ringed with ornate iron bars. The gate swings open at the guard's approach, either commanded by hidden sentries or triggered by enchantments. My gut clenches when I see the demonic gargoyles perched atop the walls, their stone faces carved into eternal snarls. The courtyard beyond is spacious, paved with pale tiles inlaid with swirling silver designs. We march across it, the soldier's armour reflecting the faint sunlight. Tapestries hang from the estate's walls, each one depicting warlike scenes of dark elves commanding monstrous creatures. This place radiates wealth and cruelty in equal measure. The front doors stand open, revealing an opulent foyer. More guards cluster inside, a few bowing their heads in acknowledgement as we pass. The tile floor is polished to a mirror finish, and arcane lanterns suspended from the high ceiling cast shifting shadows across the walls. Columns of black stone flank a crimson carpet, leading to another set of doors. My heartbeat thunders, dread creeping through my veins. Where are they taking me? We descend a spiral staircase that delves into the bowels of this fortress. The air grows cold and stale, and the sound of dripping water echoes off stone walls. My breath turns shallow. I sense wards laced through the corridors, whispers of magic that raise the hairs on my arms. Each time we pass a threshold, I feel them hum against my skin. At the bottom of the stairs, the hallway opens into a dim passage. Torch brackets shaped like twisted serpents flicker with greenish flame. After several paces, we reach a set of doors forged from dark iron. The soldiers pause as one raps a gauntleted fist against the metal. The sound reverberates like a death knell. A latch grinds from the other side. One door swings inward on oiled hinges, revealing a chamber shrouded in shadow. My captors thrust me forward. I stumble into the gloom, eyes straining to adjust. The stench of incense and blood assaults my senses, making me gag. Inside, robed figures circle a raised dais. Their hoods obscure most of their faces, but I see the gleam of blackened lips and elongated ears beneath. Dark elf priests, perhaps. At the middle of the dais stands an intricate symbol carved into the floor, a swirling pattern reminiscent of a serpent devouring its own tail. The lines glow faintly with sickly green light. One of the robed figures steps closer, pushing back his hood to reveal angular features and violet eyes. His hair is braided into elaborate knots, each bound with silver clasps. He surveys me with dispassionate interest, lips curving in a predatory smile. "Welcome," he says softly. "We've been expecting you." The soldiers release my arms. My wrists remain bound behind me, leaving me off balance. I force myself to stand tall despite the trembling in my knees. "What is this?" I demand, voice scratchy. He circles me, the soft whisper of his robes amplifying the tense silence. "A ceremony to honour our pact with powers beyond comprehension," he replies. "Our city thrives thanks to the demon bound to our king's will. And you, my dear, have the dubious honour of serving as an offering to reinforce that bond." A chill floods my bones. A demon. Images of monstrous beasts flit through my mind, horned horrors rumoured to devour humans for sport. The stories told in Lowtown say they can burn you from the inside out or snap your spine with one hand. I grit my teeth. "I'm not going to kneel before any monster," I growl. My voice shakes, but I need them to know I'm not meek prey. A ripple of amusement passes through the circle of priests. "Whether you kneel or not, the outcome remains the same," the robed leader murmurs. Then he tilts his head to an attendant, who quickly steps forward with a leather pouch. The priest accepts it, pulling out a piece of chalk glimmering with runic inscriptions. He begins tracing symbols in a widening spiral around me, each stroke humming with arcane energy. Fear sets my heart hammering. My stomach clenches as the lines on the floor glow brighter, pulsing in time with my breath. The other robed figures start chanting in the dark elf tongue, their voices rising and falling in a disconcerting melody. My pulse races faster with every syllable. The ring of chanting priests steps back, leaving me alone in the circle of luminescent runes. I tug at my bindings, desperate to find a loose knot, but the rope remains unyielding. My mouth goes dry. I glance at the soldiers who brought me here, but they're pressed against the far wall, watching with blank faces. They're likely under orders not to interfere. Swallowing hard, I take stock of the chamber. Above us, a domed ceiling arches overhead, etched with more runes and swirling patterns. Crimson tapestries hang from the walls, each embroidered with depictions of dark elves bowing before a colossal demonic shape. Torches gutter along the perimeter, casting twisting shadows that seem to slither across the floor. The chanting crescendos. My breath hitches when the lines under my feet flare with green fire. Sparks arc across the circle. The temperature plummets, leaving goosebumps across my arms. An almost tangible force thickens the air, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. A shudder rips through the chamber. The robed elf leading the ritual lifts his voice above the chant, shouting words that sound older than language itself. The floor cracks in a radial pattern around me, releasing swirling tendrils of black vapour. I brace, every instinct screaming at me to flee, but I'm trapped. The vapour congeals into a vortex of seething darkness, swirling at the heart of the runic seal. The chanting dies, replaced by a low, thrumming resonance that thrums in my bones. From that churning mass of shadow steps a figure. My mind reels, trying to process what I'm seeing. He stands at least 8 feet tall, a looming presence with broad shoulders and ebony skin traced by glowing crimson veins. Horns curl from his temples, one broken near the tip. Claws, sharp as obsidian blades, flex at his sides. The air around him crackles with energy that makes my hair stand on end. He turns his head, and I catch the glint of fangs in the flicker of greenish fire. His face is all harsh angles and lethal grace, crowned by midnight blue hair bound haphazardly behind those imposing horns. The left horn is jagged and chipped, as though shattered in battle. The right curves back in a menacing arc. I realise with a jolt that I've heard rumours of this demon. Malfus, the warlord bound to King Grimlock. His eyes snap open, revealing glowing crimson irises with slit pupils like a beast's. That gaze fastens on me instantly, pinning me in place. It's a stare that speaks of countless battles and an unquenchable hunger. For a moment, we stand frozen in the silence, demon and human locked in mutual shock. Then the robed elf utters a triumphant laugh. "Demon," he intones, "we present you this sacrifice in accordance with the ancient pact. Devour her essence, let her blood strengthen the bond." My stomach twists. The chanting resumes, a chant of devour echoing in my ears. Everything slows to a terrifying hush within me. I'm meant to die here, torn apart by the monster who stands before me. My heart hammers so violently I'm sure it will burst. Malfus strides closer, eyes roving over my bound form. Something about the predatory gleam in his gaze ignites my own fury. If I'm going to die, I won't do it cowering. I square my shoulders, raising my chin, refusing to avert my eyes. He halts just outside the circle. His lips press into a thin line, like he's weighing an option. The robed elf gestures with impatient fervour, clearly expecting the demon to act. I steel myself, bracing for the blow that will end me. Except, it doesn't come. Malfus's gaze lingers on my face, flickers across the bruises at my jaw, the whip cuts visible through my torn shirt. His nostrils flare as if he's scenting the air. There's a flicker in his expression, something that crosses between confusion and curiosity. I suck in a shaky breath, my heart stuttering. Why isn't he attacking? The lead priest steps forward, voice rising angrily. "Consume her," he insists, flicking a hand. "Fulfill your side of the bargain, demon." Malfus's lips curl back, revealing a line of razor-sharp teeth. But his next words are not a triumphant roar. Instead, he growls in a low, seething tone. "I don't take orders from you." The hair on my arm stands upright at the fury lacing that statement. The priest flinches, obviously not expecting defiance. Murmurs swirl among the robed figures. The soldier who escorted me inches toward the dais, uncertain. Anxiety prickles in the air. My heart leaps at the hint of discord in the chamber. A demon bound to the king shouldn't be able to refuse. So what is happening? Malfus steps closer, crossing the threshold of the runic circle. The lines under his feet flicker, sparks dancing around his massive form. I can't move. The roped binding at my wrists is merciless, and the press of his power is more overwhelming than any blade. He stops within arm's reach, towering over me. My neck strains as I tilt my head back. Up close, I see scars ridging the left side of his jaw, faint but distinct. Muscles coil in his arms, partially hidden by an ornate guard strapped to one bicep. Under the dim torchlight, the molten veins across his skin pulse like embers. A low rumble vibrates in his chest. He lifts a hand, claws glinting, to brush the ropes at my wrists. Something arcs between us, an electric sensation that crackles along my spine. My breath catches when his gaze intensifies, locked on me as though I'm a puzzle he can't quite solve. "We gave you an offering," the priest hisses, voice laced with panic. "You're bound to accept it. Don't forget the terms of your contract." Malfus's head turns slightly, his eyes narrowing. A ripple of tension flexes through his immense frame. "I remember every detail," he says, voice cold, "but I decide how I feed." His focus returns to me, those pupils dilating. And I don't sense fear. My throat bobs. Fear churns in my stomach, but raw defiance keeps me from surrendering. "I'm not giving you the satisfaction," I say, though my voice trembles. An amused snort escapes him. The corners of his mouth lift in a half-smile that doesn't reach his eyes. My mind screams that this is madness, that I should beg for my life, but I can't make myself do it. Something deep within me clenches at the thought of kneeling before him. He lowers his claws, grazing the rope that binds me. Sparks crackle where his fingertips brush the fibre. Smoke curls upward, and the cord snaps. My arms fall free, numb and tingling from hours of being bound. Surprise floods me. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the robed elves gaping. The soldier who dragged me here grips his sword, unsure whether to rush forward or retreat. I rub my chafed wrists, adrenaline roaring in my veins. My eyes flick to Malfus, who stands calm and alert, as if challenging anyone to intervene. The priests exchange anxious whispers. Something is off balance here. He's not following their script. Then the robed leader lunges, snatching a ceremonial dagger from his belt. He slices it across his palm, letting blackish blood drip onto the glowing lines at his feet. "I command you, take her soul," he snarls, apparently trying to invoke the contract's power. Magic thrums in the chamber, an undercurrent that makes my teeth ache. Malfus's wings flare behind him, ragged membranes spreading in a menacing display. A grim chuckle rumbles from his chest. "You think you command me? I've grown tired of dancing to your tune." His next words drip with lethal contempt. "Touch her again, and I'll ensure you regret it." A jolt of confusion, and something like cautious hope ripples through me. Why is this demon, presumably in league with the dark elves, protecting me? The question buzzes in my mind, but I can't afford to dwell on it. The robed priests hiss incantations, their voices rising. The symbol on the dais pulses with renewed brilliance. A wave of force slams into my chest, nearly knocking me off my feet. Malfus staggers under the assault, his horns dipping. I sense the contract's magic biting into him like a chain, punishing him for disobedience. His teeth bare in a snarl of pain. The lines of crimson across his skin flare to life, responding to the arcane onslaught. For a moment, it looks like he might succumb, forced to obey. Panic flutters through me, but he doesn't collapse. Instead, a guttural roar bursts from him. Darkness unfurls from his body in roiling tendrils, colliding with the swirling green wards. The impact sends cracks racing through the floor, unleashing bursts of energy that rattle the chamber. The robed elves recoil in alarm, some tumbling backward. Chunks of stone tumble from the ceiling, and the dais splits under the strain. Seizing the moment, I lunge away from the ritual space, adrenaline lending my legs desperate speed. I sprint behind a column, pressing my back against the cool stone. My eyes dart around, seeking an exit. The soldiers who escorted me are pinned by flying debris, trying to shield themselves. The robed priests scramble, barking orders, but the swirling chaos intensifies. I peek from behind the column. Malfus stands in the fractured circle, his chest heaving. Arcane fire flickers around him, but it doesn't consume him. His eyes are entirely black now, no red visible. Shadows coil along his arms, forging living weapons that lash out at the chanting priests. Screams echo as two of them crumple, their robes smouldering from demonic flame. The leader screeches an incantation, slamming his staff onto the ground. Another pulse of force surges toward Malfus. He braces, black energy flaring as he meets the wave head-on. For a heartbeat, they lock in a stalemate of clashing magic. The floor quakes under the pressure. My stomach churns, and I duck lower, covering my head. Cracks spiderweb across the ceiling. The entire chamber shudders, as if about to collapse. Then Malfus roars again, and the priest's staff explodes in a burst of greenish sparks. The shockwave hurls the robed leader across the room. He hits a pillar with a sickening thud and drops, unmoving. I gape, breath caught in my throat. The rest of the priests scatter or lie unconscious among the rubble. The torches flicker violently, half extinguished. Thick dust clouds the chamber, making it hard to see. In the deathly hush that follows, I hear my own pulse pounding like a war drum. I cough, lungs stinging. Slowly I straighten, scanning the chaos. Bodies litter the dais, fragments of the summoning circle are scorched black, and swirling arcs of residual magic spark across the floor. The few surviving soldiers slip out through a shattered doorway, too frightened to face the demon's wrath. Across the ruined space, Malfus stands, wings drooping, chest rising and falling in powerful bursts. Portions of his carapace-like armour are cracked, the molten lines in his skin flickering. Despite the destruction, he radiates an aura of unstoppable power. My breath catches, torn between awe and terror. His gaze finds me instantly, those eyes swirling back to crimson. My heart leaps into my throat. We're alone now, more or less. No chanting priests, no immediate threat from the dark elves. Slowly he crosses the broken ground, stepping over rubble and shattered bones with lethal grace. I fight the urge to back away. He could kill me in one strike. But something in his expression halts my retreat. The lethal rage that consumed him a moment ago dims, replaced by an unreadable intensity. He halts an arm's length away, looming in front of me, massive shoulders blotting out the flickering torchlight. I crane my neck to meet his gaze. We stand in silence, dust motes drifting through the air. My pulse thrums, and I can't predict what he'll do next. I sense something in him, an echo of my own defiance, twisted and fierce. When he finally speaks, his voice is a ragged growl, but not directed at me in anger. They expected me to devour you. A beat passes. But I'm not done deciding your fate. I hold my breath, unsure how to respond. My wrists burn from the rope cuts, and my whole body shakes with fatigue, but I lift my chin. I won't die without a fight, I say, though the waver in my tone betrays my vulnerability. A fleeting expression of dark amusement flickers in his eyes. He inclines his head, almost respectful. Your spirit intrigues me, he says, quiet enough that I strain to hear. I've slaughtered dozens of sacrifices, but none looked at me like they'd tear out my throat if given half a chance. Confusion and adrenaline swirl in my veins. Is he mocking me, or is there genuine curiosity in his voice? He raises a clawed hand, turning it over as though examining the blood caked on his knuckles. Then he speaks again, his voice edged with steel. They want you dead. I don't care about their desires. His attention snaps back to me, molten eyes aglow with a dangerous promise. You can either lie down and await their next attempt, or come with me. Shock lashes through me. Come with him? He's no saviour, but he's offering a path other than immediate destruction. My heart thunders against my ribs. If I stay, the elves will certainly try this ritual again, or kill me out of spite for surviving. If I run, I'll be hunted through the city. The only alternative is to align myself with a demon, one who just defied his own contract in front of me. I lick my cracked lips, searching for words. Why would you help me? My voice is hoarse, uncertain if I trust his question. His expression darkens slightly, as though grappling with a secret. Finally, he lowers his gaze, exhaling a gust that stirs the dust around us. You're not like the others, he says at last, as if that explains everything. And I suspect your death might not be as simple as they believe. His hand extends toward me, claws still bared, yet not threatening. Decide, quickly, before the entire palace guard arrives. I glance around at the devastation. Smoke wafts from the collapsed pillars, and moans echo from the injured. Time is short, and I can't outrun a legion of dark elf soldiers on my own. With every laboured breath my chest aches, but I know the alternative to refusing him is certain doom. Though terror still grips me, I push down my fears and step forward, placing my trembling hand in his. His skin is feverishly warm, the faint glow of his crimson veins pulsing against my palm. A strange charge passes between us again, electric and unsettling. He studies me as if waiting for me to break, but I don't. Good, he murmurs. Without another word, he turns, wings unfurling slightly as if to shield me from the scattered onlookers. We pick our way through the rubble, moving toward a side passage where the stone wall has cracked open from the arcane blast. I stumble, but he steadies me with a firm grip on my elbow. My mind churns with confusion and raw adrenaline. I was meant to be devoured. Now I'm fleeing alongside the demon himself. Each heartbeat seems to echo the truth. Everything I've known is about to change. And if the dark elves want me dead this badly, then whatever future lies ahead with Malfus might be my only real shot at living past this day. As we slip through the breach in the wall, I cast a final look at the broken dais. Sacrificial blood pools in the cracks, and the runic lines flicker feebly. The robed leader lies unconscious in a corner, or worse. A chill seeps into my bones despite the heat radiating from my companion. I've just witnessed the unthinkable, a demon defying the city's most powerful overlords and saving a human sacrifice. My wrists throb, but my heart beats with ferocious determination. Even if Malfus' motives are unclear, I'm not about to waste this chance at survival. If the city I hate so much wants me dead, then I'll do everything I can to outlive it, and possibly unravel the secrets that led me here in the first place. I tighten my grip on his scorching hand, letting him guide me through the hidden corridor. Every step resonates with the knowledge that we're about to become fugitives in a city ruled by dark elves, eager to crush any hint of rebellion. The very idea that I'm leaving this place upright, and not in a lifeless heap, ignites a fierce spark in my chest. No matter what happens next, I've already chosen my path. Fate demanded my blood, and I refused. Now, at a demon's side, I intend to survive.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 4. Malfus. I stand in the crumbling archway of what used to be a storage cellar, winded from the fight against the summoning wards. My shoulders burn, the molten lines across my ebony skin pulsing with residual magic. Each breath vibrates against the collar of invisible, binding power I loathe. Rubble blocks the corridor behind us. Dust still drifts in faint clouds, illuminated by the scattered torches lying broken on the ground. Valentina stands to my right, arms crossed in a bid for calm, even though I sense her heart hammering. The trembling of her slender frame betrays her exhaustion. Her hair, dark and matted with debris, grazes her cheeks. There's a bruise darkening near her temple, courtesy of the chaos that erupted in the ritual chamber. My choice to spare her stunned everyone present, including me. Fresh fury licks at the edges of my thoughts, reminding me of how close I was to succumbing to the contract's demands. By every right, I should have torn her apart under the king's decree. Yet the moment I laid eyes on her, a sickening churn twisted my gut, something that felt like a warning. Slaughtering her didn't sit right, and I can't explain why. She glances toward me, silver eyes uneasy but determined. For a human, she has an impressive resilience, standing her ground even while her knees threaten to buckle. I shift, dropping my gaze to the pile of stones that once blocked our escape path. I'd blasted the exit open to get us away from the remains of the summoning dais. but the cost weighs on my chest. The contract's magic still gnaws at me, furious that I defied my so-called masters. I roll my shoulders, feeling the battered membranes of my wings protest. My horns throb with residual energy, the broken tip sending sharp spikes of pain through my skull. I want to blame all of this on a single reason, some glitch in the summoning wards or a miscast incantation. But that would be a lie. I chose not to kill her. And I'm still making that choice. Despite every screaming instinct demanding I fulfill my side of the pact, she steps forward, arms dropping to her sides. "Where are we going?" she asks, voice thick with fatigue. I let out a low growl, not directed at her, but at the impossibility of the situation. "Far from this cursed palace," I say, my tone curt. "If they corner us again, they'll bring enough soldiers and wards to ensure I have no chance to resist." It's the truth. Once they realize I've rebelled, they'll mobilize the entire fortress to subdue me, and by extension, her. She nods, a lock of dark hair falling over her eyes. Dust coats her cheeks, highlighting the fine lines of tension around her mouth. I recall how she faced me, bound and bruised, and refused to cower. It stirred something that still troubles me. I direct my attention down the winding passage that leads toward an external courtyard. The subterranean corridors of this fortress are a labyrinth, but I've prowled them often enough to memorize certain hidden routes. Reaching them without detection is another matter entirely. "Stay close," I mutter, raising a clawed hand to gesture her forward. Together, we move through the shadowy path. I can see easily in the dim light, but I notice she squints, relying on the faint glow from the crystals embedded in the walls. We pass multiple iron-banded doors, some locked tight, others yawning open to reveal dusty storerooms. A damp chill seeps from the floors, suggesting we're beneath the waterline of the harbor. Somewhere above us, the city hums with tension. No doubt the commotion from the failed sacrifice has alerted half the watch. The corridor twists, sloping gently upward. My tail sways behind me, the tip scraping across the rough stone. I try to keep the chain of my contract quiet, but a persistent headache pulses where the magic tightens around my soul. I can't wait to be out of these walls. At a turn in the passage, Valentina stumbles. Instinct compels me to catch her arm. Her skin is clammy under my touch, a stark contrast to my feverish warmth. She mumbles a thanks, though I suspect pride bristles beneath her gratitude. Nothing about her suggests subservience. She's like a hound cornered by wolves, constantly poised to fight back. We continue until the passage ends at an old maintenance door. The wood is warped, half-rotted from disuse, and a battered chain holds it shut. I slash the metal chain with one swipe of my claws, then shoulder the door open. Cold night air rushes in, smelling of salt and rotting fish from the canals. We emerge into a cramped courtyard behind the fortress, enclosed on three sides by looming walls. Cracked flagstones litter the ground. An ancient fountain stands at the center, water trickling from a broken spout. The distant flicker of torches betrays the presence of patrolling guards along the upper ramparts. I tilt my head, listening for footfalls. The immediate area seems clear. Valentina glances around, hugging herself. "Won't they search here?" "Yes," I reply shortly, scanning the heights. "But I have an exit in mind." My gaze settles on a cluster of stacked crates near a corner of the courtyard, leading to a half-collapsed wall. I recall once slipping through there on an earlier infiltration mission. If it's still passable, it might grant us access to a backstreet that feeds into the city's mid-tier. I gesture for her to follow. She does, grim determination carved in her posture. My wings ache as I keep them tight against my back. Part of me yearns to spread them wide and leap over the fortress's perimeter in one smooth glide. But that would expose us instantly to archers or sorcerers stationed on the towers. Even if I survived, a single arrow laced with the right magical curse could cripple me mid-flight. We cross the courtyard, footsteps muffled on the moss-grown tiles. My hearing picks up faint shouts echoing from the fortress interior. Likely the priests or soldiers have regained consciousness and discovered our absence. We're running out of time. I vault over the crates, ignoring the protest of my battered muscles, then reach down to help Valentina up. Her jaw sets in silent resolve, and she scrambles up with a grunt. Once perched atop the pile, we see the cracked mortar of the adjacent wall. A gap wide enough for a slender figure to squeeze through awaits near the upper edge. With a careful push, I dislodge a few loose stones. The opening widens, dust billowing. She maneuvers her body through the gap, cursing softly when her arm scrapes against the rough surface. I follow, forcing my broader frame through with some difficulty. My horns catch momentarily, but I twist sideways to get them free, the broken tip scraping off more stone. We tumble onto the other side, landing in a narrow alley behind the fortress. The city's mid-tier lies beyond, a warren of twisting lanes, old merchant houses, and shuttered shops. Flickering lamplight illuminates the junction ahead. It's quiet, too quiet for this hour, which suggests that word of trouble may have reached these streets. Valentina's breath rasps. Where now? I pause, letting my demonic senses roam the area. My heightened perception picks up the scent of smoldering pitch from the harbor, the faint tang of sewage from Lowtown, and the perfume of countless arcane crystals powering the city's magical infrastructure. I sift through it all, seeking the path of least resistance. There's a series of catwalks near the trade district, I say at last, voice low. We can move across the rooftops if we reach them. The elves rarely patrol above ground level. She nods, though I sense her caution. My refusal to kill her hasn't exactly made me trustworthy in her eyes. But I press forward, leading us down a back alley that weaves between leaning tenements. The architecture in this section of Vhoig is a jumbled mix. Once grand houses overshadowed by newer additions slapped on top of old foundations. A labyrinth. As we walk, pain throbs at the back of my skull. The contract's backlash has yet to subside, an ever-present reminder that I've flouted the king's will. I clench my teeth, ignoring the tight band around my chest. Every few steps I glimpse Valentina's sidelong glances. She's wary, likely wondering why I haven't ripped out her spine. Honestly, I question it too. Some primal instinct screams that she's important, though I can't articulate how or why. It's not pity. I've been forced to murder enough humans that I've grown numb to their suffering. Perhaps it's curiosity. Perhaps it's the faint tingle of potent magic in her presence, an unexplainable hum that sets my skin alight. Eventually, the alley opens onto a modest plaza, ringed by shuttered stalls. A battered statue of a dark elf warrior stands in the center, chipped from years of neglect. It's bizarrely quiet here, with only the distant hum of city life. We stop in the shadows of a boarded-up storefront. My wings twitch, and I allow myself a moment to rest. Valentina plants her hands on her hips. "Are you going to tell me why you did that?" she blurts, voice hushed. "You defied your own contract, from what I can tell. That ritual was meant to seal your bond with the elves, right?" My mouth twists. "Yes," I say simply, "and it is not a topic I relish discussing." She frowns, frustration clear. "Then help me understand something else. You mentioned earlier you had no interest in their demands, yet you served them until tonight. Why?" I let out a harsh breath. "They own me. Well, they believe they do. The contract binds me. If I resist, I suffer." I pause, grinding my teeth. "But your blood calls to me in a way I can't ignore. It's like an echo of something ancient." She crosses her arms protectively, stepping back. "My blood?" I nod, studying her, her cheeks hollow from fatigue, but her posture remains rigid. The bruises on her arms reflect a lifetime of brutal servitude, yet she radiates a stubborn fire. I trace the lines of her face, taking in the set of her jaw, the intensity in her gaze. I'm too used to humans cowering or sobbing. She does neither. "How do I explain this?" I murmur, more to myself than to her. Demons perceive 1,000 subtle scents and tastes in blood, fears, sins, the resonance of magical traits. Yours is unusual. There's a faint aroma that reminds me of ancient tombs and black runes etched into basalt altars. I catch myself before I slip further into cryptic musings. In short, you're not purely human, or you're carrying something within you. Something that made me hesitate. She stiffens. That's impossible. I'm just a slave from Lowtown. Perhaps you believe that, or perhaps someone lied about your origins. It wouldn't be the first time the elves tried to obscure a lineage that might threaten them. I step closer, eyes narrowing. Regardless, killing you felt wrong. Enough so that I was willing to risk the punishment. If I'd obeyed, I'd have devoured your soul, but I suspect it wouldn't have gone down easily. Her lips press into a thin line, confusion warring with alarm. You're sure I'm not just some random anomaly? I shrug, the movement sending a ripple of tension across my massive shoulders. I know what I sensed, and it compels me to find out more. My voice dips lower. That doesn't make us allies. Don't fool yourself. If it turns out I'm mistaken, I might change my mind about keeping you alive. Her jaw clenches. For a moment I see a flicker of fear in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. I'm not asking for your friendship, she says, voice taut. Just a chance to live. We stand in silence, the hush of the plaza pressing in. I can almost hear the beat of her heart, strong and insistent. My own pulses in time with the contract's ache, each throb driving me toward a moment of decision. Kill her now, reclaim my role and endure the contract's chains. Or keep her alive, defy the elves, and possibly discover a key to my freedom. Neither path guarantees survival. If the king unleashes his full might, I'll be hunted across every corner of Vhoig and beyond. I cannot bring myself to behead her. My claws twitch, longing for resolution, but I stay my hand. The city will hunt us, I say at last, letting the truth settle between us. They'll send soldiers, sorcerers, maybe other demons bound to their service. Do you understand what that means? She exhales shakily. They were already going to kill me. I have nothing to lose. I watch her, noting the haggard set of her shoulders. Despite everything, that spark of rebellion in her eyes hasn't dimmed. It's reminiscent of a caged beast that refuses to die quietly. It's too intriguing to snuff out. I jerk my chin, gesturing we should move on. There's a safe route through the rooftops, I repeat. Once we reach the catwalks, we can circle around to a place I know. It isn't exactly comfortable, but it'll keep us hidden until I decide what comes next. She doesn't argue, only nods and falls into step with me. We weave through narrow lanes, avoiding the main thoroughfares where watchmen might be searching. The city's layout challenges us. We're forced to backtrack several times, encountering blocked alleys and gates sealed by ward-laced locks. My curse thrums with each ward we pass, threatening to trigger if I attempt to break them. I hold myself in check, not wanting to rouse every sentinel within earshot. Eventually, we reach a cluster of abandoned buildings near the trade district's perimeter. Rusted iron ladders cling to the walls, leading up to a network of catwalks that crisscross the rooftops. Magic lantern light seeps up from the streets below, creating patches of illumination amid the gloom. I climb the first ladder with an ease born of raw strength. My horns brush against the rungs as I ascend. Valentina follows, wincing as she shifts her weight onto the metal steps. She's clearly tired, arms shaking, but she doesn't complain. At the top, the catwalk sways beneath our combined mass. I hold the railing, guiding her forward. From this vantage point, I see the spires of Vhoig more clearly. They're a tangle of twisted architecture, each tier vying for grandeur. The Deceiver's Temple stands near the apex, its needle-like towers silhouetted against the night sky. Magical orbs float around the upper city, shining like captive stars. The entire vista would be beautiful if I didn't know the depths of cruelty thriving beneath those shimmering facades. We progress carefully along the network of walkways, crossing from one rooftop to another. The boards creak under my weight. More than once, I must extend a hand to keep her from stumbling. Each time our palms touch, a strange tingle sparks where our skin meets. "You're shaking," I remark at one point, glancing down at her pale face. "We can rest if you can't go on." Her jaw sets stubbornly. "I'm fine. We have to keep moving." I grunt, recognizing that same defiance that tempted me to spare her. "Suit yourself." A minute later, we pause on a broad rooftop to survey the surrounding area. Below, the wide avenues bustle with uneasy crowds. Dark elf patrols in their polished armor move in formation, scanning every alleyway. Their presence is heavier than usual, a direct response to the fiasco in the palace. Valentina notices them too, her brows drawing together. "They've deployed this many soldiers just for me?" "Not for you alone." I scowl. "They're after me as well. My defiance of the contract is an affront to King Grimlock's power. He'll want to stamp out the rumor that his prize demon enforcer turned traitor." She shudders, hugging herself. "So we're both hunted." I offer a low, humorless laugh. "Yes, human. You could say we share a predicament." Her eyes flick over my face. I can guess the question forming in her mind. Is it worth it to keep me alive if it means this much trouble? She says nothing, though, and I appreciate the silence. I lead her across one more precarious catwalk, then we descend into a narrow courtyard enclosed by high walls. Broken scaffolding litters the perimeter, evidence of half-finished construction or expansion halted for reasons unknown. A single archway leads into a half-buried structure. My memory whispers that this place was once an outpost used by smugglers before the elves seized control. I discovered it when I was first summoned to Vhoig, scouting for potential strongholds or hidden routes. I push aside a rotting wooden door, revealing a cramped interior that smells faintly of damp stone and stale air. The single room features a collapsed beam and a few abandoned crates. Dim light filters through a gap in the ceiling. I check for wards, exhaling relief when I sense none. "This will do for now," I say, ushering her inside. She steps in, arms folded to keep warm. The ambient temperature here is slightly cooler than the muggy streets, making the bruises on her skin stand out in sharp contrast. I catch a flicker of fatigue in her eyes. She totters, and I snap out a hand to steady her. My palm nearly spans her entire shoulder. "Thanks," she murmurs, fighting to regain composure. We settle near one of the crates. I lower myself onto a chunk of broken stone, wincing as tension thrums across my stiff wings. She leans against the wall, sliding down until she's sitting with her knees drawn up. For a moment, we just breathe. I watch her carefully. The dryness of her lips suggests she hasn't eaten or drunk anything recently. There's a shallow cut on her forearm that's dried, but likely throbs. She notices my scrutiny, eyes narrowing, but she doesn't protest when I pull a battered flask from a pouch at my side and hand it over. She tips it to her lips, wincing at the bitterness. "What is this?" "Water with a bit of demon's root. It's an acquired taste, but it'll keep you alert and promote healing." I rarely share my supplies, but something compels me to do so now. She nods slowly, taking another sip. Her eyes dart to my face, then away. "So, what happens next?" she asks, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. I drag a claw across the stone at my feet, thinking carefully. We have choices. We could attempt to flee Vhoig entirely, though the city's perimeter is heavily guarded, or we could hide in Lowtown and slip away by sea on a cargo vessel. Her brow furrows. Lowtown? They'd find us within hours if we hide in the place I used to live. A pang of anger roils in my gut at the mention of Lowtown. The elves' cruelty festers there like a wound. Possibly. Unless we pay the right bribes or forge false documents claiming you belong to a traveling merchant's crew. Valentina snorts softly. And who would believe that story, with a demon at my side? I concede her point. My presence, towering at 8 feet with horns and a broken wing membrane, is hardly inconspicuous. Then perhaps we go underground, literally. Vhoig has ancient tunnels from its earliest expansion. Some are rumored to connect to older catacombs below the city's temple district. A flicker of fear crosses her gaze. That's dangerously close to the 13's domain, she breathes. Isn't it? I shrug. The 13 dwell far deeper, if they even exist at all. But yes, it's not a place for the faint of heart. She lingers on the thought, then shakes her head. I'll do whatever keeps us alive. A weary laugh escapes her, as if I have a real choice. I arch a brow, leaning forward. You do, I say quietly. You can run on your own. See how long you last. The words carry a note of challenge. Her jaw sets. I'm not suicidal. If I go alone, they'll capture me in a heartbeat. Her frank admission stirs a reluctant respect. Good, I say, leaning back against the wall. I'd hate to have wasted my time saving you only to see you die in some back alley. She bows her head, tucking hair behind her ear. Silence falls between us. The faint drip of water echoes from somewhere in the structure. My mind drifts to the memory of that accursed ritual chamber, how the contract's magic sank its claws into my core, demanding obedience. The fact that I resisted it this time baffles me. Usually, it cripples me with excruciating agony if I go against the king's explicit orders. Perhaps it's the swirling aura around Valentina that disrupted the summoning circle, giving me enough of an edge to break free. I recall that moment when I touched her rope, severing it with a spark of dark flame. The sensation was reminiscent of anti-magic fields, but warmer, more alive. Something about her blood resonates with an older force. That alone could be crucial to unraveling my contract. She notices my stare, her lips thinning. What? She asks. I shake my head. I'm trying to decide if you're worth all this trouble. It's meant to sound flippant, but the underlying question gnaws at me. She doesn't shy away. I can't promise I have answers to whatever you sense in me, she murmurs, voice tight with fatigue. But I owe you my life. So if you want me to do something like figure out how to free you from the elves, then I'll try. A flicker of heat coils in my chest at her words. She's openly offering to help me. I want to sneer. Demons don't need help. We take what we want. But I've been pinned under the king's yoke for centuries. If there's even a remote chance she's a key to unlocking that yoke, then I'll seize it. I allow a soft exhale, glancing at my molten veins that pulse with an inner glow. We'll see, I say. For now, rest. We'll move when the city settles or when I sense an opening. She nods, sliding down until she's half reclining against the wall, arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes drift closed, wariness etched into every muscle. I keep watch, listening to the distant bustle of city guards combing the streets. Occasionally, I hear them calling out orders or rattling weapons. Each shout sends a prickle of tension through my horns. Time crawls. My sense of day or night blurs. The gloom of this hideout provides scant light, and the only measure of time is the slow drip of condensation from the cracked ceiling. Valentina dozes fitfully, flinching at unseen nightmares. I remain awake, scanning the entrance, letting my demon senses reach beyond these walls. My body can endure days without sleep. My mind, however, churns with half-formed strategies and lingering questions. Eventually, she stirs. A faint groan escapes her lips as she stretches. Cuts across her arms have reopened, leaving faint smears of blood on her tattered shirt. I shift, rummaging in a small pouch for a rag and a vial of disinfectant I pilfered ages ago. Here, I say, handing them over. She lifts an eyebrow but accepts, grimacing as she dabs at the wounds. You're surprisingly prepared for a demon, she remarks, though her voice lacks malice. I shrug one shoulder. I've wandered these lands for centuries. I pick up a trick or two. She meets my gaze, brushing hair from her forehead. Centuries must be a lonely existence. The comment hits deeper than I expect. Loneliness, I echo, rolling the word on my tongue. Demonkind doesn't place much stock in companionship, not the way humans do. We exist in a hierarchy of power and survival. But I don't elaborate. She's not my confidant. Still, her eyes hold a flicker of empathy. That's what the elves want too, she says quietly. To turn us into tools they can break whenever we step out of line. My lips pull back in a snarl of agreement. This city thrives on subjugation of humans, orcs, and even rebellious demons. The contract is the best example of that. They may not have physically chained me, but the effect is the same. I stand and roll my shoulders, checking the tension in my wings. We've rested long enough, I say. Let's see if the watch has calmed. She pushes to her feet. Though her limbs are unsteady, she steadies herself on the wall. Right behind you! We edge outside, returning to the courtyard. The night sky stretches overhead, cloaked in clouds. A few hours must have passed, because the ambient glow from the magical orbs in the upper city has dimmed. The streets are quieter, though I hear distant patrols. I lead her to a vantage point near a broken arch, where we can peer over the mid-tier streets. Soldiers still roam in small clusters, scanning corners with their arcane lamps. Yet the intensity of the manhunt seems to have lessened, as if they believe we might have fled the city entirely. I mull our next move. The catacombs or the city outskirts seem equally dangerous right now. Another thought niggles at me, the question of whether she truly possesses something in her blood that could sever my contract. If so, how do I test it? The elves likely know more about it than they let on. Perhaps that's why they chose her for sacrifice in the first place, to eliminate a threat or to harness a dormant power. She glances up at me. You have that look again, like you're wrestling with a dilemma. I snort softly. I'm trying to decide whether it's worth risking a direct confrontation with the elves' archivist or if we should keep running. Her brow furrows. Confrontation? They'd have wards prepared, armies, maybe even another demon. You said so yourself. I did, I admit, letting a hint of bitterness seep into my tone. But knowledge is power. If you truly carry something unique in your veins, we might need to find answers in the Dark Elves' vaults or libraries. They keep extensive records, particularly on forbidden lineages. She pales slightly, though her chin lifts. You think my lineage is forbidden? A hard laugh rattles my chest. I wouldn't be surprised. The Dark Elves despise anything that challenges their monopoly on magic. You might be an abomination in their eyes or a threat to be exterminated. She exhales, trembling fingers brushing the edge of a bruise on her forearm. Great. More reasons for them to hate me. I step closer, forcing her to tilt her head back to meet my gaze. Hate from the elves is to be expected, I growl quietly. But use that hate. Let it fuel you, because if what I suspect is true, you might be able to break something they've kept unbreakable for centuries. I press a hand to my chest, where the invisible shackles of the contract lie. Her eyes flicker with realization. She stares at my torso, where faint lines of molten crimson glow beneath my onyx skin. You really think I could? I don't know, I admit, voice raw. But I have no other leads. She falls silent. The night wind stirs, rustling debris across the courtyard. Tension coils between us, an unspoken alliance formed by desperation and shared enmity toward the elves. My tail twitches, betraying the restless surge of adrenaline. Then let's find out, she says at last, quiet but firm. If my blood can do anything, break that contract, then I'll do whatever it takes. I study her face, searching for duplicity. I find only weariness and a fierce spark in her eyes. She's lost nearly everything, but she's not broken. A demon's respect doesn't come easily, yet she's earned a sliver of it. My nod is slight. If that's your choice, we'll need to be smarter than the elves. One misstep and we're both dead. The archives are in the High District, near the Deceiver's Temple, heavily guarded, teeming with wards. But there might be an archivist on the mid-tier who can be coerced or bribed. It's risky. She raises her brows. Any less risky than fighting your way into the High District? A short bark of dark amusement escapes me. No. Possibly more doable, though. My eyes wander to the cityscape. Dawn isn't far off, the horizon faintly graying. The morning shift of soldiers will soon replace the night patrols, and we should move before they reorganize. We can slip into the mid-tier marketplaces, blend with the crowds at first light. She half laughs. Blend? You're 8 feet tall with horns. I bare my teeth in a grin. I have ways of masking my appearance if I must. My Sazgaroth heritage grants me illusions, though they drain me over time, especially when the contract's magic gnaws at my core. She nods slowly, acceptance clear in her expression. All right, I'm ready when you are. A lingering doubt tugs at me. I should kill her now, end this liability. But that impulse withers before it fully forms. I can't ignore the possibility she represents, the faint hope of severing these chains. Even if she fails, I'd rather try and die on my own terms than spend another century as the elves' puppet. I reach out, placing my hand on her shoulder. My claws rest lightly against the torn fabric of her shirt. We move at dawn, I say, my voice low. Until then, stay quiet and conserve your strength. We'll find a vantage to watch the shift change. She exhales, shoulders slumping in relief. I can do that. Together, we creep along the edges of the courtyard, seeking a hidden nook in the adjoining building that overlooks a broad avenue. By the time we settle, the sky is lightened to a somber gray, revealing the silhouettes of spires in stark relief. We keep to the shadows, pressed behind a fractured column that once supported a balcony. From here, we can observe the city guards rotating at their posts, lanterns passed from one shift to the next. I hunch down, letting my wings curve around my back. Valentina leans against the wall to my left, arms hugging her knees. A quiet descends, interrupted only by distant calls from the patrols. My thoughts churn with the knowledge that I've stepped into a new reality, one where the king has reason to kill me outright, and where my only ally is a ragged human slave whose blood apparently defies reason. I glance at her, noticing the rag she used to bandage her arm. Tiny flecks of dried blood dot the cloth. The faint coppery tang teases my heightened senses, reawakening the memory of that strange pull. Something in her is more than mortal, and I will unravel that secret, even if it takes every last scrap of cunning I possess. She catches my gaze and holds it, refusing to shrink away. Neither of us speaks, but the shared understanding is clear. We're in this together, if only because there's no other path that makes sense. Outside, the first rays of sunlight pierce the smoky sky, rousing the city to another day of oppression and dread. A muscle in my jaw twitches. I close my eyes, letting a rush of cold air wash over me. I'm ready to fight for my freedom, no matter the cost. And in this moment, the human at my side might be the key to unlocking that possibility. For what feels like ages, I feel something akin to cautious hope, and that more than anything, sets my heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and fear. When dawn breaks fully, we'll leave this hiding place and step onto the streets with every guard in Vhoig searching for us. The contract might recoil against me, punishment waiting in the wings, but I don't care. Let the king rage. Let his armies gather. If there's any chance Valentina's presence can shatter these chains, I'll seize it with both claws and never let go. I draw in a breath, ignoring the dull throb of the contract's hold. My eyes drift to the horizon where the black spires of the upper city slice the sky. Soon, I promise myself. Soon I'll have my answers. With that unspoken vow, I hunker down, prepared to wait out the final hours of darkness. There's no turning back now. Whether this alliance dooms us or leads to freedom remains to be seen. But I will see it through, no matter the cost.
Chapter 5. Valentina. Dawn claws at the grimy windows of our makeshift shelter. painting the cracked walls with smoky grey light. I'm slumped against a crumbled pillar, shoulders stiff and aching from our haphazard escape last night. My mind replays the events of the ritual chamber, the frantic run through Vhoig's streets, and the tense hours spent curled in this abandoned nook. None of it feels real. Yet Malfus is unmistakably here, a silent sentinel in the half-dark. He stands near the doorway with his massive arms crossed over a chest that ripples with muscle and carapace-like ridges. Every breath he takes stirs the faint red glow beneath his skin, those molten veins that mark him as a demon forged in war. His horns cast jagged shadows across the debris-littered floor, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm trapped in a nightmare I haven't woken from. He meets my gaze when I shift, the faintest flicker of curiosity in his crimson eyes. An ember of tension coils low in my gut. Even though he spared me, I don't for 1 second believe I'm safe. The memory of his claws severing my ropes in the ritual chamber collides with the knowledge that he could kill me in a heartbeat if he wished. I clear my throat, trying to summon some semblance of courage. Any movement outside? He tilts his head, listening. Few patrols, but they've slowed. His voice is rough, edged with a touch of weariness. They likely think we fled the city by now. My stomach twists at the mention of we. I never asked to become an accomplice in his rebellion. Then again, if not for Malfus, I would be lifeless on a blood-soaked dais. I owe him, but that doesn't soothe my dread. He pushes away from the wall in a fluid motion. His wings flex, battered membranes rustling against the air. A subtle grimace crosses his face, as though the strain of defying his contract still gnaws at him. When I first realised he bore an invisible shackle to the dark elves, something akin to shock rippled through me. A demon, one of the most terrifying creatures on Protheka, leashed by a monarchy that uses him like a prized weapon. I rise, stretching out cramped muscles. My back throbs where old welts and bruises protest every movement. So what's our plan? You mentioned searching for an archivist who might have answers. Talking keeps me from fixating on my fear. A low rumble resonates in his chest, not quite a growl. Yes, it's still an option, but I have other matters to address first. Unease crackles through me. Other matters? He exhales, stepping closer. The floorboards creak beneath his immense weight. I brace myself, but he stops just short of invading my personal space. Even so, I feel the heat radiating off him in waves. His eyes glint with predatory intensity. I spared you, and you followed me, he says quietly, the words thrumming with unspoken tension. But I sense you still think you can slip away if an opportunity arises. I swallow hard. What choice do I have? Stay with you and be hunted by every elf in the city. That's not exactly comforting. You're already hunted, he counters, voice deceptively calm. The difference is, with me, you stand a chance of surviving. I flinch. Those words carry a dark truth. Without him, I'd have no real protection. On my own, the dark elves would recapture me in days, or less. Even so, there's a steely part of me that balks at the idea of relying on a demon, the same demon who should have devoured me hours ago. He must read my hesitation, because he shifts his stance, shoulders rolling as if he's preparing for a confrontation. His horns cast shifting patterns on the ceiling. I'm not offering you freedom, he says, each syllable cold. If you remain with me, it's under my rules, my protection, and my absolute control. My breath catches. Absolute control, I echo, trying to keep my voice from shaking. That sounds like slavery under a different master. His jaw tightens. You prefer to wander these streets, waiting for the elves to collar you again? Because they will. And next time, they won't bother with a ritual. They'll skewer you on sight. Anger flares. You're giving me two terrible options. It's either die or place myself under your thumb. He clenches his fists, a tremor rippling through the molten lines on his arms. I never claim to be virtuous. I don't do charity. If you want to live, you will abide by my conditions. The air turns stifling, tension coiling like a spring ready to snap. In this moment, it hits me how dangerous he truly is. I might be physically free of ropes, but his presence forms a different sort of cage. The knowledge sends a sick lurch through my stomach. Still, I can't quell the rebellious spark flickering in my chest. Why me? I demand. Why not pick some other unfortunate soul to keep around? His eyes darken. A swirl of black seeps into the crimson, a reminder that chaos magic runs deep in his veins. Because your blood disrupts the contract that binds me, he mutters. Because you dared to stand against me when every other sacrifice begged for mercy. Because everything about you says you shouldn't survive, and yet you still do. I bristle, torn between indignation and a bizarre sense of pride. He sees in me something more than victimhood. Or maybe I'm just an experiment to him, a curiosity he refuses to discard until he gets answers. He takes one measured step forward, forcing me to crane my neck to maintain eye contact. I'll make it simple, he murmurs, voice dropping to a lethal whisper. Kneel, vow yourself to me, and I'll shield you from the elves' wrath. I'll feed you, clothe you, keep you from rotting in a dungeon. I may even help you discover what your bloodline conceals. But the moment you defy me, I'll tear your world apart, because I refuse to be weakened by sentiment. The vow rattles me to my core. Each word carries the weight of centuries of violence. My instincts scream to run, but there's nowhere to go. I clench my fists so tight, my knuckles burn. Is this truly my best option, trading one captor for another? Yet the alternative is a swift execution at the elves' hands. Silence hangs between us. I think of Lowtown, of the shack that reeked of hopelessness. I see Morena's fevered eyes, the child cowering in an alley, the endless cycle of brutality. If I return to that, I'll either be recaptured or forced into the gladiatorial pits. Or worse, sacrificed again. Perhaps a demon's protection, no matter how twisted, offers a sliver of hope. He watches me, tension inscribed in every line of his towering frame. Choose, he says, an undercurrent of impatience throbbing in his tone. My chest tightens. Memories flash through me. The ritual circle, my wrists bound, the swirl of dark magic. My entire life has been defined by subjugation to the elves, but there was never a choice. Now, Malfus presents a different kind of cage, one that might come with the faint possibility of changing my fate. I clench my fists, summoning that spark of defiance I've relied on for so long. My voice trembles, but I force it out. Fine, I accept your protection, on your terms. Malfus exhales, a slow, rumbling sound. His shoulders ease fractionally, though tension still radiates from him. Good. His lips quirk into something that could almost be a twisted smile. I promise you, I won't be gentle, but I will make certain you remain alive. A shiver races down my spine. I suspect he enjoys the power dynamic. Before I can reconsider, he extends a hand, claws tipped in obsidian. Swear it, human. Swear that your life belongs to me now, or walk out that door and face the elves. My throat constricts. Kneeling feels like capitulation, but I catch the predatory glint in his eyes, a challenge. If I refuse, he might kill me here and now. If I do it, I seal my future under his dominion. Gritting my teeth, I slowly lower myself, biting back every ounce of pride, until one knee touches the creaking floor. My hands shake as I bow my head. The position sends a stab of old shame through my chest, recalling countless times I was forced to kneel before dark elf overseers. However, I sense this is different. Malfus demanded this as a demon does, direct, uncompromising. I vow, I whisper, voice cracking, that my life is yours. I will serve you until I'm strong enough to stand on my own. The last words slip out before I can stop them, an echo of my defiance, even as I yield. He tenses, probably noting my slight rebellion. Fair enough, he growls. Then he places a large hand on the crown of my head, his claw tips gently pricking my scalp. The heat of his touch makes my ears ring. It's no arcane brand, but I can feel the weight of this moment, a tether snapping into place between us. It takes all my willpower not to flinch or jerk away. Finally, he lifts his hand, allowing me to rise. My pulse gallops, and I brace my legs to keep from trembling. Malfus stands with an aura of grim satisfaction, though a hint of calculation darkens his gaze. So we have an accord, he says, stepping back. I exhale, releasing tension I wasn't aware I'd been holding. My knees are stiff from kneeling on broken tiles, but I manage to keep my chin high. If I show him how shaken I am, he'll exploit it. Silence stretches, thick with unspoken truths. We can't remain here. The elves won't relent until they find us. We need to move and secure resources, clothes, food, healing supplies. Then we'll find a lead on your lineage. He glances at my battered clothing. My shirt is a rag, stained with blood and grime, and the trousers I wore in the kitchens of the northern estate are tattered at the knees. My hair, in desperate need of a wash, hangs in ragged strands over my shoulders. But what stands out most are the bruises that wring my arms, the fresh cuts from the scuffle in the ritual chamber. An ache throbs in my ribs. I square my shoulders. Let's get on with it then. He opens the door a crack, scanning the alley for movement. Rays of early morning light pierce the gloom, revealing a deserted stretch of cobblestone. We slip out, hearts pounding. The street is narrow, hemmed in by half-collapsed buildings. Somewhere in the distance I hear a cart's wheels bumping over uneven ground. Malfus motions for me to keep behind him. His stance is poised, every muscle coiled for a fight. Even at a casual glance, he's an imposing figure, 8 feet tall, with ridged horns, black skin traced by molten veins, and a tattered wing membrane that drapes behind him like a cloak. The faint glow beneath his flesh intensifies when he's on edge, and right now, it pulses in a near-constant rhythm. We glide through a maze of back alleys, skirting the mid-tier marketplace. I spy glimpses of the city stirring for the day. A merchant setting out a stall of dried fish, a pair of humans scrubbing stoops under the watchful glare of an elf overseer, a donkey cart hauling crates of produce. None of them notice us, hidden as we are among half-toppled walls and thick shadows. Eventually we reach a narrow canal. Dank water flows sluggishly beneath a series of arched bridges. Malfus halts, scanning the row of shabby structures. "We need to find something decent for you to wear," he mutters. "And bandages, possibly a coat to hide those bruises." I rub a hand over one sore bicep. "Sure you don't want me to keep them visible for intimidation?" My tone drips sarcasm, even though I immediately regret it. His fierce gaze flicks over me, but he lets the remark pass. "This quarter used to house a black market trade," he says instead. "With luck, someone still operates here, selling contraband the elves haven't taxed into oblivion." I glance doubtfully at the sagging doorways. I see no shops. He gestures to a partially boarded-up doorway, the faint swirl of arcane script visible on a wooden beam. That sign means a hidden market is inside. The elves don't trouble themselves unless something openly threatens their power. My heart hammers. Trading with black market merchants in Vhoig is risky even on a good day. Doing so while we're both fugitives, one a demon enforcer turned traitor, the other a sacrificial victim who mysteriously escaped. Feels like wading into shark-infested waters. But as Malfus said, we have no choice. We slip into the building. Dim light and the musty scent of old incense greet us. At first, it appears abandoned, the single room cluttered with crates. Then a figure emerges from behind a curtain, a wiry, middle-aged woman with haggard features. She's human, scars marking her forearms, dark hair streaked with grey frames a cautious expression. Her mouth falls open at the sight of Malfus. She fumbles for a curved dagger at her belt, but he lifts a placating hand. "We mean no harm. We need supplies." She spares a glance at me, noticing the tattered clothes and injuries. Suspicion wars with curiosity on her face. "Supplies, I don't run a charity." She eyes Malfus warily. "Nor do I want trouble with your kind." Malfus's wings twitch, but he keeps his voice measured. "We can pay, or exchange favours if necessary." Her gaze lingers on my bruises. "You're with a demon. Must be in dire straits." I bite my tongue, resisting the urge to retort. She's not wrong. "Do you have clothes, salves for wounds, anything that can help us blend in?" I ask. She gestures for us to follow. We weave between crates into a cramped corridor lined with shelves. Bottles of odd-looking potions glitter in the faint candlelight. Rolls of cloth, some embroidered with complex runes, crowd a corner. Another shelf overflows with battered garments, cloaks, pants, tunics, likely scavenged from bodies or stolen from caravans. She rummages, tossing items aside. Finally, she pulls out a long, hooded coat of dark grey fabric, patched in places. "This might fit you, girl, though the arms might be short. You're taller than most humans." I nod my thanks and slip it on over my ragged attire. The coat smells faintly of must and old leather, but it covers the worst of my bruises. I test the sleeves. They hit just above my wrists, but it's better than nothing. "Bandages?" Malfus prompts, stepping closer with silent menace. She stiffens at his approach, but hands me a roll of linen and a small tin of salve. "For the cuts," she mutters. "Don't blame me if infection sets in. I'm no apothecary." He inclines his head. "Payment?" Her eyes narrow. "Coin or something of equal value?" Then her gaze flickers. "You, demon. If you can enchant an item for me to ward off dark elf scrying, that would be worth these goods." Malfus glances my way. Perhaps he expects me to object, but I have no reason to. If enchanting a trinket can pay our bill, I won't stop him. He exhales and snaps his claws, summoning a ripple of shadow around his fingertips. The woman flinches, but he only reaches for a small glass amulet dangling among her wares, a worthless trinket otherwise. In a hush, he traces a sigil on the surface. Darkness seeps into the glass, swirling like trapped ink. She watches, transfixed, as the amulet's glow dims to a faint flicker. The artifact pulses once, resonating with the faint light of Malfus's veins. Then he drops it in her hand. "That should foil basic scrying attempts," he says flatly. "Use it wisely." She cradles the amulet, unable to hide her amazement. "You have my thanks. Now go, before you attract a patrol. I've no interest in being raided." We move back into the front room, and she lifts a plank from the doorway to let us exit a side entrance onto another back street. Before we leave, she halts me with a hand. "You girl," she says quietly, expression softening. "Take care. The demon might keep you breathing, but he's still what he is." I offer a tight nod, understanding the warning. With that, I follow Malfus outside, squinting as the morning light hits my eyes. The echo of hooves on cobblestones resonates from the main thoroughfare. Malfus scans the lane. "We'll patch you up in a quieter place," he murmurs, leading me down a winding alley until we reach a stone stairwell leading to an abandoned courtyard. The walls here are covered in creeping vines, half of them turned black from pollution. The air stinks of stagnant water. He waits until we're hidden by an overhang of collapsed roofing, then gestures for me to sit on a broken pillar. He folds his wings around us, forming a partial shield from prying eyes. Carefully, I strip off the coat and unbutton my ruined shirt enough to reach the bruises crisscrossing my torso. I bite back a hiss when I spread salve over the tender skin. Malfus crouches beside me, expression grave. Watching him up close, I noticed details I missed before. The faint scarring across his jaw, the tension in his broad shoulders, and the near-silent crackle of arcane energy beneath his flesh. Even kneeling, he towers over me. His horns curve in menacing arcs, one half broken. He offers no comforting words, only hands me the bandages. I swallow a sigh, wrapping them around my ribs, hissing at each jolt of pain. He doesn't look away, which unsettles me more than if he were staring off in boredom. It's as if he's cataloguing every wince, every faint gasp. "Why do you even care if I bleed out?" I ask, trying to quell my discomfort. His voice is steady. "I don't want you dying before I've uncovered what makes you different." I scowl, tying off the bandage. "So, I'm just an experiment?" His eyes narrow. "Better that than a corpse. You agreed to my terms. Survive under my control, or face certain death. Are you backing out already?" I grit my teeth. "No." "Then be quiet and let me finish." He lifts the tin of salve from my hand, scooping a bit onto his claws. I brace myself as he eases it along a scrape at my shoulder, strangely gentle for a creature with talons that could rend flesh. Heat flutters in my chest, a weird mix of indignation and reluctant gratitude. I'm not used to anyone tending to me without brutality or strings attached. Yet Malfus's very existence is a string, binding me to a fate I can't foresee. As I tug the coat back on, he stands, wings folding behind him. The span of them, though damaged, is still intimidating. I imagine him in full flight, blotting out the sun with those leathery sails. A creature shaped by war and corruption, forced under a monarchy's spell, yet somehow still fierce enough to break a ritual circle. He must feel my scrutiny. "Ready?" he asks, his voice gruff. I nod and follow him through another series of twisting alleys. The hush between us is uneasy, but neither of us breaks it with idle chatter. My world is shifting with every step, and I'm struggling to keep pace. Yesterday I was a kitchen slave, scrabbling for scraps. Now I'm allied with a demon who demands total obedience, but offers me a chance at life, and possibly answers about my lineage. We pause at a dilapidated gate that opens onto a busier thoroughfare. A wave of midday clamour greets us. Pushcart vendors hawking wares, donkey-drawn wagons rumbling over the stones, elves in sleek attire strolling as if they own the world. We melt into the crowd, or at least as best we can with Malfus towering over everyone. But the illusions he conjures, thin veils of shadow, blur his horns to the casual eye. If someone looks too closely, they might see a monstrous silhouette, but so far, passers-by appear distracted. I keep my hood low, head down. My stomach clenches each time I see a guard, but we manage to shuffle past unnoticed. The colour and noise of this district are a stark contrast to Lowtown's squalor. Stalls overflow with exotic fabrics, glass-blown trinkets, and vibrant flowers. Arcane crystals hang from decorative stands, emanating faint glows. Carts with steaming street food waft scents of sizzling fish and spiced rice. The throng moves in a tide carrying us forward. Malfus slows near a stall selling cheap leather braces and belts. A squat, bald elf behind the counter barks prices at potential customers. My companion fishes out a single coin from somewhere beneath his damaged armour. "We'll need a belt to hide your knife," he murmurs to me, even though I don't currently have a blade. He glances around, spots a battered dagger tucked in a corner of the stall. I start to protest. Why would he arm me? But he tosses the coin onto the elf's counter. The merchant snatches the payment, eyes flicking warily over Malfus's bulk, then hands over the belt and dagger with trembling fingers. The entire exchange is over in a blink. We slip into the crowd. I loop the belt around my waist, tucking the small blade at my hip. The weight feels strange, yet comforting. Malfus's reasoning is obvious. A weapon might be necessary if we split up, or if he's cornered by too many foes to protect me single-handedly. Suddenly, a disturbance erupts down the street. Dark elf guards, distinctive in black leather armour emblazoned with silver snake emblems, shove through the throng. People scatter, cowering. The guards bark commands, "Halt! Clear the road!" My heart jumps. For an instant I think they've found us, but their attention is elsewhere. Two battered humans in tattered clothing stand pinned against a wall, tears streaking their cheeks. The guards jab them with polearms, demanding they produce identification. The helpless pair stammers about lost papers, fear etched in every line of their bodies. A wave of anger surges through me. I know exactly how that ends. The crowd gives them a wide berth, eager to avoid the guards' scrutiny. Malfus catches my arm before I can do anything foolish. "They're not after you," he warns, voice tight. "Drawing attention will doom us both." I cringe at the ugly truth. If I intervene, I'll be arrested on the spot, or worse. My nails press into my palms, but I let him pull me away. The guards' shouts fade as we push deeper into the flow of traffic. Yet guilt gnaws at me. I escape while others still suffer. The memory of Lowtown's misery, the child I fed stale bread, the endless cruelty. It all weighs on me. Malfus's hold on my arm lingers, as though he senses my turmoil. He doesn't speak, no hollow reassurances, but there's a flicker of empathy in his gaze. Maybe he understands what it is to be powerless against a monstrous system. We keep moving until we reach a more discreet side street. I notice a series of run-down buildings with cracked tile roofs. Malfus halts by one bearing a half-faded sign, a stylized raven perched on a sword. Though the windows are boarded, I sense movement inside. Another black market contact. Or an abandoned safe house. He tests the door. It opens with a groan. Inside, a musty corridor leads to a wider space crammed with mismatched chairs, dusty shelves, and a solitary table piled with old ledgers. A single figure sits in the shadows, hunched over the documents. At our entrance, the figure springs upright, revealing a silver-haired elf wearing a threadbare vest and ink-stained gloves. His sharp features tense the moment he sees Malfus's imposing shape. "Malfus?" he sputters, stepping back. I heard rumours that you'd turned against the crown." Malfus strides forward, ignoring the frantic look in the elf's eyes. "Yes, you heard correctly, Baronel." He flicks a gaze at me before returning his focus to the elf. "I have questions about certain genealogical records the monarchy keeps hidden." Baronel's eyes flick to me, then back to the demon. "You think I have them?" He stammers. "I deal in cargo manifests and contraband ledgers, not noble lineages." Malfus's lip curls. "Noble or not, you have connections to the city's archivists. You once forged papers for high-born castes, seeking discreet marriages, yes?" His voice carries the weight of unspoken menace. Baronel pales. That was long ago." "I'm sure you still have contacts." Malfus's wings flex, spanning half the room. "I want a name or location, someone who can decode the significance of a particular bloodline." The trembling elf nods hastily. "I might. There's an archivist who deals in off-the-record genealogies. He resides near the Temple of the Tradesman, above a bakery. His name is Enith." Relief edges through my tension. Finally, a lead. Malfus extends a clawed hand. "Write down the address." Baronel fumbles for a scrap of parchment. With shaking fingers, he scrawls directions. "Here," he whispers, offering it to the demon. Malfus snatches it, scanning the note. Satisfied, he tucks it into a hidden fold of his battered armour. Without another word, he turns to go. I follow, casting one last glance at the cowering elf. His fearful eyes bore into me. He knows we could destroy him if we wanted to. Outside, the midday sun has reached its zenith, making the alley swelter. I shield my eyes, inhaling a lungful of sour air. Malfus steps onto the street, tail swishing behind him in a restless pattern. He glances at me, expression unreadable. We have a name. This Enith might be our next stop. I nod, adjusting the hood over my hair. Then let's hurry. We start walking, tension coiling in my stomach with each step. The longer we remain in the open, the higher the risk of confrontation with the city's guard. I catch glimpses of Malfus's clenched jaw, the flicker of pained annoyance each time the invisible contract presses against him for daring to defy the king. When we slip into another cramped side street, he halts, spinning to face me. His presence is overwhelming, that looming height, the ridges of muscle, and the broken horn that seems more a trophy of war than a sign of weakness. I need to make something clear, he says, voice pitched low. This arrangement isn't a simple alliance. You have sworn yourself to me, and I intend to hold you to that oath. I stiffen, remembering the weight of his clawed hand on my head. I haven't forgotten. Good. He steps closer, and I catch the faint scorch of brimstone on his breath. Because from this point on, you obey me without question. If you endanger this mission, my mission, I will not hesitate to remind you of who holds the power here. My pulse throbs in my temples. Anger mingles with helplessness. I understand. His molten stare lingers, searching my face, as if judging whether I'm telling the truth. Then he leans his head. We press forward, but know this, if it comes down to your life or my freedom, I will choose my freedom. Don't ever doubt it. A chill threads through my veins. My nails bite into my palms again, but I keep my expression steady. You've made that perfectly clear. With that he turns, resuming the trek toward our destination. My steps slow as I absorb the finality of his words. Yes, he's granted me a reprieve from death, but only because it serves him. I think about the vow I made, kneeling on cracked tiles. I will serve you until I can stand on my own. The day I break free of every yoke, dark elf or demon, will be one I fight for, no matter the price. We walk in silence, navigating Vhoig's labyrinthine alleys, each footstep echoing with unspoken tension. I've left my old life behind, I realise, a mixture of conflicting emotions tangling in my chest. Now I'm bound to a demon, stepping onto a path I can't fully comprehend. Fear and faint hope war within me. Perhaps, in this deviant alliance, I'll find the key to unravelling not just my mysterious bloodline, but the entire system that enslaves us all. I keep pace at his side. We pass a row of shuttered shops, the spires of the temple district looming in the distance. My battered heart hammers out a single truth that there's no going back. I've chosen survival under Malfus's dominion, and in doing so, I've crossed a threshold I never imagined possible. Whatever awaits us in the next steps, archives, ancient secrets, or even the king's wrath, at least I'm no longer the sacrificial offering waiting to be slaughtered. I let that small triumph fortify me, steeling my spine against the uncertain road ahead. And so we continue, two fugitives united by desperation, forging a bond that might shatter the chains of fate, or damn us both in the process.
Chapter 6, Malfus. I lead Valentina along a winding path behind an abandoned shrine, deep in the underbelly of Vhoig's outer wards. We've navigated back alleys and side streets all day, dodging the city guard. Now, as dusk settles in, I sense it's time to move beyond the metropolis entirely. Darkness provides cover, and I need to reach my hidden fortress without a legion of elves on our trail. My decision sets a bristling tension between us. Valentina's shoulders stiffen each time I take an unexpected turn. She walks half a step behind, close enough to sense my body heat, yet far enough to watch my every move. Her posture radiates wariness. I imagine she's wondering if I'll slice her open the moment we're clear of the city. Truth be told, the question gnaws at me as well. My instincts are split. I'm tempted to be rid of this mortal nuisance, but something about her presence lingers like a burr in my consciousness. My contract with the elves grows unstable whenever she's near. I've never encountered such an anomaly. If that means I can break free, I won't cast her aside yet. I usher her into a tunnel that smells of stale water and moss. The damp walls glisten under flickering lanterns left behind by smugglers. Our footsteps echo with hollow finality, the only conversation an uneasy silence. Eventually, we emerge on the city's outskirts near a cracked archway. The last watchtower of Vhoig looms behind us, its guards likely scanning the horizon, convinced I might still be hiding in the city proper. "The fortress is outside the Dark Elves' domain?" Valentina asks, her voice echoing in the twilight. I offer a clipped nod. My realm is well beyond their immediate control. They know it exists, but seldom attempt to breach it. The wards there would rend them apart. She makes a non-committal noise, tugging the borrowed coat tighter around her frame. Her eyes dart to the flat expanse of fields ahead, then the vast swamplands that border Vhoig's territory. A hush drapes over the environment, no throngs of people, no clang of forging metal or hum of arcane engines, only the soft rustle of wind across sickly reeds. We press on. With each step, the ground grows soggier, until our boots sink into the bog. Valentina grimaces as murky water seeps through worn leather. I sense her disquiet, though she doesn't complain. The watery marsh soon shifts into a region of twisting trees with blackened bark. Their gnarled roots snarl across the muddy ground, forming a natural labyrinth. Overhead, a few pale stars flicker into visibility, half obscured by swirling clouds. "It doesn't look like any farmland I've seen," she comments, surveying the bleak terrain. "What happened here?" I spare the area a quick glance, recalling the centuries I've wandered these outskirts. "War," I reply flatly. "The Dark Elves had a skirmish against orc tribes decades ago. They used blood magic that tainted the soil. Now, nothing wholesome grows here." A trace of revulsion crosses her face, yet she presses forward, nimble steps avoiding the worst of the boggy pits. Her resilience impresses me. Most humans would have turned back by now, cursing the miserable trek. Valentina's jaw sets with stubborn resolve. Night deepens. I focus on the path, letting my demon senses guide me. The faint hum of wards in the distance signals the boundary of my stronghold. My fortress stands on a patch of raised terrain that juts above the swamp, encompassed by illusions and protective runes. Approaching it is no small feat, even for me. With Valentina at my side, I must carefully part the wards rather than crashing through them. One misstep, and the very magic I placed could incinerate her. Soon we reach a moss-coated boulder leaning against the trunk of a withered tree. I halt, feeling the wards hiss with recognition. They swirl around me like invisible serpents, seeking to confirm my identity. Valentina looks around warily, uncertain what's happening. "What is this?" she asks, stepping closer, but keeping a wary distance from the boulder. I kneel, pressing a clawed hand against the stone. "A threshold," I murmur. My molten veins flare with dull light, responding to the fortress's defenses. I sense them coil in curiosity at Valentina's presence. The wards recoil from the anomaly in her blood, unsure whether to treat her as an intruder or a guest. I grit my teeth, channeling a subtle command to let her pass. A flicker of black flame dances over my fingers, tracing demonic runes across the boulder. The air crackles with tension. At last, the wards yield, forming a narrow, shimmering gateway that arcs between the gnarled tree and the stone surface. Faint wisps of purple-hued mist seep from the portal. Valentina takes an uneasy step back. "That's some kind of dimensional barrier?" I grunt in acknowledgement. "An extension of chaos magic." "Keep close, or you'll be sliced to ribbons. My fortress doesn't welcome uninvited guests." She glances between me and the flickering portal. Her reluctance to trust me is palpable, but her shoulders square as she steels herself. Fine. Lead the way. I rise, my horn scraping the low branch overhead, and step through the gateway. The wards part around me like a living curtain of darkness. My entire body hums with familiar power as I cross the threshold. Once on the other side, I turn, beckoning Valentina forward. She clenches her fists, steps in behind me, and for a moment, the portal's edge crackles across her coat as if uncertain. Then it grants her passage, sealing shut behind us in a rush of murky air. The fortress realm unfolds before us, a twisted landscape of swirling black skies and jagged peaks. The ground here is solid stone, pockmarked with obsidian spines that protrude like broken teeth. At the heart stands the stronghold itself, a mass of sprawling towers and spires shaped from dark basalt. The structure leans at precarious angles, as if grown rather than built. Faint veins of infernal light streak the walls, reminiscent of my own molten lines. Valentina inhales sharply, her gaze roving over the architecture. "You built this place?" she whispers, voice laced with something like awe and dread. I let a small ripple of satisfaction course through me. I shaped it from chaos magic, binding the basalt to my will after I was first summoned to Protheka. It's been a sanctuary, one the elves rarely breach, though they suspect its location. "Why not just stay here all the time, then? They can't reach you," she mutters. "Why roam Vhoig at their beck and call?" A surge of anger flares in my chest, because my contract forces me to appear when they call. This fortress wards off direct attacks, but the binding compels my soul. If I refuse a summons for too long, the contract punishes me. I cut off, not wanting to elaborate on the agony of that arcane chokehold. "Come, we'll find shelter inside." She follows me along a twisting path of cracked basalt. Smaller spires loom on either side, connected by precarious bridges of stone. A faint glow seeps from runes etched into the walkways, guiding our steps. As we near the fortress gates, a flicker of movement draws my attention. Shadows shift, coalescing into a hunched figure lurking near the wall. Valentina tenses, hand drifting to the dagger at her belt. Something's there. I hold out an arm, halting her. The shape steps forward, revealing itself as a lesser demon, a Zonak. Short and squat, no more than 4 feet tall, with elongated ears and sallow skin that clings to wiry limbs. Its eyes glow yellow in the gloom, and stubby horns poke from a patchy mane of hair. Zonaks aren't known for brilliance, but they excel at scuttling in shadows. It bares jagged teeth, letting out a series of clicks and hisses. I snarl in response, the guttural language more a set of growls than words. The creature immediately lowers itself to a crouch, pressing its forehead to the basalt. Valentina's eyes widen. "You have servants here?" I huff, striding past the Zonak. "Minions, more like. Most of them followed me here from the war-torn rifts of Arasak, or they were drawn to my power. They linger in the fortress, picking over scraps." I cast a disdainful glance at the cowering demon. "They pose no threat, so long as they remember who rules." She adjusts her grip on the dagger. The Zonak scuttles away, satisfied we're no danger to it or vice versa. There are more of these things. Zonaks, trollvors, a handful of Dazeneth that roam the lower halls. None challenge me, but they might challenge you if they believe you're unprotected. My lips curl. Stay close, or they'll pick you apart to see what your entrails taste like. Her expression hardens, but I catch the subtle flicker of nerves. She steps closer to me as we approach the fortress gates, massive doors made of black iron, each etched with demonic sigils. My chaos magic pulses, unlocking them with a thunderous groan. We enter a cavernous courtyard flanked by crooked towers. The courtyard thrums with latent power. A statue stands at its center. It's a depiction of a monstrous winged demon with horns curved like scythes. I shaped it ages ago as a warning to intruders. Its expression is locked in perpetual rage. Valentina gives it a wary glance, hugging her arms around her coat. Beyond the courtyard, the fortress interior awaits. We cross a threshold of swirling runes that fizzle beneath our feet. High arches form a grand corridor leading deeper inside. Along the stone walls, braziers flicker with ghostly flames, lavender and pale blue, casting dancing shadows. The temperature here is mild, not the freezing cold of outside, but there's a dryness to the air that catches in my throat. We advance until the corridor opens into a large chamber with a vaulted ceiling. Spiral staircases climb to upper floors on each side, while passages branch off left and right. At the far end, a dais supports a wickedly carved throne fashioned from a black stone and fused bones. My domain's heart, where I once sat in solitary vigil, plotting how to break my chains. Valentina's gaze lingers on the throne, a flash of revulsion crossing her features. She peels her eyes away and turns to me, standing in the center of this echoing hall. Her voice trembles slightly. "You live here all alone?" "Not alone," I correct, scanning the shadows. "My lesser demons come and go. But yes, no one shares this space in any meaningful sense. Most fear me." I stride toward the dais, letting the familiar environment buoy my confidence. The contract's oppressive weight feels slightly lighter here, amid wards crafted to blunt the king's remote power. She crosses her arms, stepping carefully over cracks in the floor. "I see why the elves don't attack you outright. This place feels dangerous, even for them." I incline my head, acknowledging the compliment. My domain is dangerous, but some part of me itches at her matter-of-fact tone, as if she's unimpressed by my accomplishments. I quell the flicker of annoyance. She's a mortal used to survival on her own terms. All might not come easily to someone who has never had the luxury of feeling safe. From the corridor on our left, a shape emerges, a lithe trollvor demon, 7 feet tall, its form reminiscent of a lanky reptile with a sinuous tail and angular head crowned with small horns. It stops short at the sight of us, lips peeling back to reveal fangs. Claws rake the stone, generating a screeching sound. Valentina stiffens. Her hand drifts to the dagger, but I raise a warning hand. "Stand down," I command the trollvor. My voice resonates with authority, backed by the fortress wards. The demon's eyes flicker with primal intelligence. Then it lowers its head in submission, backing into the shadows. She exhales the breath she's been holding. "You weren't exaggerating. Did you think I would? This stronghold houses many forms of demon kind." My tone is clipped. "Come, I'll show you where you can rest." I lead her down a side hall that spirals lower, the walls inscribed with faint runes for illumination. She steps carefully, boots echoing on the stone steps. We reach a wide archway opening onto a large chamber. A basalt slab juts from one wall, shaped into a bed-like alcove. Another stone bench sits near a brazier that glows with violet flames. "This is one of the less inhospitable rooms," I say. "I rarely host guests, so accommodations are sparse. You can sleep here. The wards keep out intruders, though you should remain alert." She looks at the basalt slab, pressing a hand to its surface. "Cold," she mutters. A snort escapes me. "Better than a muddy alley or an elf's prison cell." "That's not saying much," she retorts, but she doesn't refuse. I turn my back, scanning the corridor behind us. The trollvor lingers at the corner, eyeing her with cat-like curiosity. A glare from me sends it scuttling away. My wards will ensure it doesn't try anything foolish, but demons are unpredictable. When I face Valentina again, she's examining the brazier's flames. Her brow furrows. No wood or fuel. Is it purely magic? "All of it is," I confirm, stepping forward. "Chaos flame, drawn from my power. It renews itself unless I will it to cease." She studies me, her expression unreadable. "You built this entire fortress with that same power?" I incline my head. "Over time, yes. My illusions, and from other Sazgoroth blood, allowed me to warp the basalt. Enough prying into the art of shaping, Let me carve wards that shield me from most scrying. Yet the contract can still choke me if the king demands it. She stares, lips parted slightly. Questions swirl in her eyes, unasked but tangible. Is that what happened in the ritual chamber? When you fought them? A scowl tugs at my features. Partially. I overcame it there because your presence caused the magic to falter. I still don't fully understand how. My gaze intensifies. But I will find out. A flicker of apprehension crosses her face, and she tucks her coat tighter around her body. You keep saying that. How exactly do you plan to figure it out? I consider her for a moment, then gesture for her to sit on the stone bench. She hesitates but complies. I lower myself to a crouch, wings folding tight against my back, the stone floor cold beneath my knees. My horns cast long shadows on the wall. Show me your arm, I say, voice low. She draws back, wariness spiking in her eyes. Why? I let out a soft snarl, meant more as impatience than a threat. I need to see if there's any outward sign of your blood's nature. A mark, a rune, something that might hint at your lineage. She sets her jaw, but eventually extends her arm. The faint scars from whippings and shackles mar her skin. I run a claw lightly over a bruise, prompting a slight wince. Nothing overt stands out except the bruises and older scars. No hidden glyphs. Your eyes, I murmur. They're a strange shade. Metallic silver. Humans typically have brown, blue, green. Rarely something like this. She tenses, pulling her arm away. I've been told that before. Some said it was a birth defect. I press my lips together, studying her face. She's no fragile flower. The shape of her features, the subtle glow in those irises under certain lighting, something sets her apart. It could be a sign of a demonic ancestor, I muse, though it's not conclusive. She rubs her arm, clearly unsettled. You don't know for sure? No, but the archivist we plan to meet might. Don't forget that's our next objective once we enter the city again. My tail flicks in frustration, scraping the stone floor. In the meantime, you'll remain here. I don't want you wandering the fortress alone, or venturing outside and triggering the wards by accident. Her expression flares with defiance. I agreed to your terms, but I'm not a prisoner, am I? I straighten, letting my height loom. You are under my protection and my control. If you roam without caution, you'll endanger both of us. My lesser demons might interpret it as weakness on my part for letting you do as you please. A low hiss escapes my throat. Disobey me, and they may see an opening to challenge me. That leads to chaos. So for now, you stay put unless I accompany you. She scowls, but I see the flicker of understanding. This realm isn't a safe haven for her, not unless she's with me. Reluctantly, she nods. I stand, ignoring the ache in my muscles from the trek. Summoning a bit of chaos flame, I let it swirl around my hand, forming a small orb of light. I'll return in a moment, I say. There's something I need to do. Her eyes narrow. I'm supposed to trust you'll come back? A humorless smirk tugs at my lips. Where else would I go? The elves want my head. Besides, you're more valuable alive than dead for now. She releases a small exhale, as if disappointed but unsurprised. Fine. I exit, leaving the orb floating near the brazier to cast steady light in her makeshift quarters. The corridor outside feels colder without her presence, though I shake off the odd sensation. My fortress resonates with me, each ward pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I can't sense any direct intrusions, but the presence of a mortal complicates matters. I ascend a winding staircase leading to one of the fortress's spires. Once at the top, I push open a heavy iron door that leads onto a parapet. The night sky stretches overhead, an eerie swirl of starless black shot with faint red streaks from the fortress's illusions. The real sky lies behind my wards, but the illusions create an isolated pocket of reality. At the tip of the parapet, I place my claws on the rough stone railing, inhaling the crisp air. Relief ebbs through me, as though stepping onto these battlements reaffirms my dominion. My wings ache to spread, but I keep them tucked. I peer into the swirling darkness beyond the fortress boundary. No sign of elven soldiers or watchers. Likely they're still clueless about how to breach my wards. Yet the contract remains a silent weight, coiled around my essence. The king can't physically drag me back to Vhoig from here, but if he exerts enough force, he can make me suffer. I run my talons over my broken horn, recalling how I earned that wound in a desperate struggle against one of his high sorcerers. The memory sparks rage. I exhale, letting the cool air temper the anger. Valentina's presence stirs new possibilities. Her blood might disrupt the contract, or her lineage might hide a key to sever it entirely. If so, perhaps we can turn the tide. Or maybe I'm chasing a phantom. Either way, I've staked a great deal on this mortal. My pride chafes at the notion, yet I can't ignore the reality. I hear a soft rustle behind me and turn to see another demon approach. A Daisoneth, or twisted beast, once a forest creature mutated by demon magic. It crawls on 6 spindly legs, each covered in bony spikes. Its face is elongated, eyes shining with dull crimson. The creature halts at the top of the stairs, sensing my aura. Then it lowers its body in a sign of deference. I wave it off, and it scuttles away, leaving me alone again. Satisfied that no intruders lurk here, I stride back inside. My tail flicks in short arcs as I descend the spiral staircase, passing runic etchings that glow in my presence. Each marking resonates with my Sosgaroth blood. I arrive at the chamber I set aside for Valentina. She's seated on the basalt slab, arms wrapped around her knees, gazing into the chaotic flames dancing in the brazier. I pause in the doorway, studying her expression. There's a hardness to her features, proof of years spent surviving under the elves. Yet I spot a glimmer of vulnerability. She's in a fortress full of demons, reliant on the most dangerous one of them all. Her head lifts when she senses my approach. She straightens, tension pulling at her shoulders. Everything all right? I nod, stepping inside. The wards are stable. No sign of intruders. How are your wounds? She touches her side, wincing slightly. Better, though they still sting? The salve helps. I cross the room, halting near the brazier's flickering light. You'll heal faster if you rest properly. Do so. I'll provide food soon. She looks up, disbelieving. Food? A faint smirk crosses my lips. Did you think I'd let you starve? What use is a half-dead human if I'm trying to unravel her secrets? She huffs, apparently torn between gratitude and irritation. Then she nods once, face tightening. Thank you, she says quietly, as if the words cost her. I dip my head in acknowledgement, though I don't voice a response. For an instant, the hush between us feels weighted with unspoken questions. Perhaps she wonders if we'll share a meal. Demons don't typically indulge in such human customs, but I suspect she's used to communal scraps among slaves. She'll have to adjust to the idea that I feed my minions in different ways, often raw flesh from hunts or conjured demon fare that might turn a mortal's stomach. A crackle from the brazier draws my attention. The flames intensify, swirling with dark undertones. The fortress wards sense the friction between us, or maybe my own chaotic aura stirs them. I rake a claw across the basalt floor, leaving a faint scratch. Valentina's eyes flick to that mark. You're restless, she observes. I straighten, ignoring the prickle of annoyance her observation triggers. I always am, I state curtly. If you want a peaceful caretaker, you swore yourself to the wrong demon. She shrugs, somehow summoning a wry half-smile. I never asked for peaceful, only survival. A silence drifts between us, thick with unresolved tension. The fortress walls seem to breathe around us, runes pulsing in a steady cadence. My gaze flicks over her bruised features, lingering on the silver gleam in her eyes. That glint unsettles me more than I care to admit. I turn away abruptly. Stay here. I'll gather a few supplies. Without further explanation, I stride from the chamber, my wings slicing the air behind me. I navigate deeper into the fortress, descending rough-hewn steps to a subterranean vault. Thorny vines of black crystal drape the walls. Another lesser demon, a squat Zonak, lurks among crates, rummaging for scraps. At my approach, it scampers away with a squeal. I open a battered trunk, retrieving a handful of dried provisions stored for travel. Demons in my domain prefer fresh kills, but I keep some mortal-friendly supplies for rare occasions. Next, I find a jug of stale water purified by runes. Then I locate a small pot of thick, herbal ointment distilled from demonic flora. It aids in healing flesh wounds. Might be gentler than the salve from that black market vendor. Tucking these items under one arm, I close the trunk and descend again, ignoring the curious stares of a trollvor prowling near the vault entrance. The creature hisses, bearing a ridge of sharpened teeth, but retreats when I flare my aura. My fortress is a menagerie of monstrous shapes, but each knows better than to challenge me openly. Upon returning to Valentina's chamber, I find her lying on the slab, eyes closed. Her breathing is slow, though I sense she's not fully asleep, likely a light doze. She jerks up at the sound of my footsteps, wariness flaring for a moment until she recognizes me. "You left quickly," she mutters, propping herself on one elbow. "I brought these." I drop the provisions onto a stone ledge, the small pouch of dried jerky and a canteen clatter, followed by the pot of ointment. Her brow furrows in surprise. "Is it edible?" she asks, glancing at the jerky. "For humans, yes, not the best quality, but it'll suffice." I uncork the canteen, sniffing the contents. The water isn't fresh, but it's purified. Drink slowly. She reaches for the canteen with a nod, taking a cautious sip. Then she breaks off a piece of jerky, chewing with a grimace. "Tastes like old leather, but I've had worse." Her gaze flicks to the ointment. "Another salve?" I tap the container. "More potent. Dab it on your wounds before you sleep." She exhales a short laugh, tinged with disbelief. "You're practically mothering me." A growl rumbles deep in my chest. I'm ensuring my investment doesn't rot from infection. Don't mistake it for kindness. She raises her hands in mock surrender, though a faint smirk lingers. She resumes chewing the jerky, swallowing with difficulty. I watch the muscles in her throat work, aware that each unguarded gesture highlights her humanity, a frailty I both scorn and feel oddly drawn to examine. She finishes, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Then she eyes the basalt slab. "Can you at least conjure a blanket with your chaos magic?" A humorless chuckle escapes me. Blankets are not my specialty. I shape stone and ward illusions, not mortal comforts. She sighs. "Right. I should have guessed." I shift my stance. A flicker of memory reminds me I once stored furs in an upper chamber, trophies from hunts. But do I truly want to indulge her request? She's no queen to be pampered. Yet the memory of her scowl tugs at something in me, a desire to see that defiance remain unbroken. I turn away. "I'll see what I can find." As I walk out, I toss over my shoulder. "Don't wander." Her irritated retort echoes after me. "You never stop giving orders, do you?" I ignore the jibe, ascending another staircase. My domain is labyrinthine by design, ensuring intruders become hopelessly lost. I pass rooms filled with arcane relics, half-finished experiments from centuries of tinkering. A door stands ajar, revealing shelves cluttered with tomes about chaos spells. But I ignore them for now. My mind churns with more immediate concerns like keeping her safe from the lesser demon's curiosity. At last I find a side room where a battered chest brims with thick animal hides, trophies from hunts in the demon realms. Their texture is coarse but warm enough for mortal flesh. I have to hide onto my shoulder, the memory of her kneeling vow surfaces unbidden, that moment she agreed to my dominion in exchange for survival. should have been satisfying, yet the victory felt hollow. A vow made under duress lacks a certain sweetness. I descend once more, returning to her chamber. She rises from the slab when I enter, eyes widening slightly at the sight of the hide. That's unexpected. I shrug, tossing it onto the basalt bed. Cover yourself with it if you grow cold. Don't say I never do anything for you. She touches the hide, fingers sinking into the coarse fur. Thank you, she says, quiet enough that I almost miss it. The sincerity there pricks at my composure. I mask it by turning away and dismissing the orb of chaos, flame swirling near the brazier. I'll be outside, I say. If you sense something creeping in, call out. Her voice stops me at the threshold. Wait, you're not staying here? My jaw tightens. I have a fortress to run, wards to maintain. I'll check on you later. She nods, exhaling through pursed lips. Right. Without another word, I step into the corridor, letting the door grind shut behind me. My chest feels tight, an unfamiliar pressure I can't name. It's absurd to consider how quickly one mortal has upset the precarious balance of my existence. Usually I roam these halls alone, haunted only by my contract. Now I find myself ensuring another's comfort, albeit grudgingly. I descend to the throne room, where I plant myself on that carved seat of black stone and bleached bones. From here I can sense the fortress' pulse, each ward humming in my mind. I close my eyes, focusing on the flickers of energy that swirl around each corridor. My lesser demons lurk at the peripheries, restless and curious about the mortal guest. I project a silent warning through the wards, harm her and face my wrath. An uneasy hush follows, as if they heard the command directly in their bones. Good. I won't have them testing my authority at this juncture. Already the fortress hums with a new tension. My minions likely gossip among themselves, if they can be said to do such a thing, about the mortal woman in my domain. My claws grip the throne's armrests, the texture of fused vertebrae forming a macabre pattern under my palms. I think of Valentina lying in that chamber, clutching the coarse hide for warmth, bruised ribs throbbing from the day's ordeal. The memory sends an odd coil of heat through my veins. Perhaps it's the lingering echo of her defiance, or the faint tang of her unique blood. I can't decide if I'm intrigued or disgusted with myself. I let a growl rumble in my throat, alone in the vast hall. My reflection glints in a fractured mirror, crimson eyes, broad shoulders, horns that curve upward, and one ragged stump that was snapped off in a humiliating defeat. I loathe that imperfection, a permanent scar that never regrew. In it, I see an unspoken reminder. The elves once forced me to kneel, too. She kneels for me now. The irony isn't lost on me. Two chained souls, forging a precarious alliance. I let my eyes drift shut, focusing on the wards that circle our fortress. Each runic barrier stands strong, reflecting my determination to keep the outside world at bay. The king's contract weighs less heavily here, though it lurks at the deepest recesses of my mind like a coiled serpent. If I remain too long, he may attempt a direct summon, but for now, we're safe. Valentina's presence complicates everything, yet I can't deny the new sense of purpose stirring in me. If she truly holds the key to shattering my bonds, I must unearth it, even if that means enduring her stubborn defiance and the curious ache that arises whenever she's near. I open my eyes, pinning them on the gloom of the throne room. For centuries I existed only to follow my forced oath. At last I see a sliver of possibility that I might taste true freedom. If it comes at a cost, then so be it. A small, twisted smile curves my lips. Tomorrow we'll strategize how to approach the archivist, Inith, in Vhoig's temple district. Tonight, I'll remain vigilant, ensuring my fortress doesn't devour my mortal asset. Tension thrums under my skin, a heady mixture of power and uncertainty that stokes every feral instinct inside me. My tail swishes against the basalt dais. The B story indeed, the intangible thread binding me to a slave girl with demon-touched blood. A single question echoes through my mind, refusing to be silenced. Which of us truly holds the leash now? I lean back, letting the fortress's wards swirl. The night stretches on, unbroken, as I keep watch in my domain of twisted spires and demonic wards. And somewhere down the corridor, Valentina rests, caught in the same uncertain dance of power and survival.
Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story.
Chapter 8. Malfus. I'm perched on the highest parapet of my fortress, wings half unfurled against the stale wind that howls across these cursed spires. Dawn in my realm comes in a muted gray, filtered through illusions that twist the sky into something nightmarish. I watch the swirling clouds overhead, catching faint glimmers of arcane lightning that flickers through the barrier. Beyond the wards, Protheka lies in all its mortal frailty. Yet here, within my domain, I am king, or so I've always believed. A dull ache lingers beneath my ribcage, that constant echo of the binding contract. It thrums louder since Valentina arrived. Every moment she's near, I sense flickers of instability in my forced oath to the Dark Elves. My entire existence has revolved around the notion that I can never break these chains, only endure. But the past few days suggest otherwise. I grit my teeth, recalling her trial in the gauntlet. She emerged shaken but unbowed, a testament to her grit. Against all logic, part of me admires her resolve. If she were any other mortal, I'd find her defiance irritating at best, punishable at worst. Yet I can't crush it. Something about her challenges me in a way the elves never have. An aggravating hum resonates at the base of my skull. The fortress wards sense my tension, swirling with faint pulses of black flame along the ramparts. This place is an extension of my chaos magic, so it mirrors my emotions in subtle ways. Sometimes it's a comfort, reminding me I command more than just a blade. Lately, however, it feels like the fortress questions me as well, sensing the cracks in my absolute authority. I shift my weight, scanning the courtyard far below. Lesser demons skulk among the twisted columns, occasionally glancing toward the parapet. Zonax, Trollvors, even a spindly Daisoneth slithers past the statue at the courtyard's center. Their movements carry an undercurrent of speculation. Ever since I brought a human here, they've grown restless. They sense a shift in power, or perhaps they're just hungry for drama. Valentina is not visible from this vantage, though I know she's somewhere in these halls, presumably resting after her illusions test. The memory of her face in that moment when she nearly broke, only to push through, sends a slow coil of heat through my veins. Mortals typically wilt under the gauntlet's nightmares. She refused. My wings snapped taut in annoyance at the direction of my thoughts. Focus, Malfus. I have more pressing concerns than dwelling on a mortal's stubborn courage. The archivist in Vhoig's mid-tier remains our best lead for deciphering the secrets in her bloodline. But I can't waltz back into the city with the contract half unraveling. The king might sense an opening to drag me to the palace by force. I need a plan. With a growl, I swing off the parapet, landing heavily on the adjacent walkway. The basalt groans beneath my impact. I head for the stairwell that spirals down inside the fortress, each step echoing in the gloom. My horns scrape the low ceiling more than once, a reminder this place was shaped for my convenience, not for comfort. At the bottom of the stairs, I push open a heavy iron door leading into a passage flanked by bizarre carvings, demons locked in combat, or so it appears. My illusions froze them in an eternal clash, a testament to the warlike nature of my realm. Arcane torches flicker with pale lavender flames, throwing shifting shadows on the walls. I see a Zonac scuttle off around the corner, frightened squeaks betraying its presence. Perhaps it was eavesdropping. I let it flee. Eventually, I reach the corridor near Valentina's chamber. I sense her heartbeat from a distance, rapid, uneven. When I step closer, her scent, tinged with sweat, and the herbal salve I gave her, drifts to my nostrils. Instinct flares, an almost predatory interest that irritates me. She's only a mortal, Malfus, I remind myself. But my body doesn't care. I make no effort to mask my footsteps. After last night's illusions, she deserves a sliver of warning that I'm approaching. The heavy door stands slightly ajar, a faint wedge of light spilling into the corridor. That's unexpected. I push it open the rest of the way, stepping inside to find her awake, standing by the brazier, tension coiled in every part of her body. Her eyes snap to me, silver irises meeting my gaze. There's surprise there, but also a flicker of defiance. She's dressed in the patched coat, bandages partially hidden, hair rumpled from sleep. The bruises along her neck and arms look a tad less severe thanks to the salve, but her face remains drawn with exhaustion. She doesn't bow. Instead, her chin lifts. You're back. I narrow my eyes. I never left. This fortress is mine. I was on the parapet. A faint flush colors her cheeks. I meant you weren't here when I woke. I cross my arms, exhaling a low breath. You expected me to stand guard at your bedside? She shrugs, tension rippling in her lean frame. No. But after the illusions, I didn't know if you'd expect me to do something else. My wings twitch. Not at the moment. An impulse to needle her arises, but I clamp down on it. Instead, I tilt my head, scrutinizing her. You slept well enough? Her lips twist in a wry smile. As well as one can, in a demon fortress with lesser creatures sniffing around. She rakes a hand through her dark hair, pushing tangles aside. I heard something outside my door, but it never came in. Probably one of your underlings. My chest rumbles with a soft growl. They know better than to breach my wards without my permission. If any tries, they'll regret it. She studies me with guarded eyes. Good. I'd rather not watch my own back every second. Silence stretches, broken only by the crackling of arcane flames. My gaze drifts across her face, lingering on the bruise near her temple. It's half faded now, but I recall how she earned it when the dark elf soldiers dragged her to the ritual. The memory ignites a smolder of anger in me. Anger for her, or anger at the elves who dared to seize what is mine. I clamp down on that line of thought. We need to talk, I say, stepping forward until we're a few paces apart. Your illusions trial proved you have a high threshold for fear and pain. Yet I wonder if you understand just how hopeless it is to resist me if I decide you're no longer useful. Her fingers graze the hilt of her dagger. Is that what you came to tell me? That you can kill me anytime? A humorless smile curves my lips. Not precisely, but I sense your defiance. Let's see how unwavering it is. She tenses. I'm not picking another fight with illusions, if that's what you mean. No illusions this time. My voice drops, a dark promise. Only you and me. Her brows knit in suspicion. You're challenging me to a duel? The notion prods an amused snort from my throat. A demon of my power against you? That's not a challenge, it's a slaughter. What I propose is more instructive. I pivot on my heel, gesturing for her to follow. She hesitates, then falls into step behind me. We traverse the corridor in silence, eventually emerging into a small courtyard enclosed by 4 spires. Overhead, the sky churns with swirling illusions, red clouds streaked by arcs of black lightning. A balcony lines the upper levels, where lesser demons occasionally prowl or perch. I sense their curious gazes. Let them watch. I stride to the center of the courtyard, an open space of cracked basalt. Valentina stops a yard away, gripping her dagger. Her posture says she expects an attack, but her eyes flick around, searching for hidden threats. I face her, wings partially spread. "You claim to be no man's puppet," I say, voice echoing. "Prove it." She warily glances around. "How?" I summon a flicker of chaos flame around my claws, letting it spiral up my forearm. The black fire crackles, reflecting in her wide eyes. I keep the blaze contained, but menacing. "If you want your so-called freedom while under my roof, you must show me that you can hold your own, that your will is stronger than the contract that binds me." The question in her gaze is obvious. How can I challenge that contract? But she doesn't speak it. Instead, she huffs, tension visible in the set of her shoulders. "You want me to fight you with this dagger? You'd tear me apart." A smirk crosses my lips. "I won't tear you apart unless you bore me." I pause, letting the threat hang. "But we'll see how far you get. Draw that blade, try to strike. If you can land a blow, I might grant you more autonomy. Fail, perhaps you'll learn hopelessness." She releases a shaky breath. "You're insane," she mutters, but there's a spark in her eyes that suggests she won't back down. She shifts her weight, pulling the dagger from its sheath, the metal glinting in the courtyard's grim light. I direct her to begin. She squares her stance, the coat billowing around her calves. For a beat, we lock gazes, the fortress hush enveloping us. Then she lunges. Her move is surprisingly quick, a slash aimed at my midsection. I twist aside, letting her pass me by. She stumbles slightly but recovers. My wings flare, stirring the dust. She whirls, dagger raised, scanning for an opening. I remain calm, letting her come again. This time she tries a feint, pivoting at the last second. She aims for my ribs, but I catch her wrist with my clawed hand. Her eyes widen and I sense that flicker of fear, brief, raw. I could crush her bones. The knowledge lances through me, fueling the chaos flame swirling up my arm. I don't crush, though. Instead, I shove her away, forcing her to stumble back. She gasps, regaining her footing. Her expression hardens, defiance radiating. "You said you'd let me try. Let me," she snaps. A low chuckle escapes my throat. "I am letting you! Go on, mortal!" We circle each other. She feints high, then crouches low, slashing for my thigh. I step back, wings shifting for balance, the blow missing by an inch. "You're faster than I expected," I acknowledge, voice rumbling. "But your technique is lacking." Her glare intensifies. "My technique is survival." She darts in again, ignoring my mockery. I parry with a sweep of my arm, chaos flame licking the air. The heat singes the coat's hem, and she recoils, cursing. In a burst of speed, I move behind her, hooking an arm around her waist. Her back slams into my chest. The dagger dangles uselessly at her side. She gasps, wriggling to break free. My wings close around us both, forming a partial cage of leathery membrane. Heart pounding, she cranes her neck, silver eyes blazing. Let me go. Oh. I tighten my grip, not enough to injure, but enough to convey that I could snap her spine. Heat radiates from the press of our bodies, her labored breath mingling with the faint brimstone scent clinging to me. My horns cast long shadows across the basalt. I dip my head, my mouth near her ear. "Do you feel it?" I murmur, voice low. "How futile it is to fight me here." Her pulse thrums against my forearm. She tries to elbow me, but I twist, anticipating the move. Despite her frustration, I sense no surrender, only fury at her own helplessness. Something sparks inside me, a charge that hums where our bodies meet. My heart stutters, and the contract's magic churns in my chest. That unwelcome ache returns, as though the oath is unraveling. or perhaps resonating with her. I let out a shaky breath, momentarily disoriented by the swirl of conflicting energies. She goes still, sensing my shift. "You're trembling," she whispers, surprise leaking into her tone. "Am I?" I retort, though I feel the faint tremor in my arms, my wings twitch. The fortress wards hum, responding to my confusion. I don't know if it's her presence or my own power turning against me. I grit my teeth, forcing the swirl of chaos flame to subside. She twists in my hold, meeting my gaze from over her shoulder. Our faces are inches apart, close enough that I register each fleck of silver in her irises, the faint cut on her lower lip. My breath hitches, a primal awareness pounding through my veins. The mortal is pinned, her defiance palpable, and yet I can't ignore that spark of dangerous attraction. For a dizzying heartbeat, the fortress's oppressive hush closes in around us. We stand at an impasse, chest to back, my horns angled just over her temple, her ragged breathing fans across my jaw. It feels like we teeter on the brink of something that has nothing to do with violence. The desire to lean in, to close the inch between our mouths, flares hot and sudden. My claws tighten on her waist. She senses it too, I realize. Her eyes widen, tension coiling in her frame. She shivers, not from fear, but from something else. The air crackles, reminiscent of the illusions chamber when I tested her mind. Except this is more real, raw, and electric, a near kiss poised between us. My wings flex involuntarily, trying to cage her more. The contract surges, sending a jolt of pain through my chest. I gasp, hissing under my breath. My hold slackens as I press a clawed hand over my heart. The fortress wards flicker, responding to my turmoil. She slips away, staggering free, rotating to face me with confusion etched on her features. "What? Malfus, what's happening?" she asks, voice tight with concern. I double over briefly, fighting the waves of pressure. Damn it. The oath's binding punishes me for daring to step out of line. Or maybe her presence triggers a reaction I haven't prepared for. Either way, it's agony, like razors digging into my soul. She hesitates, then steps forward, expression torn between wariness and alarm. "Are you all right?" I bare my teeth, letting out a snarl that echoes through the courtyard. The lesser demons perched on the balconies hiss in response, flapping away in panic. My tail lashes the ground, cracks splintering the basalt. Abruptly, the pain recedes, leaving a dull throb in its wake. I force myself upright, panting. The swirling illusions overhead subside. Valentina stands a few paces away, dagger raised but uncertain. Her silver eyes flick from my horns to my chest, worry overshadowed by frustration. I drag in a shaky breath, pressing a hand to the basalt column for support. "It's the contract," I rasp. "Something about you." She frowns. "Me?" A bitter laugh escapes me. "Your blood. It's interfering." I straighten, forcing my wings to settle. Every time I try to assert my will too strongly, like now it triggers a backlash, as if the oath can't fully contain me in your presence. She rubs her brow, obviously perplexed. "That's good, isn't it? It means you can break free." I exhale slowly, regaining composure. "Potentially, yes. But it also means I'm vulnerable to the contract's sporadic punishments if I push too far without an actual method to sever it." She lowers the dagger, face etched with conflicting emotions. "So, you tried to prove my hopelessness, and instead you got a reminder of your own chains." I glare at her, though the edge is dulled by my lingering discomfort. I wouldn't phrase it so eloquently, but yes. "Congratulations, mortal. Your presence is a double-edged sword." She grimaces, glancing at the silent watchers above. "If it helps, I'm not exactly thrilled to be the cause of your pain. We both want the same thing, your freedom from that contract." A jolt of surprise runs through me. "You want that?" She shrugs, eyes shifting away. "It's not just about you, is it? If I help break your chains, you might help me survive. Or maybe I'm a decent person who doesn't enjoy seeing someone tortured by an oath. Take your pick. I study her, uncertain how to respond. Mortals rarely show compassion for demons, especially one who nearly consumed them on an altar. Yet here she is, forging an alliance with me for reasons I can't fully parse. My chest clenches with a rush of conflicting warmth. Stop, I chide myself. I step back, ignoring the faint tremor in my limbs. We have an archivist to find. Wallowing in mutual pity won't help. She nods, expression guarded. Agreed. Then what's the plan? I cast a wary glance upward where two trollvors skulk along a high ledge, observing. I sign for her to follow me into a side passage where the wards dampen echoes of conversation. Once inside, I close the thick iron door, the clang reverberating in the gloom. The corridor is narrow, lit by a single sconce of ghostly blue flame. Turning to face her, I fold my arms. We'll travel at dusk. The fortress wards hide us from scrying, but once we leave, King Grimlock's forces could detect me. I need to mask my presence. Her brow creases. How? You're not exactly small. A grudging smile graces my lips. Chaos illusions can cloak my appearance, as I did in the city, but that doesn't help with the contract if they attempt a direct summon. If the pain hits me mid-journey, it might incapacitate me. She taps the hilt of her dagger in a nervous gesture. Then we're stuck? I shake my head. I have a partial solution. An amulet that blunts the contract's hold. It was crafted by Sosgaroth sorcerers once under my command. The artifact was never finished, but it might buy me time. I need to retrieve it from the depths of the fortress. It's not exactly stable. She pales slightly. Unstable how? I shrug, wings rustling. It might kill a lesser being who attempts to use it. For me, it might just cause side effects. For you, well, let's not find out. She chews her lip but nods. So we get the amulet, sneak into the city, find this archivist, and hope we don't run into half the Elven Guard? Precisely, I confirm. Before that, you'll need more training real fights, not illusions or a one-sided tussle with me. The city is no kinder than my fortress. If we're cornered, you have to defend yourself without expecting me to bail you out every time. Her eyes flick with determination. I'm ready. I find myself inclined to test her right here, to see if she can stand against lesser demons in a controlled environment. But the memory of the contract's flare warns me not to push too hard again. Another moment of near physical closeness, and who knows what might happen. The tension between us gnaws at my composure. She steps closer, narrowing the distance. We can start now, can't we? Unless you plan to keep me caged until dusk. I hold her gaze. My tail flicks behind me, scraping the stone. The corridor's tight enclosure heightens the awareness that we're alone. Again, I sense that magnetic pull, a dangerous spark crackling in the air. I keep my voice steady. Trust me, you're not caged, but if you want to prove your readiness, we'll proceed carefully. She lifts her chin. Careful is overrated. A snort of dark amusement escapes me. Is that mortal bravado or foolishness? Maybe both, she says softly, the corner of her mouth quirking. We stand there, locked in a tense hush. The corridor's flickering light dances across her features. The bruises, the defiant gleam in her silver eyes, the smudge of residual illusion stress etched in the faint lines at her brow. My wings shift, stirring the air, drawing her hair away from her face. I recall that moment in the courtyard, her back pressed against me, the near kiss that was more tension than desire. But I can't deny the thread of attraction that hums under my skin, rebellious and inescapable. It conflicts with every vow I've made to keep a safe distance from mortals. She's not just any mortal, though. She's a threat to the contract. She's also a reluctant partner in my quest for freedom. I take a deliberate step back, ignoring the whisper in my mind that wonders what it would be like to close that distance, if only for an instant. Follow me, I say, voice taut. We'll fetch the amulet from the lower vaults. Then we'll see about a practical training regimen. Her shoulders drop a fraction, as if she expected something else. Lead the way. Without another word, I pivot and stride down the corridor. She falls in line behind me. The fortress resonates with the shifting of wards, perhaps sensing the unresolved friction that lingers between us. If we're both wise, we'll ignore it. If we're not, we risk something more dangerous than illusions. We descend a spiral staircase that grows colder the deeper we go. The basalt walls glisten with patches of obsidian, an occasional wisp of purple vapor seeping through cracks in the stone. My Sozgoroth lineage shaped these chambers long ago, forging vaults to store artifacts and contraband. The zone is labyrinthine, a puzzle of hidden chambers and locked passageways. At the base of the stairs, we reach a broad hallway lined with stout iron doors. Each door has a unique sigil etched into the metal. I stop at the fourth on the right, its sigil a coiled serpent biting its own tail. Chaos runes glow faintly around the edges. This is it, I say, placing my palm on the door. Keep your distance while I break the seals. If they misfire, you don't want to be close. She steps back, dagger at the ready, though I doubt it'll help if the wards explode. I channel a trickle of chaos flame, letting it seep into the etched lines. A series of arcs ripple across the surface, forcing the door's magic to yield. The metal groans, then swings open in a rush of stale air. Inside, the vault is a cramped stone cell. Shelves crammed with battered scrolls and sealed wooden crates line the walls. A single pedestal in the center holds an object covered by a tarnished silver cloth. The air tastes of dust and ozone, hinting at old spells. I approach, carefully lifting the cloth. Beneath it lies a twisted amulet fashioned of obsidian and bone, a jagged crack running through the center. Runes wind across its surface in an alien script, partially incomplete. Valentina steps closer, eyes flicking between me and the amulet. That looks ominous. I let out a low grunt of agreement. It is. This was supposed to siphon off the contract's energy, weakening it enough for me to break free. But the final stage was never finished. The risk is that it might backfire. She grimaces. What's the worst that could happen? I run a claw along the crack. Sparks leap in response. It could kill me or surge with chaotic backlash that levels half the fortress. Hard to say. Her face pales. And you plan to wear it anyway? I close my hand around the amulet, feeling its latent power hum against my palm. The threat doesn't deter me. Freedom is worth the risk. This might buy enough time for us to consult the archivist. Perhaps your blood's peculiar nature will help complete the missing runes. She doesn't answer at first, a flicker of something. Apprehension, maybe concern, flashing over her expression. Then she inclines her head. Then let's do it. The sooner we figure out how to finish that thing, the better. I tuck the amulet into a pouch on my belt. Agreed. Stepping away from the pedestal, I glance around the vault. Various trinkets rest on the shelves, old tomes, shards of demonic horns, a sealed jar containing swirling black fluid. I sense her curiosity, but offer no explanation. One crisis at a time. We exit, and I re-engage the door's wards. Once back in the hallway, I lead her through another passage that loops around to the fortress's training hall. It's a cavernous space with a cracked floor, weapon racks along the walls, and a scattering of battered dummies meant for lesser demons to practice. Torches line the perimeter, their flames tinted green for improved visibility in the gloom. Valentina eyes the racks. Real weapons. She grips her dagger, glancing at the variety of axes, spears, and short swords with battered hilts. Take whatever suits you, I instruct. Today you'll spar, but not against illusions. A Trollvor or Zonak might volunteer, or I might do it myself in a controlled capacity if you prove disciplined. Understood? She bristles a bit at my condescending tone, but moves to examine the weapons, testing a short sword's balance. I watch her from a few paces away, noticing how her posture shifts, more confident than the day we first met. She has no formal training, but she wields tenacity that can't be taught. As she tests the sword's heft, I circle her, evaluating. Not too heavy? She shakes her head. I used bigger knives in the kitchen, though that was for cutting meat, not trollvors. Fair enough, show me your stance, I say. She sets her feet, raising the blade. It's serviceable, though rough around the edges. I tap her elbow, forcing it to angle downward. Keep that in. And your weight more balanced, or a strong blow will knock you off your feet. She adjusts, annoyance flickering in her gaze, but obeys. Better? Marginally. I step back, letting her swing a few slow arcs. Each pass generates a soft whoosh of air. We'll practice forms, then move on to a real opponent. I suspect you'll learn faster if you're threatened. She snorts. Everything here is a threat. A cold smile. Welcome to my world, mortal. Time blurs as we fall into a rhythm of drills. I instruct her on footwork, parrying angles, and how to harness momentum rather than brute force. She picks up the concepts quickly, forging her own style from scraps of knowledge. My corrections are curt, occasionally accompanied by a sharp whack to her forearm if she drops her guard. She hisses but doesn't break. Each bruise reminds her, no doubt, that I'm not coddling her. Eventually, sweat beads on her brow, her breathing ragged. I can keep going, she insists when I pause. I arch a brow. We'll see. Without warning, I whirl, launching a feint at her shoulder with a conjured blade of chaos flame. She yelps, pivoting to parry. Sparks fly where the energies collide with her short sword. She stumbles, nearly toppling. Focus! I bark. Your enemies won't announce their attacks. She grits her teeth, regaining balance. Then, unbelievably, she counters with a thrust that almost snags my side. I dodge, impressed despite myself. Better, I allow. A tense hush follows, both of us locked in the moment. My chaos blade still crackles with black fire. She holds the short sword, eyes shining with fierce determination. The fortress training hall hushes, lesser demons presumably cowering behind arches or in overhead galleries, watching unseen. The tension is thick enough to cut. I move again, a lightning-fast slash aimed at her flank. She blocks, but the impact jostles her. She recovers, swinging a backhand that collides with my forearm. The metal clangs, sending a jolt up my arm. I grunt in surprise. She actually struck me. She pants, sweat trickling down her temple. Satisfied? A surge of contradictory emotions ripples through me, annoyance at being touched by a mortal's blade, and a strange pride that she managed it. My tail lashes, wings rustling. Not yet. We clash again, exchanging blows that spark off the basalt floor. Her muscles strain, her stance faltering from fatigue. I press the advantage, forcing her to yield ground. With a final sweep of my flaming blade, I knock her sword aside, stepping into her guard. We're chest to chest, her heart pounding, mine thrumming with an odd excitement. I seize her wrist, twisting the short sword free. It clatters to the floor. She grimaces, trying to wriggle out of my hold. My free hand grips her waist, preventing escape. Another flash of proximity, too close, too charged. My breath stutters. Her eyes lock on mine, silver shimmering with adrenaline. My chaos blade sputters out, leaving only a faint glow from the torches. We stand in shadow, bodies pressed together, in the hush of the training hall. My horns angle over her head, tail swirling across the floor. The tension from earlier roars back, a blazing inferno demanding release. She swallows, lips parted. Why did you stop? She whispers, voice shaky. I can't answer immediately. The contract tugs at me, a reminder of my precarious state. Yet the magnetic current between us defies logic, dragging me into this moment. My gaze drops to her mouth, the soft fullness of her lips. The faint taste of possibility lingers on the air, as if one movement could spark a near kiss again. My heart clenches, an unexpected surge of longing slicing through me. She's a mortal, a rebellious mortal, I remind myself. but the fortress wards flicker overhead, swirling with a storm of emotions. I tighten my grip on her waist, nearly drawing her flush against me. Her breath catches, a strangled hitch that matches my own. I waver on the edge, mind screaming caution. My body, fueled by centuries of suppressed desire and the electric thrill of her defiance, urges me forward. She sees the conflict in my eyes, I know she does, because a flicker of empathy crosses her face. She's not immune to this pull either, her pupils dilated, pulse fluttering beneath my fingertips. With a snarl, I yank myself back, releasing her abruptly. She staggers, nearly falling without my support. My wings snap out forcibly, shutting down the moment. "This is pointless," I growl, turning away, chaos flame hissing from my claws. "You fought well enough. That's enough for one day." She stands there chest heaving, eyes wide with a mix of shock and something else. Disappointment, maybe. My own heart thrashes, a tempest under my ribs. The fortress wards swirl in confusion, reflecting my state. I spin on my heel, refusing to meet her gaze again. "We'll leave at dusk," I bite out. "Rest up. Don't question me." Before she can reply, I stalk from the training hall, my wings scraping a brazier and sending sparks skittering across the floor. My footsteps echo in a drumbeat of frustration. Why does she unsettle me so much? Why does the contract's pain intensify when we're close, only to recede in her presence at other times? I can't risk letting that tension build. I can't risk letting her see my vulnerabilities. The vow binding me to King Grimlock is a chain that might snap or devour me. She's the only one who might unravel it, yet her very nearness shreds my composure. Distantly, I hear the clang of her sword as she retrieves it from the floor, maybe cursing my name. Good. Let her stew. The fortress corridor envelops me in cold gloom, and I exhale a hiss of breath. Tonight, I remind myself, we'll venture out under illusions, find the archivist, and finally see if her blood can truly set me free. If I survive that test, perhaps then I'll confront the dangerous pull between us. Until then, I'll bury it beneath the single-minded hunger for liberty. That is all that matters. I vow it, letting the wards swirl in uncertain agreement. But the memory of her closeness lingers, taunting me with a possibility that I refuse to name.
Chapter 9. Valentina. I prowl through a narrow corridor carved into the basalt, my pulse still thrumming from the brutal sparring session with Malfus. He vanished in a swirl of black fire after our last clash, leaving me standing breathless on the training floor. I told myself I was glad to see him go, yet my body betrays me. Every nerve remains on edge, torn between anger and a feverish yearning I can't explain. A pair of Zonaks lurk near an archway, their squat forms blending with the uneven shadows. At my approach, they scuttle off, probably more wary of Malfus's claim over me than of me personally. Good. I've had enough unwanted company for one day. My hand drifts to the short sword strapped at my belt. After that near brawl in the courtyard, he insisted I keep a better blade. I told him I could handle myself just fine with a dagger, but Malfus only scoffed, pressing the hilt into my grip with that infuriating mix of arrogance and concern. If only I could untangle which motive guides him at any given moment. I can't shake the memory of how close he pinned me, chest to chest, the furnace of his breath brushing my cheek. The recollection sends a tremor through my limbs, equal parts dread and reckless heat. Why do I crave more from the demon who nearly murdered me? I arrive at the chamber Malfus designated as mine, the place that might as well be a cell in all but name. The weight of his fortress wards presses in, reminding me that I stand in a realm shaped by chaos magic. Its corridors coil like serpents, illusions thick in my vision. I push open the door, stepping inside with a rough exhale. The violet brazier in the corner gutters low, casting warped shadows on the basalt walls. The battered fur he gave me still lies across the slab I've been using as a bed. My reflection glints in a shard of obsidian jutting from the wall, hair dishevelled, cheeks smudged with soot from the training grounds, silver eyes shadowed with exhaustion. The illusion's test rattled me, but not half as much as Malfus's presence did afterward. I shed the patched coat, letting it drop onto a ledge. My bruises protest every movement, especially where the demon's claws gripped me. I wonder if he left marks. My fingertips linger on the faint soreness at my waist, recalling the pressure of his arm pinning me in place. My heart thumps an unsteady rhythm. No matter how hard I try to banish it, the memory sizzles in my veins. A knock rattles the door behind me, making me jump. It's not a timid tap, and more like a command. I freeze, pulse leaping. Only one being in this fortress knocks like that. Swallowing, I turn and open the door. Malfus fills the threshold, towering horns carving jagged shapes against the corridor's faint torchlight. He says nothing at first, gaze raking over my dishevelled appearance. There are molten lines across his ebony skin, pulsing faintly as though echoing a heartbeat. Those lines trace up his neck, disappearing beneath the collar-like plating near his throat. His wings shift behind him, tattered membranes reflecting ghostly arcs of colour from the brazier's glow. "Did I disturb you?" he asks at last, though his tone suggests he knows full well the effect he has. No, I manage. My throat feels painfully dry. I was just... He steps inside without waiting for an invitation, forcing me to retreat a few steps or be trampled. The door slams behind him, sealing us in. My scalp prickles as I realise we're alone in a confined space, and the fortress wards hum, almost like they sense tension between us. He looms closer, crossing his arms over his broad chest. The movement pulls the plating across his shoulders, highlighting the ridges of muscle. His horns catch the brazier's glow, one half broken near the tip, a permanent symbol of a battle lost. I recall how that break draws my eye every time, some vulnerability in an otherwise invincible form. "You left the training hall quickly," I say, forcing my voice steady. He tilts his head, a stray lock of midnight blue hair shifting across his temple. "I had things to attend to," he replies curtly. "But there's more we need to discuss." I bristle, hugging my arms around my sore ribs. Now? Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? His gaze flickers with a heated intensity. No. Then softer. "I've been thinking about our arrangement about you." My stomach flips. I recall how he tested me with illusions, how we've danced around each other with simmering conflict ever since. He's a demon who thrives on power games. And yet, under that veneer of violence, there's something else, an unspoken spark that flared in every near touch, every glare. He exhales, stepping nearer until the heat of him washes over me, overwhelming my senses. My entire body tenses, fight or flight warring with an unwanted surge of longing. My fists clench, nails digging into my palms. I force out a breath, refusing to surrender to fear. "That arrangement includes you obeying me," he murmurs, "but you've resisted at every turn." I lift my chin, heart pounding. "Is that why you came? To lecture me on obedience again?" A flicker of dark amusement lights his crimson eyes. "Partly, but there's more." He moves with disconcerting speed, bracing a clawed hand above my head against the basalt wall, effectively boxing me in. My pulse skitters. His other hand hovers near my hip, not quite touching. The tension radiating off him is palpable, igniting the memory of how effortlessly he could crush me. Yet a whisper of desire whispers through my bloodstream, thick and heavy. "You test my patience," he growls, voice low. "You stand defiant when you should be on your knees." Anger and a traitorous flush combine to spark my reply. "I'm not kneeling to you, ever, Dot." A savage light flares in his eyes. "No? Then why are you trembling?" I stiffen, realizing my hands shake despite my best efforts. Frustration wells. I want to deny it, but the dryness in my throat betrays me. "Because you won't stop cornering me, I snap. If you're trying to scare me... Am I scaring you? He interjects softly, leaning in. His breath caresses my cheek, warm and laced with brimstone. It's complicated, I blurt, hating how my voice wavers. A low laugh escapes him, rumbling like distant thunder. You want to fight me, yet your body says otherwise. I shudder as the truth in his words lances me. It's just... anger, I insist, weak even to my own ears. One corner of his mouth quirks. There is anger, yes, but there's also something else. Slowly, he dips his head, his breath ghosting over my jaw. Something that sets my blood on fire when we clash. My heart clatters. Memories of every electrified moment flood me. The one in the chamber, the courtyard pin, that final parry in the training hall where we nearly... No, I can't be wanting him. But my traitorous body surges at his nearness, an uncoiling tension deep in my core. You're a demon, I whisper, voice faint. He exhales, a harsh sound. I am. And you're human, mostly. His free hand finally settles on my hip, claws a whisper away from my flesh. Yet here we stand. I find my spine arching of its own accord, pressing me closer to the scorching heat of him. You can't, I begin, uncertain what I mean. You can't want me, or you can't do this. He cocks his head, eyes flaring. Watch me, he murmurs, then leans in to claim my mouth. Everything ignites at once. My protest dies in a haze of sensation. His lips crash into mine, firm and demanding, stoking the embers of tension we've been dancing around. A jolt of pure fire races through my veins. I let out a muffled gasp, tangling my fists in the plating over his shoulders for balance. I taste brimstone and darkness, the essence of him, danger and raw power wrapped in a heady charge. He growls low, pressing me back against the wall, wings flaring out behind him. The kiss deepens, a battle of tongues and teeth. I nip his lower lip out of sheer defiance, and he hisses, half laughing against my mouth. The braziers flicker wildly, as if reflecting the chaos swirling between us. Heat coils in my belly, laced with an undercurrent of fear. He's a demon, lethal and unstoppable, yet my pulse hammers with reckless need. My nails scrape over the ridged horn near his temple, venturing close to the jagged stump of the broken one. He lets out a ragged moan, as if that area is particularly sensitive, and grips my waist tighter. You taste of defiance, he rasps, breaking from the kiss to trail his mouth along my throat. Sharp fangs graze my skin, but not enough to break flesh. Sparks dance in my vision. I cling to him, refusing to appear cowed, even as my legs threaten to buckle. He sinks his free hand into my hair, tugging my head back to expose more of my neck. Do you hate this? He challenges, voice raw. Do you hate me? My breath catches. Yes, part of me does. But loathing tangles with white-hot desire in a way that leaves me dizzy. I hate your arrogance, I whisper shakily. A harsh laugh rumbles in his chest. That's not the same as hating me. He claims my mouth again, fiercer this time, stoking the embers of my rage and want. I respond with equal fervour, hooking a leg around his waist. He groans, pressing us flush, the ridges of his chest plating rubbing against my bandaged ribs. Pain flares, but I welcome it, a reminder this is real. My mind screams that I should push him away, that I'm losing myself in a demon's arms, but my body refuses to obey. His claws toy with the hem of my shirt, slipping beneath to graze my flank. My skin prickles under his scorching touch. We break apart, panting. He stares down at me, eyes burning with unholy light. The half-broken horn draws my attention again, that single imperfection in an otherwise monstrous perfection. I shift my hand from his shoulder to that horn, lightly brushing the ragged edge. He flinches, a guttural sound caught in his throat. For a heartbeat, I sense his pain, older than memory, deeper than any wound. My chest twinges with an unexpected sympathy. He's not invincible. That fleeting empathy collides with the raging lust between us, fueling a raw urgency. I rise on my toes, capturing his mouth in another devouring kiss. He responds with a low snarl of appreciation, hauling me closer until I'm half supported by his powerful arm. My thighs clench around his hips. We stumble backward, away from the wall, nearly knocking over the brazier. I break the kiss, gasping for air. Bed, I manage, not sure if it's a demand or a question. He glances at the slab of basalt and the fur thrown haphazardly across it. His grin is feral. Better than the floor, he growls, though I sense he'd have taken me there if not for the risk of drawing half the fortress to watch. In one swift motion, he whisks me up, carrying me the short distance. My breath catches as he deposits me onto the slab. The rough surface is cold on my back. He follows, wings half unfurled, bracing his arms on either side so his massive frame looms over me. The fortress wards flicker, casting ghostly patterns across the walls. My pulse thunders, uncertain if I can handle the intensity of what's about to happen. Still, my hands move of their own accord, fumbling at the fastenings of his carapace-like armour. He hisses in frustration, batting my hands aside to free himself faster. A clang echoes as pieces of plating hit the floor. Beneath, his skin is all obsidian muscle traced by molten crimson veins, each pulse a reminder of his demonic nature. I swallow, eyes drawn to the swirl of runic scars across his pectorals and lower abdomen. Battle marks from centuries of conflict. How many foes has he killed? The thought sends a twisted thrill and a shiver of caution down my spine. "Do you fear me now?" he murmurs, reading the tension in my face. I force my gaze to his. "Yes," I admit, surprising myself with honesty. "But My words die as I can't face to confess the rest. I also crave you.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I swallow, pulling the rough fur over my exposed body. My voice feels raw. Malfus. He jerks his head up, a flicker of guilt or frustration crossing his face. Don't, he snaps, though there's a tremor in the command. We needed to vent some tension, that's all. My throat tightens at his casual dismissal. So it meant nothing. A flicker of regret softens his glare for half a heartbeat. It can't mean anything, he growls, voice fractured. I'm not free to indulge whatever this is. I realise he's talking about the contract, the vow that shackles him to the dark elves. The abrupt mention of that chain stings. I recall how I touched his broken horn, saw a hint of deeper pain. He's as trapped as I am in a way. Fine, I whisper, hugging the fur around me. The sting of rejection warps into anger. We'll pretend it's just a physical release. I don't care. He tears his gaze away, finishing with his armour's buckles. The tension in his body could carve stone. We'll leave for Vhoig soon, he mutters. Rest, gather your strength. This changes nothing. The finality in his tone sharpens the ache in my chest. Understood, I manage, voice hollow. Let me guess. You'll revert to your usual coldness. He flicks me a glance that's half apology, half scorn. Don't pretend you wanted me gentle. A forced chuckle rumbles in his throat, though it rings hollow. That's not who I am. I can't argue. My body still burns with proof that gentle is the last thing we unleash tonight. Just go, I say, exhaustion leeching fight from my tone. He hesitates, horns casting a skewed silhouette in the flickering brazier. For an instant, I think he might say something else. Then he twists away, yanking open the door. A swirl of cold corridor air rushes in, scattering the last vestiges of heat. The door slams behind him, leaving me alone with my hammering heart and the stench of screwing mingled with demonic power. I lie back, staring at the basalt ceiling. My limbs feel leaden, mind spiralling with confusion. The memory of his touch lingers in every bruise, every scuff of my skin. Part of me still trembles in the aftershock, uncertain how to label the swirl of emotions. Fear, lust, animosity, sympathy. All of it tangles in a knot too tight to unravel. Eventually I force myself upright, limbs protesting. I search for the water container he left me days ago, gulping it down to steady my nerves. My reflection in the obsidian shard catches my eye. Lips kiss-bruised, hair rumpled, eyes haunted. A shaky laugh escapes me at the absurdity of it all. I just had a savage encounter with a demon, and I'm still wanting to do it again. I scold myself. Get it together, Valentina. He's dangerous. And yet, the empathy I felt when touching his broken horn tugs at me, a reminder that maybe he's not all cruelty. He's scarred, bound, furious at his own captivity. We're alike in that at least. But there's no place for softness in a fortress built on nightmares. My gaze drops to the fur covering me, a meagre shield against the fortress's chill. A sharp ache twists my chest, a mixture of shame and dark fascination. I can't let him see me falter. If he wants to pretend this was nothing, then I'll let him. Yet I can't deny the raw, addictive spark that crackled between us. It might be the doom of us both. I stand, forcing my exhausted body to move. Pain lances through my thighs, a reminder of how thoroughly we clashed. I gather my clothes, shredded in places, and pull them on. Each movement stings. I grumble under my breath, half cursing Malfus for his roughness, half scolding myself for embracing it. When I'm dressed, I stumble to the slab, deciding to do as he said. Rest. My mind won't shut off, replaying every searing moment. The fortress wards hum in the distance, as though murmuring secrets about the twisted bond forming under this roof. Eventually, I sink onto the slab, burying my face in the fur. My ribs ache, my lips feel swollen, and my heart thrums with a maddening cocktail of conflicting emotions. Sleep is elusive, but I clamp my eyes shut, demanding my mind quiet so I can brace for whatever tomorrow brings. Tomorrow, I think bitterly. We go back to Vhoig, where the elves want me dead and Malfus enslaved. The risk is monumental. If we're caught, I'll face a fate worse than any illusions. If Malfus succumbs to the contract's agony, we both might perish. But deeper than those fears, I sense a new worry. What if this clash of lust and loathing becomes a chain of its own? I tremble at how easily he unravelled my defences, how I ache for more despite the terror that still clings to my bones. No answers come in the darkness, only the slow, pounding echo of my heartbeat as I drift into fitful slumber, replaying the memory of his broken horn under my fingers, the half-silent gasp of pain that escaped him, a moment of empathy amid our collision. He is bound too, I remind myself, and part of me hates him for it, even as I can't turn away. And thus night folds over me, heavy with secrets, forging a fragile respite before the next storm. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long, to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 11. Valentina. Night blankets. Vhoig's outskirts in a haze of violet-tinged darkness. My boots crunch over damp gravel as Malfus and I creep through a narrow alleyway, the looming silhouettes of the city's outer walls towering to our right. The illusions he conjured cling to him like a second skin, rendering his horns invisible and smoothing the molten lines across his flesh. Under that glamour, he appears as a tall, broad-shouldered man, with hair the colour of midnight. The faint aura of brimstone still clings to him, barely masked by the illusions, but hopefully no one else will notice. I tug my hood low, hiding my distinctive eyes. The coat is worn, but it conceals enough of me that I might pass for a mercenary or a travelling worker. My ribs twinge with every breath, still healing from the illusions test and our savage encounter back in the fortress. I don't let it slow me. We're here for the archivist, Enith, who can confirm exactly how my so-called abyss-born lineage works. Still, tension coils in my gut. The memory of Malfus's revelation about my ancestry haunts me like a half-remembered nightmare. A rancid wind wafts from the harbour, carrying the stench of rotting fish. We approach a side gate in the city wall, typically used by dock workers and lesser merchants after dusk. Only one guard stands watch, a slender, dark elf in a rust-red tunic, eyes half-lidded from boredom. My heart hammers, recalling how easily such guards once shoved me around in Lowtown. Malfus halts us in the shadows, pressing me against a mossy wall. "I'll handle him," he murmurs, voice a mere rasp. In the gloom, his illusions hold, but I sense the undercurrent of demonic power simmering beneath. "Stay close." I nod, hugging my arms. My mind reels back to the conversation we had hours ago. I'm abyss-born. If that's truly the reason his contract falters, then everything about my life is about to change. My breath snags in my throat. I'm not sure I'm ready for this. But there's no turning back now. We slip from cover, Malfus striding out with an air of calm authority. He keeps one hand near the hilt of a disguised blade, illusions flickering to present the shape of a standard longsword. The guard snaps upright at our approach, eyes flicking from me to Malfus. "Identify yourselves," the dark elf demands. His voice is clipped, though there's an edge of caution as he notices Malfus's imposing height. "Late arrivals from the southern ports," Malfus says smoothly. Even disguised, his voice carries a rumbling power that makes me shiver. Carrying cargo for a Cusheng merchant, we were delayed by the swamp roads. The guard's gaze narrows. "At this hour? Show me your papers." My stomach drops. We have no official documents. Then Malfus's illusions shift. A slight shimmer crosses the space between them, and I see him produce an ornate scroll from a pouch at his waist. It's as if it materialised out of thin air, an illusion, no doubt. I hold my breath, waiting to see if the guard notices any discrepancy. The dark elf squints at the parchment, scanning the glowing runes Malfus forged from raw magic. A second passes, then the guard grunts, handing it back. "Looks in order," he mutters, yawning. "You two best hurry in. Curfew's tightening. There've been rumours of a demon on the loose." A chill creeps over me, despite the muggy night air. My gaze slides to Malfus, who inclines his head politely at the guard. "A demon, you say? Terrifying indeed." The guard waves a dismissive hand at the gatehouse. "Hurry along." We slip through the gate, heartbeats thudding in my ears. Once we're clear, Malfus tucks his illusory scroll away, letting the illusions swirl and dissipate around that prop. My hand trembles on the hilt of the short sword he insisted I carry. A demon on the loose, the guard said. They must mean Malfus. They're looking for him, and maybe for me. We move deeper into the city's mid-tier, where narrow streets wind between tall, cramped buildings. The darkness here is broken by sporadic arcane lanterns flickering with pale light. This district bustles less than the wealthier ring above or the slums below, but occasional passers-by hurry along, arms laden with goods. My memories of Lowtown return, a bitter pang stirring in my chest. I was once just another slave in these streets. Malfus signals for me to follow him into a warren of alleyways, presumably to avoid main thoroughfares. I catch glimpses of old shops with shuttered windows, worn signage creaking overhead. Every so often, we hear the clang of a patrol's armour, forcing us to flatten into the shadows until the danger passes. Eventually, we reach a cramped plaza near the temple district's outskirts. Overhead, the spires of Vhoig's largest temples pierce the sky, dedicated to the 13's deities, the deceiver, the guide, the tradesman, and so on. I've rarely ventured this far in the city, but Malfus said Enith lives above a bakery that supplies temple staff at odd hours. It's not exactly a place I'd expect to find an expert in ancient demon lineages, but perhaps that's why it's the perfect hiding spot. We approach the bakery, a modest building flanked by a tavern on one side and a row of shuttered workshops on the other. The aroma of yeast and sugar drifts from the open windows, incongruous at this hour. Dim candlelight glows within. My mouth waters despite myself. Fresh bread is a luxury I rarely tasted in Lowtown. Malfus gestures to a narrow set of stairs at the bakery's side. Enith's apartment is up there, he murmurs, stepping over a shallow gutter where stale water pools. Stay alert. I nod, my breath shallow. Together, we ascend the stairs. Each step groans under Malfus's weight. The illusions still cloak his horns and wings, but the sheer size of him is difficult to disguise in such cramped quarters. We reach a battered wooden door, the surface carved with faint wards that shimmer in the gloom. I glance at Malfus. This is definitely it. He nods, pressing a palm against the wards. I can sense the magic. It's not elf work, but something older, possibly dwarven or demon-forged. His eyes narrow. He's expecting trouble. Before he can knock, the door creaks open an inch. A haggard elf peers out, a wiry male with silver hair pulled into a dishevelled knot. His face is lined with worry, and a single gold hoop dangles from one pointed ear. He scans us with hawk-like intensity. I told you, I'm not... He halts mid-sentence, blinking. Malfus inclines his head. Enith? The elf's gaze flicks from me to Malfus, lingering on the illusions. I see the moment realization hits. He senses something is off about my companion. The lines of his face deepen in alarm. He tries to slam the door. Malfus shoots out a hand, catching the edge before it can shut. Let me go! Enith rasps, voice trembling. I know who you are. You're... Malfus pushes the door wide, ignoring Enith's frantic attempts to wedge it shut. We're not here to harm you, but we have questions only you can answer. Enith scrambles backward into a cluttered sitting room, nearly tripping over a pile of scrolls. I step inside behind Malfus, scanning the interior. Shelves sag under the weight of books, half-burned candles drip wax onto crates, and the air smells of ink and old parchment. A single narrow window overlooks the deserted street below, letting in meagre starlight. My pulse races, conscious that we might appear threatening. Enith grabs a small wand from a table, levelling it at us. I'll call the guard if you step any closer. Malfus meets my gaze briefly, as if to say, watch him. I lower a hand to my short sword. We're not the guard's friends, I say, voice measured. We just want information. Enith's eyes dart between us, sweat beading on his brow. You've no idea how dangerous it is for me to speak with you. He pins Malfus with a wary stare. You're the demon enforcer, Malfus Ishiraya. There's a bounty on your head in certain corners. The dark elf nobility wants you dealt with. My heart stutters. They've discovered he's gone rogue. My gaze flicks to Malfus, but he remains outwardly calm. We were told you have knowledge about demon lineages, Malfus says coldly. We can pay. Enith scoffs. Pay? With what? My life. The monarchy will skin me if they find out I've aided you. Malfus's illusions flicker around his face, revealing a glimpse of his true eyes, glowing crimson, slitted with menace. That subtle intimidation hits Enith like a bolt of lightning. He staggers, the wand shaking in his grip. Don't test my patience, Malfus warns, voice as smooth as a blade. We know you're skilled at forging genealogical records for highborn castes. We also know you keep hidden archives on demon-human crosses. Enith's eyes widen fractionally. Why does that matter? He glances at me. You're a half-demon? Anger flares in my chest. No, I snap, stepping forward. We suspect I'm from an older bloodline, but we need confirmation. Malfus's illusions shift again, settling around him like a dark cloak. Tell us what you know about the Abyssborn lineage. We can protect you from the monarchy's wrath if you cooperate. Enith pales, wand lowering slightly. Abyssborn? That's a myth. The Fallen One's line was eradicated eons ago. I swallow, recalling that Malfus said the same once. Then how do you explain me? Enith's face twists in fear. I don't, unless you're lying, or they missed a stray branch of the line. The wand trembles in his hand. If the monarchy catches wind of an Abyssborn in their city, they'll scorch entire districts to find you. The chaos your survival brings. His words hang like a hammer blow. The chaos your survival brings. My blood runs cold, so it's true. If the Dark Elves confirm I'm Abyssborn, they'll raise everything to smoke, ensuring I never threaten their order. My stomach twists. I overhear that my survival might unleash chaos, just like the illusion said. I step closer, ignoring the panic roiling beneath my ribs. Tell me all of it. Why does my existence matter so much? Enith's gaze flickers to Malfus, fear shining bright. But Malfus only stares back, unwavering, as though daring Enith to refuse. Finally, the elf exhales, nodding once. Fine, but close the door for the god's sake. Malfus shuts it, bolting us in. The cramped sitting room feels more suffocating by the second, but I endure it, focusing on Enith's words. He sets the wand aside with shaking fingers, rummaging among his scattered papers until he pulls out a battered ledger. I keep fragments of genealogical references, some legitimate, some gleaned from contraband libraries. The monarchy might suspect, but they haven't destroyed everything yet. He flips through pages. Here, he mutters, resting a fingertip on a scrawled symbol that resembles the one Malfus showed me in the fortress. My stomach tightens. That's the mark of the Fallen One's brood, Enith explains. Rumour says any descendant can unravel demon pacts or strengthen them tenfold. The monarchy fears that if an Abyssborn chooses to side with a demon, especially a powerful one, they could shatter centuries of control. Malfus tenses beside me, jaw clenching. So it's not just about me. They fear an entire shift in power if I'm freed. My heart pounds, a mixture of dread and rebellious satisfaction. The monarchy's stranglehold on Protheka might be undone by my blood, but that also paints a target on my back the size of a fortress. Enith keeps reading, voice quivering. I've found references to a prophecy. When the scion of the abyss emerges, the binding of countless souls shall break, or else all demonkind shall be yoked anew. The accounts differ, but that's the gist. My knees feel weak. Malfus's revelations echo in these ancient words. If I fail to use my power properly, Demonkind might suffer worse enslavement. My heart constricts at the idea of being responsible for that outcome. Malfus exhales a slow hiss. So the monarchy has discovered I haven't killed her. They must suspect she's special. He turns to me, illusions rippling across his face. Beneath them, I sense the tension carved into his features. They're sending warriors to reclaim you, to ensure you die. A new wave of anger surges in my chest, laced with hurt. When did you plan on telling me you knew they'd ramp up efforts to kill me if I was discovered? Or that you fully believed I was this abyss-born thing? He meets my eyes, something like regret flickering in the crimson depths. I told you enough. Enough! I snap, stepping away. You said I might break your contract. You hinted the elves might hate me. You never mentioned they'd burn half the city to find me. You withheld that for yourself. Enith clears his throat, unsettled by the argument crackling around him. Please, keep your voices down. If the watch hears... I whirl on the archivist. Then start talking. Is there a way to... My words die as a jolt of noise explodes from below, the distant clang of boots on steps. All three of us freeze. My hand drops to my sword hilt, pulse skyrocketing. Malfus inhales sharply. We're not alone. He glances at Enith. Is there another entrance? The elf shakes his head frantically, voice low. Just the door we used and the window, but we're on the second floor. Climbing out quietly might be impossible. Footsteps thunder on the stairs. A voice echoes through the thin walls, barking orders in the sharp cadence of dark elf dialect. I pick out words. Target inside. Do not let her escape. My skin crawls. They're here for me. Malfus curses under his breath, illusions flaring. He grips my wrist, dragging me behind a tall shelf. Enith scrambles to the other side of the room, rummaging frantically for something among his scattered scrolls. I press close to Malfus, breathing shallowly, as the door rattles under the force of someone trying to open it. The latch holds. For a moment I think they might retreat. Then a concussion of magic slams the wood, splintering the lock. The door flies open, revealing two tall dark elves clad in black plate, their eyes glowing with arcane energy. Behind them stands a figure that makes my blood freeze. Another demon, shorter than Malfus but still massive, with horns coiled back like a ram's. Chaos magic flickers around its claws. They must have conjured or bribed a demon to hunt me. I shrink against Malfus, heart hammering. The intruders step inside, scanning the cramped space. The demon sniffs the air, letting out a guttural hiss. It whips its head toward the shelf behind which we crouch, nostrils flaring. A savage grin splits the lead elf's face. "He's here!" the elf sneers, voice echoing. "Malfus defied the monarchy, and that human girl is alive. This time, we do not fail." I try to calm my racing thoughts. So they know everything. They even brought a demon to handle Malfus in case the oath is not enough. My grip tightens on my sword. Malfus gives me a pointed look, urging me to remain silent. Enith, trembling, steps forward, arms raised. "Wait, please. I have no quarrel with the monarchy. I'm just a humble archivist." One of the soldiers slams him with a burst of arcane force, hurling him against a bookcase. Enith crumples, gasping in pain. My stomach twists. I can't let them kill him. I start to move, but Malfus's hand clamps on my arm, stopping me. His silent command is clear. Don't rush out. Not yet. The soldier picks up a fallen scroll, scanning it. A sneer curls his lips. "You think you can hide an abyss-born from us, archivist? We'll flay you alive if you don't reveal her location." Enith groans, blood trickling from a split lip. I don't know what you're... The demon with ram-like horns growls, striding forward. Its eyes blaze yellow. "Lies!" it snarls in a guttural tone. My pulse leaps. This demon can speak. Another intelligence, bound to the dark elves. We are not the only ones forging twisted alliances. It sniffs the air again, turning its gaze to the shelf where Malfus and I hide. Fear warps my gut, but a flicker of fury follows. I recall the illusions, the talk of my heritage. They want me dead because I threaten their precious hold on demon kind. Enough is enough. Before I can decide on a plan, Malfus steps out from behind the shelf in a blur of motion, illusions swirling around him. The soldier with the scroll startles, but his training kicks in, and he raises a blade crackling with magical energy. The second soldier lunges, and the demon roars, brandishing wickedly curved claws. I bite down a curse, darting forward to stand beside Malfus. My illusions remain in place for the moment, but I doubt these soldiers will be fooled. We have to get out, I whisper fiercely. Malfus bares his teeth. We'll have to fight our way free first. He flicks a hand, summoning a flicker of chaos flame. The illusions around him shimmer, revealing glimpses of his true form, enough for the soldiers to confirm their suspicions. One soldier backs up, fear flashing across his features, but the other charges with a war cry. Steel clashes, chaos flares. The demon under the elves' control leaps at Malfus, raking claws. Malfus meets it head-on, illusions glitching as he unleashes black flame to parry the blow. The room erupts in pandemonium. Scrolls catch fire, shelves topple. I stagger aside, brandishing my sword. The soldier who retreated notices me and snarls, "The girl!" He lunges, blade sparking with arcane energy. I block the strike, muscles screaming from the impact. My ribs protest, but I grit my teeth and hold firm. I refuse to be a victim again. He tries to slam me with a backhand of raw magic. I duck, sweeping my blade upward, catching his gauntlet. Sparks fly, the metal scoring with a shriek. He curses, reeling back. I follow up with a lunge, fueled by desperation. My sword pierces the gap in his armour near the thigh. He howls, dropping to one knee. A triumphant rush surges through me. I yank the blade free, blood splattering the pages strewn across the floor. The soldier collapses, cursing me in Elven. I spin, seeking the next threat. Enith cowers behind an overturned chair, eyes wide in terror. The second soldier has engaged Malfus from behind, while the demon tries to corner him from the front. Malfus stands in the centre, black flame swirling around his fists. The illusions that once disguised him are flickering wildly, revealing glimpses of ebony skin traced by molten veins. His horns glint in the dancing firelight. The demon roars, slashing a claw at Malfus's flank. Malfus twists, catching its wrist. They lock in a brutal contest of strength, muscles straining. The soldier leaps in, swinging a wickedly curved sword at Malfus's back. My heart lurches. He can't defend from both sides at once. I rush forward, intercepting the soldier's strike. Our blades clash. The jolt nearly numbs my arm, but I hold. "Malfus!" I shout, letting him know I have his back. He hisses, pouring chaos flame into the demon's arm. The demon shrieks, smoke curling from its singed flesh. He hurls it aside, sending it crashing into a stack of crates. The soldier tries to slip around me, but I dance sideways, forcing him to keep distance. Malfus whips around, black flame coalescing in his palm, a savage gleam in his eyes. The soldier pales at the sight. "Traitor!" he spits, but fear taints his voice. Malfus hurls the flame. It engulfs the soldier in a swirl of shadow and heat. He collapses, choking on agony. Panting, I spin, scanning for the demon. It staggers to its feet, horns lowered, eyes blazing fury. I see a horrifying mania in its expression, like it's half feral from the magic the elves used to bind it. It roars, launching itself at us. Before I can react, Malfus meets its leap mid-air, colliding with bone-jarring force. They tumble in a crash of horns and claws, rolling across the floor. The entire building shakes. I dodge flying splinters as they smash through a toppled bookshelf. The demon tries to sink fangs into Malfus's shoulder. He slams an elbow into its jaw, an echoing crack. In the chaos, I dart to Enith. He gapes at the demon brawl, face ashen. "Can you run?" I ask urgently. He nods, wincing as he stands. "Well, what about—" I don't let him finish, because the demon's shriek splits the air. Malfus emerges from the tangle, battered but victorious, the demon's throat clutched in his claws. With a sickening twist, he snaps its neck. The creature's eyes roll back, body going limp. He flings it aside, chest heaving, black flame licking around him. For a heartbeat, he stands in the centre of the carnage, horns fully visible, wings partially flared from behind the glitching illusions. My eyes lock on his battered form. Blood trickles from a gash near his jaw, painting the molten veins in darker streaks. He looks like a wrathful god brought low, savage and unstoppable. Fear and something like awe swirl through me. Then the moment ends. He glances at me, illusions flickering as he tries to reassert them. "We have to leave. More will come." Enith staggers forward. "Wait, I can help," he blurts, rummaging in a drawer. He withdraws a slim wooden case. "If you're truly an Abyssborn, you need this." I peer at the case suspiciously, the hammered brass corners bearing faint runes. "What is it?" "No time to explain," Enith says, thrusting it into my hands. "Inside is a key, a pass or code for certain hidden archives. If the monarchy wants you dead, you'll need every resource. Now go before they send reinforcements." Malfus steps closer, illusions stabilising enough to cloak him again, though the flicker of horns remains at the boundary of my eyesight. "You're staying?" Enith grimaces, glancing at the 2 dead soldiers and the demon's corpse. "I've nowhere else to run. I'll feign ignorance, hope they believe I was forced to comply. If not—" He swallows. "I'll endure." My throat tightens. "They might kill you anyway," I say. He musters a shaky smile. "That's my risk. Now leave." He points to the window. "Stairs are blocked. That demon wrecked the only exit. Climb down, 2 floors, and you'll land in the alley behind the bakery." Malfus and I exchange a look. He scoops up Enith's wand from the floor, tossing it to him. "For protection, use it if they try to torture you." Enith nods, tears glinting in his eyes. "Go." We hurry to the window, shoving it open. The smell of charred parchment and blood lingers. My heart thumps sickly in my chest. We came for answers, and we got half of them along with an entire battalion on our trail. Malfus helps me climb onto the ledge. The drop is dizzying, maybe 2 stories of worn stone. Shadows shift in the alley below. He leaps first, illusions flickering around his wings as he lands in a crouch. I follow, swallowing a shriek as I plummet, knees buckling on impact. Pain flares in my thighs, but I manage not to collapse. He steadies me with a hand under my elbow, glancing up at the window. Distant shouts echo from inside. We must be gone before more arrive. Panting, we dart through the winding alley, stepping over crates and refuse. My mind reels with what I've heard. My survival might unleash chaos, and the monarchy is more than willing to burn half the district to stop me. When we reach a deserted courtyard, we slow, pressing into an alcove behind a defunct fountain. Malfus's illusions swirl unsteadily, reforming to hide his horns. My pulse remains frantic, sweat slicking my skin. We nearly died up there. I round on him, fury igniting. "You let me believe it was just your contract at stake. The entire city is in danger if the monarchy hunts me like this. They'll level everything." He meets my glare, eyes narrowed. "I didn't withhold that to harm you. You can barely handle the knowledge of your lineage as it is." My chest tightens. "You said you'd protect me, but you left out the part where armies would march to exterminate me. Don't I have the right to know how dire this is?" His jaw works, frustration clear. "Yes, you do, and now you do. That changes nothing about our plan." "It changes everything," I snap, voice echoing in the deserted courtyard. "My entire life I've been told humans are worthless. Now I'm some pivotal figure in an ancient prophecy. Don't you think that might weigh on me?" He exhales, clenching his fists. For a moment he looks exhausted, shoulders sagging as though the weight of centuries is pressing him down. "You're not the only one with burdens. My contract." "Your contract?" I laugh bitterly. It always comes back to that. But guess what, Malfus? I'm not just a tool to break your chains. I'm a person. This city was my prison for years, and if they find me, they'll kill me, or kill anyone who stands with me. "Then we avoid them," he says, a ragged edge to his voice. "We use every resource Enith gave us, find the clue to harness your abyss-born blood, and free me, free us from the monarchy's threat." A swirl of conflicting rage and empathy tears through me. I recall how he pinned me last night, how I glimpsed the raw fear behind his eyes when the contract twinged. Part of me wants to lash out, blame him for dragging me into deeper dangers. Another part recognizes that we're trapped together in this cosmic game. Neither of us asked for these powers. I pinch the bridge of my nose, struggling to steady my breathing. "Fine, we keep moving, but if you ever keep vital truths from me again..." He lifts a hand, palm up, as though offering a silent oath. "No more secrets," he murmurs, voice low. I hold his gaze. The illusions flicker, revealing the faint glow of his molten veins. He's battered, scraped, and splattered with demon gore, yet a fierce determination remains in his stance. Something twists in my gut, a mixture of reluctant trust and the memory of our shared desire. A desire I can't afford to indulge while a city hunts me like a rabid dog. "I'll hold you to that," I say finally. My voice shakes, but I refuse to show weakness. He nods, tension rippling across his broad shoulders. "We need to find a safer hideout. The archivist gave you that wooden case. There might be clues inside." I pat the case in my coat pocket, the hammered brass edges digging into my fingertips. Yes, let's hope it's worth all this bloodshed. A distant crash resounds from the direction of the bakery. Shouts in Elven ring through the night. My heart leaps. "We have to go," I say, scanning the alley that leads deeper into the mid-tier. "They'll search the entire district soon." Malfus motions for me to follow. "The illusions will help us slip away. Stay close." We rush from the courtyard, weaving through narrow lanes. Each footstep jolts my sore ribs, but I push aside the pain. My mind reels with the archivist's final warnings. My existence might unleash chaos. That prophecy about demonkind either being freed or doomed by my choice. Is that truly on me? Glancing at Malfus's tense expression, I recall the battered horn I touched in the fortress, the anguish he's endured. Part of me yearns to help him, not just for survival, but because I've glimpsed the burden he bears. Another part remains angry that he used me as a pawn. Yet we have no choice now but to stand side by side. We vanish into the maze of Vhoig, illusions wrapping around us in a cloak of secrecy. Though my body trembles with exhaustion and my mind writhes in confusion, one thing is certain. The monarchy won't stop until they claim my head and chain Malfus again. I can't allow that. Not after everything I've endured, not after discovering there might be a power in my veins that can break the unbreakable. The words from the archivist echo one last time. The monarchy will scorch entire districts to find you. I swallow, steeling myself. If my survival truly heralds chaos, then so be it. I'd rather fight on my own terms than lie down and let them sacrifice me again. Malfus's presence burns at my side, a dangerous ally with everything to gain or lose from my actions. We plunge deeper into the city's underbelly, pursued by unseen foes. My heart pounds with fear and fury, torn between betrayal and desperate hope. I grit my teeth, promising myself I'll unearth the truth behind my heritage. If I'm abyssborn, then I'll decide what that means. No prophecy or monarchy can chain me without a fight. Darkness envelops us. The hum of illusions and the faint patter of distant footsteps are constant companions. And so begins our next battle, outrunning the king's hounds, forging a path to the unknown power lurking in my blood. If chaos looms, I'll meet it with sword raised, determined to carve out freedom, even if it shatters the foundations of Vhoig itself. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 12. Malfus. I claw my way through the swirling void between my fortress and Vhoig, my breath hitching from the wound I sustained in the city. Each throb sends a burst of agony along my ribs, reminding me how close the dark elf guard came to skewering me before Valentina intervened. Flames of raw chaos magic illuminate the rift, carving an unstable path that leads us back to my domain, my stronghold of twisted spires and living wards. Valentina clings to my arm, hood pulled tight around her face. Her heartbeat races in my ears, quick and uneven. The portal belches us onto solid basalt, and we collapse in an inelegant heap. I brace a hand against the ground, dizziness threatening to topple me. My illusions flicker and die, revealing my horns and demon carapace in full glory. All around, the fortress's runic patterns flare, reacting to my abrupt arrival. Violet motes swirl up the spires, whispering a welcome. Valentina grimaces, hauling herself upright. Are you all right? She stammers, breath ragged. I force myself to stand, ignoring the spike of pain through my side. My wings flare in agitation, ragged membranes twitching as the wards sense our distress. I'll manage, I growl. But we don't have time to rest. The monarchy knows I betrayed them. The archivist's location was compromised. They'll come here next. She nods, face pale. You think they'll find the fortress so soon? A bitter laugh escapes me. I guaranteed some measure of secrecy with illusions and wards, but the king's trackers aren't fools. They have ways. If they suspect you're alive, if they think you are what you are. I pause, scanning the swirling illusions overhead. They'll risk an assault, no matter how many soldiers they lose. Valentina presses a hand to her heart, eyes flicking to the battered basalt towers. Are we safe behind your wards? My tail lashes. Safe for the moment, perhaps, but not if an entire legion attacks. My wards can repel direct scrying attempts, but if they send enough raw power or a specialized infiltration team... I trail off. Gritting my teeth, I beckon her to follow me. Come on. We hurry across a causeway, bridging the courtyard to the fortress gate. Ebony spires loom overhead, etched with glowing runes. Lesser demons stir at our approach. Trollvors, Zonax, and a handful of skulking shapes I can't name. They peer from behind jagged columns, confusion twisting their features at my abrupt return. They sense my tension. They smell the blood and fear. Back to your posts, I snarl at a trollvore that edges too close, spiny tail flicking with curiosity. It hisses, exposing needle-like teeth, but scampers off. My fortress is not a place of comfort. It's a menagerie of lesser beasts that served me or crept here seeking shelter from the wide world. They obey me so long as I remain the strongest presence in these halls. Valentina clings to my side, scanning each demon with wide eyes. She's seen them before, but never in a mass. "There are more than usual," she whispers, voice tight. I nod. They must have gathered near the gates, sensing something stirs beyond the wards. Possibly they smell your blood or mine. My lips curl. Even they can feel the tension building. We pass the iron-bound doors that open onto the fortress interior. Wards hum at our arrival, shimmering in arcs of dark energy. Past the threshold lies the grand entry hall, vaulted ceilings, carved pillars, a dais with a throne of fused bones at the far end. Flickering braziers burn with ghostly violet flame, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Zonaks skitter overhead on balconies, chittering in nervous excitement. "Malfus," Valentina says, gently tugging my arm. "You're hurt. Let me see." I shake my head, ignoring the hot flush that creeps along my neck. It's a scratch. I need to fortify the wards. She sets her jaw, exasperation shining in her silver eyes. "You want to fight an entire legion while bleeding out?" Without waiting for permission, she tugs at the ragged edge of my armor plating. Blood seeps from the tear in my side, the molten lines around it throbbing with each pulse. Damn it, I almost forgot how deep that guard's blade cut me in the scuffle. A soft curse leaves her lips as she checks the wound. "You're losing more blood than you think," I hiss, half in pain, half in annoyance. "I'll heal once I channel enough chaos magic. But I must strengthen the illusions, or they'll breach us from the outside. This fortress responds to me. If I falter now, we'll have no defense." She lifts her gaze, expression fierce. "Then let me handle the first aid. You focus on your wards, please." My tail flicks, wings contracting in a rustle of leather. Pride roars inside me. Demons rarely accept help from humans. But she's no ordinary mortal, and a part of me yearns to trust her in this crucial moment. Time is short. I grunt my acquiescence. "Fine," I say, stepping toward the dais. "There should be supplies in the vault below. Trollvores occasionally scavenge. They might have bandages or salves left." She grits her teeth. "No, I have some leftover salve in my bag." She hurries to rummage through a small satchel at her belt. I remember she carried a few meager items from the city, likely gleaned from the black market vendor or looted from the archivist's stash. She withdraws a tiny tin container. "Sit," she orders, glancing at the throne of bones. A reluctant laugh rumbles from me. Sit on my own throne so she can patch me up? The idea is bizarre, yet it might be the only seat stable enough to hold my weight. I climb onto the dais, lowering myself carefully into the carved seat, ignoring the throbbing in my side. The high back curves around my shoulders, lined with fused vertebrae from ancient kills. My horns brush the top. Valentina stands before me, face set in grim concentration, rummaging for scraps of cloth. "Hold still." I bare my teeth in a silent snarl when she tugs aside the broken plating to expose the wound. A dribble of demonic blood trickles down my side, glowing faintly. The bandages will sting. She notices my tension, her features softening for a heartbeat. "I'll be as quick as possible," she murmurs, voice gentler now. Her fingers smear salve along the wound. Each touch a jolt of pain I clamp down with raw will. My claws dig into the throne's armrests. She presses a length of cloth across the laceration, wincing at my half-stifled growl. The ephemeral closeness washes over me, recalling every fleeting moment of intimacy we've shared. There's a swirl of conflicting emotions, frustration, gratitude, and an odd sense of reliance. I hate being vulnerable. "Enough," I rasp, swallowing a hiss as she ties off the makeshift bandage. "That'll hold for now." She nods, stepping back. Then do your illusions, or wards, or whatever. I exhale, letting chaos magic surge along my veins. My horns tingle with latent power, and black flame crackles over my claws. The fortress resonates under my will, wards shimmering around the perimeter. I sense every twisted spire, every hidden corridor, all bristling with potential. I can amplify these illusions, conjure illusions of entire armies or monstrous beasts to dissuade attack. The air thickens with arcane tension as I funnel my strength into the fortress. A swirl of illusions takes form outside the basalt walls, conjuring silhouettes of demonic guardians, swirling storms, and eerie shapes that might deter lesser scouts. Violet arcs of electricity race along the spires, weaving a net of illusions and wards that keep us masked from immediate assault. I clench my teeth, ignoring the ache in my side. Valentina watches, eyes wide. "It's incredible," she breathes, glimpsing the illusions from within the fortress. Translucent specters of giant trollvors and towering Gilak demons flicker above the ramparts, roaring silently into the night. But just as I solidify that layer of defense, a piercing jolt stabs my chest. I double over, letting out a guttural snarl. The contract. King Grimlock is calling me. My lungs constrict as the oath's magic scythes through me like molten barbed wire. Valentina rushes forward. "What's happening?" I snarl, pressing a clawed hand to my sternum. "The king is summoning me, punishing me for defying him." White-hot agony pulses behind my eyes, making it hard to breathe. If I keep resisting, it might incapacitate me entirely. Valentina's face pales, her arms going rigid. "Can you fight it off?" "Yes," I rasp, "but it takes all my focus. If an army arrives now, I'll be half useless." The fortress wards fluctuate, illusions flickering. My concentration splinters under the contract's torment. Damn it, I need more time. As if on cue, a massive resonance slams against the fortress's perimeter wards. The entire structure trembles, cracks rippling along the basalt floor. Valentina stumbles, bracing a hand on my throne's arm. My wards quake under the force of an outside assault. They're already here, some strike team. A Zonok races into the hall, squeaking frantically. Another Trollvor barrels through a side corridor, screeching about intruders. I force myself upright, ignoring the fierce pain from both my side and the contract. My illusions waver. They're assaulting from multiple angles. Valentina helps me stand, her brow creased with worry. "What do we do?" she demands, voice shaking. I grit my teeth. We fight or we flee. But this fortress is my domain, and I'm not surrendering it without a struggle. I march past her, forcing the black flame around my hands once more. The swirling illusions outside Royal, showing me glimpses of the attackers. Squads of dark elf soldiers, assisted by a handful of conjured demons. Arcane siege weapons are arrayed in the swamp, launching blasts of corrupted energy at my wards. They came prepared. Valentina pales, glimpsing the illusions that reflect reality. "That many? There must be at least 24 soldiers out there, plus demons." My tail lashes, horns flaring with anger. "They want to bury me for defying the monarchy. And they want you dead. The king must have declared me a traitor, unleashing everything he can muster in a short time." Another impact rattles the fortress, sending cracks racing up a pillar. I spin, glaring at the lesser demons huddled at the edges. "All of you!" I roar, voice echoing in the vaulted chamber. "Defend our walls! Summon your brood! Set illusions, anything! We stand or we all die!" The Trollvors hiss, Zonaks squeal, scattering to carry out my order. They might be savage and primal, but they know I'm the best chance they have against a Dark Elf Legion. Valentina grips her sword, eyes wide but resolute. "I'll help," she says, voice trembling but determined. I pause, scanning her battered form. "You're already hurt from before, and if they see you, they'll target you." She lifts her chin. "I'm not cowering in a corner while they slaughter everyone. This is my fight too." Despite the agony roiling in my chest, a twisted sense of respect flares inside me. "Fine," I concede. But stay close. If you fall into their hands, it's over." She nods sharply, stepping beside me as we head toward the main gates. We climb a spiral staircase to an upper rampart that overlooks the courtyard. The illusions part just enough for us to see the horrific scene beyond the fortress walls. Luminous projectiles of arcane energy slam into swirling shadows, scattering illusions that vanish in sparks. The wetlands roil with rank smoke, and I glimpse black-clad soldiers forming ranks around siege constructs. Some lesser demons perched on the parapets hurl balefire at the invaders. Archers among the elves respond with deadly arcs of flaming arrows, peppering the outer walls. I watch in horror as a trollvor topples from a turret, shrieking as it falls into the swamp below. They're overwhelming my lesser beasts with coordinated attacks. The fortress wards flicker. The contract's torment squeezes my ribs, punishing me for resisting King Grimlock. My illusions threaten to collapse entirely. I clench the rampart's edge so hard my claws gouge stone. I must hold on or they'll break through. Valentina stands at my side, scanning the chaos. "They're focusing fire on the southwestern tower," she gasps, pointing. Indeed, a barrage of arcane blasts batters that spire, cracks fracturing the vault. One more volley might bring it down. I breathe a ragged snarl, forcing black flame to swirl around my horns, channeling illusions to strengthen that tower. My vision dims, contract pain lancing my skull. I can't keep this up forever. A sudden roar echoes from below as an entire chunk of wall collapses in a hail of stone. Soldiers and lesser demons flood into the courtyard. My illusions scramble to create phantom guardians, but the real brunt of the fight is physical. Trollvors and Zonax swarm the breach, shrieking in savage fury. The clash of steel and screeches of agony fill the night air. Valentina tugs my sleeve, eyes wild. "They've breached! If we stay up here, we'll be cut off!" I grind my teeth, wanting to hold the ramparts, but she's right. The fortress stands compromised. We have to regroup or risk being trapped in the upper levels. "Down," I say, voice rough. "We meet them in the main courtyard. We push them out, or die trying." She nods, determination etched across her face. Together, we sprint down the spiral steps, illusions swirling haphazardly around me as I attempt to keep random pockets of the fortress protected. My side throbs, fresh blood staining the bandages. The contract's silent demand grinds at my soul. "Kneel, obey, kill her!" I snarl inwardly, refusing to submit. We burst into the courtyard, which has become a battlefield of screaming chaos. Elves in black armor hack at lesser demons, arcane spells crackling overhead. Trollvors retaliate with fang and claw, but the coordinated might of the soldiers gains ground. A few illusions flicker about colossal illusions of demonic beasts, but the illusions alone can't stop real steel from slicing flesh. One soldier spots Valentina. "There!" he yells, eyes flaring with triumph. "The girl is alive! The king wants her head!" He lunges with a spear thrumming with arcane power. Valentina parries, though the blow staggers her. I roar, stepping in with chaos, flames surging around my fists. My illusions glitch around me, horns fully visible for an instant. The soldier's eyes widen, recognizing me. "Malfus, you're a traitor," he snarls. I hurl a lance of black fire. He tries to dodge, but it clips his shoulder, scorching the armor. He shrieks, dropping the spear. Before he can recover, Valentina drives her short sword into the gap at his side. Blood sprays. He collapses with a strangled cry. More soldiers converge, fanning out in a semicircle to flank us. My tail whips in frustration. The courtyard stones quake under the barrage of external siege spells. Pillars in the upper galleries crumble, raining debris. A voice echoes across the battlefield, magnified by arcane means. "Malfus, you stand condemned by the monarchy for treason and demon subterfuge. Surrender the Abyssborn or face annihilation." Valentina stiffens beside me. "They really do want me that badly," she mutters, half in awe, half in horror. I snarl a response, stepping forward. "You want her? Come take her." My voice booms, amplified by my fortress's wards. "I serve you no longer," A ripple of shock passes through the elf ranks. They know the contract should keep me in line. My open defiance cements their worst fears, that the chain is cracking. Furious cries erupt from their lines. They now see me as fully beyond redemption. Arrows streak the air, some tipped with flickering runes to break illusions. We dodge behind a fallen statue, chunks of basalt shielding us. The fortress wards moan in protest, battered by unrelenting siege blasts. Valentina peeks over the rubble, face drawn. We can't hold them off. They have siege weapons, spellcasters, and multiple demon thralls. She nods toward a juggernaut Gilak demon charging through the breach, smashing a trollvor underfoot. My heart twists. They brought a Gilak? Juggernaut demons are nearly unstoppable in open war, and if it's enthralled by the monarchy, it won't relent until we're crushed. Fall back inside, I order, grabbing her arm. We try to lure them deeper, force them through choke points, or at least buy time. She doesn't argue. We dash across the courtyard, weaving around the bodies of lesser demons. Some still thrash in death throes, howling curses at the elves. The air reeks of blood, sulfur, and charred flesh. Each step sends jolts of agony along my side. The bandage soaked. My illusions waver dangerously. We sprint through the cracked main doors, back into the grand hall. Soldiers are already inside, crossing swords with a few trollvors. The throne stands at the far end, overshadowed by flickering braziers. I bellow a challenge, chaos flames swirling around me again. The soldiers turn, startled to see me so close. One rushes forward, arcane blade crackling with energy. Valentina lunges, intercepting him while I conjure illusions of spiked walls to separate the other soldiers. They slam into intangible barriers, confused, giving us a momentary advantage. The soldier facing Valentina is skilled, but she blocks his strikes, countering with a slash that drives him off balance. I seize the opening, ramming a clawed hand into his breastplate. Chaos flame pours out, cooking him from the inside. He shrieks, collapsing. Before I can recover, another wave of agony from the contract buckles my knees. King Grimlock's wrath intensifies. My illusions flicker, the intangible walls dropping. The soldiers beyond them surge forward, shock replaced by renewed aggression. "Malfus, behind you!" Valentina shouts. I spin, parrying a spear aimed at my spine. My tail whips around, cracking against the attacker's helm. He staggers, but more fill the hall. They're flooding in. A trollvor leaps from the balcony overhead, tackling two soldiers. The shrieking ball of limbs smashes into a pillar, toppling it. Stone fragments thunder to the floor. A high-pitched squeal rings out from deeper within the fortress. My wards groan a death knell. They're sabotaging the illusions from inside. The carefully placed runic lines I carved into the fortress's heart must be under assault. If those wards fail completely, the entire structure loses its protective illusions, and more enemies can pour in with ease. Valentina slashes another soldier's leg, forcing him to drop. She whirls on me, panting, hair plastered to her temples. We can't hold them. They're everywhere. She's right. My illusions are too unstable. The contract's torment saps my strength. The unstoppable Gilak demon is likely smashing its way through the fortress corridors. Soldiers roam unimpeded, slaughtering any lesser demon that tries to fight back. I can't let them capture her. I inhale, forcing calm. We retreat. The fortress is compromised. She eyes me in shock. This place is your home, your domain. You'd give it up? My horns dip, shame and fury mingling. Better to escape and live than be pinned down and executed. I'll reclaim it eventually, but for now, we flee. Even as I say it, heartbreak gnaws at my gut. This fortress was my one bastion of independence, shaped by centuries of labor. But a single legion from the monarchy is forcing me out. Truly, the binding is not so easily shattered. Valentina licks her lips, flicking a glance at the swirling chaos. Then let's go. Which way? I think fast. There's a side passage below the throne dais that leads to a hidden exit, a rift back into the marsh. The illusions might hold just enough to hide us if we slip away. She nods, scanning the battlefield. We need a distraction. I clench my claws, forcing the last vestige of illusions into a towering image of a monstrous demon lord, thrice my size, erupting from the throne. It roars, brandishing spectral flames. Soldiers reel back, startled. The illusions flicker dangerously, but it's enough to buy a few seconds. Now! I grab Valentina's arm, dragging her behind the dais. A hidden mechanism triggers as I press a glyph etched into the stone. The dais shifts, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. We plunge down, the thunder of battle receding behind us. My illusions fade the moment the dais realigns, sealing the passage overhead. Our footsteps echo in the cramped tunnel, lit only by the faint glow of crystals set into the walls. The swirl of arcane wards drifts overhead, but they're weaker here, as if the fortress can sense my imminent departure. My chest twinges with guilt. I'm leaving my minions behind, but they'd rather scatter than be slaughtered. A demon's loyalty only lasts as long as it's profitable. Valentina tugs at my elbow as we round a corner. I can't see anything. Are you sure this leads out? I hold out a clawed hand, conjuring a small orb of black flame. It casts flickering shadows across the damp basalt. Yes, I shaped this passage centuries ago for emergencies. The monarchy never discovered it. My throat tightens. They'll likely tear the fortress apart in my absence, defacing everything they find. We hurry along, winding deeper into the labyrinth. Water drips from overhead, forming shallow puddles. My side throbs, the contract's pulsing pain subsiding a bit now that I'm physically resisting the king's call. Adrenaline courses through my limbs. If we escape, we live. If we're cornered, we die. Eventually, we emerge into a small chamber with a swirling portal carved into one wall. Purple veins of demonic energy ripple around the arch, similar to the gateway that leads to the swamp. Valentina exhales in relief. Thank the gods! I approach the portal, pressing a hand to the runes. They flare, responding to my signature. It'll take us to the edges of the swamp. Beyond that, we vanish into Protheka's wilderness. The monarchy will try to track us, but at least we won't be pinned in a siege. She nods firmly. Better than staying to be overwhelmed. Let's do it. My wings shift, scraping the narrow walls. I glance back once more, a pang in my chest. This fortress was my refuge, the place I poured centuries of effort into. Now the monarchy storms it, calling me traitor. I let out a breath, chaos swirling around my horns. They've branded me an enemy, I mutter. I suppose it was inevitable. Let them. I'd rather be free than a hound on a chain. Valentina steps closer, voice tentative. You risked everything to protect me. That means something. To me. She hesitates, as if uncertain how to phrase the gratitude. We can rebuild, right? If we can break your contract, we can figure out the rest. My gaze flicks to her. Bruises shadow her cheekbones, hair ragged, yet her silver eyes shine with steadfast resolve. She's changed so much, from a cornered slave in Lowtown to a fierce partner. Something warm stirs in my chest, though I tamp it down. Now's not the time for sentiment. I nod curtly, pressing my palm against the archway. The runes spark. The portal coalesces into a swirling vortex of purple and black. The air vibrates with arcane tension. Stay at my side, I command, forging an edge of authority into my tone to hide the unsteady swirl in my gut. She lifts her chin. I'm not going anywhere else. With that final statement, we step through. My illusions flicker as the portal engulfs us in a rush of cold wind. The fortress's essence recedes behind us. The wards, the lesser demons, the unholy halls. My ears ring, emptiness yawning in my chest. I'm leaving my only home. A heartbeat later, we're spat out onto muddy ground. The swamp's stench slams my nostrils. I stagger, nearly collapsing under the fresh wave of contract pain. The monarchy's call intensifies, as if outraged at my daring to flee. My fangs clench so tightly my jaw aches. Valentina stumbles forward, catching my elbow before I collapse. Mist drapes the bog, tree silhouettes looming like withered sentinels. Far in the distance, thunder rumbles. The horizon remains dark, no sign of Vhoig's lights. We've teleported far from the city. I sag against a twisted trunk, letting the black flame flicker around my claws. We escaped. That doesn't mean we're safe. The monarchy might track us. My fortress stands battered, possibly in ruin. My lesser demons can't hold off the assault without me. So be it. Valentina places a hand on my chest, eyes worried. You're trembling again. Is it the contract? I nod, choking back a groan. Yes, it tries to drag me back or cripple me for disobedience. Her lips thin in concern. Let's find somewhere to hide before it knocks you out. She glances around, scouring the murky waters and tangled roots. Maybe a cluster of trees or a patch of dry ground. Then we can regroup. I clench my fists, letting out a shaky breath. All right. My illusions are nearly spent, and I can't conceal my horns or wings for much longer. If any wandering elf patrol spots us, we'll stand out. But better than a direct siege. She slips her arm under mine, supporting me as we slog through the swamp. The mud swallows our boots. In the distance, faint lightning arcs across an overcast sky. Dull pain throbs with each step, blending with the contract's ache. My body begs for rest, yet my mind churns with rage. They forced me to flee my own domain. They declared me a traitor. Valentina halts beside a low rise of land, crowned by gnarled tree stumps. The ground here seems a bit firmer. This is better than sinking in the mire. Let's stop, catch our breath. I grudgingly agree, collapsing against a half-rotted trunk. The gash at my side reopens slightly, crimson mixing with the mud. Valentina tears a strip from her own cloak, pressing it to the wound. I flinch, but let her do it. The hush that falls between us weighs heavily, broken only by the croaking of distant marsh frogs. She breaks the silence. You protected me in there, she whispers. You defied the monarchy, lost your fortress, all to keep me safe. Malfus, I hold up a hand, bitterness flaring. Don't. I did what I must. If they took you, the contract might tighten around me again. If you died, I'd lose the key to my freedom. My voice emerges harsher than intended, a shield for the roiling vulnerability inside. Her face tightens, a flicker of hurt crossing her eyes. If that's all it is, then fine. She looks away, focusing on the murky swamp. Guilt twists in my chest, but I can't let her see my weakness. The contract's dull pressure throbs, and I exhale. We survived, but we're not victorious, I say, redirecting. They'll rally more forces, spread the word. Our best option is to vanish, gather strength, find a way to shatter the oath properly. She nods, trying to conceal the flicker of disappointment. Then that's what we'll do. A hush returns. We settle there, side by side, mud soaking our legs, the stench of rot clinging to the air. Our flight from the fortress echoes in my mind, each step hammered home by the monarchy's brand. The illusions I once commanded so effortlessly have cost me dearly. The king's forces have hammered my domain to rubble, leaving me adrift. Valentina eventually stands, scanning the gloom. We need shelter. I'm not sure how safe these trees are, but we can't remain in the open. I force my stiff legs to move, wincing at the shot of pain. Let's search. The swamp might have pockets of dry ground or a ruin we can claim. She helps me limp forward, stepping around thick roots and stagnant pools. My senses remain on alert, scanning for any sign of pursuit. Each minute that passes, the contract's scalding presence calms fractionally, as if the king's immediate wrath has to subside. He must focus on the fortress, ensuring it's thoroughly destroyed. That's our only advantage. A swirl of relief and bitterness churns in my gut. I picture my fortress towers collapsing under siege, illusions scattering as the monarchy plants their banner over my final bastion of independence. The notion drives a fresh wave of rage through me, but there's nothing I can do now. I will reclaim my domain one day once I'm unbound. Valentina glances my way. "We'll rebuild," she says softly, as if sensing my thoughts. "It might not be your fortress, but we'll find a place you can shape again." I stare at her, surprised by the conviction in her voice. "Why do you care?" She shrugs, flushing. "Because I understand what it's like to lose everything, and because if we're in this together, you deserve a chance to regain your power." Something fragile stirs in me. My horns dip. "Thank you," I murmur, the words tasting foreign on my tongue. We push onward, forging a path among twisted trees. The ground rises slightly, forming a small patch of drier land. An ancient log leans at an angle, draped in moss. Valentina kneels, prodding it with her blade. "Seems stable enough. We can rest here until dawn." I collapse onto the log, ignoring the muck caking my boots. My wings ache with every breath, the newly bandaged wound searing. Chaos magic usually speeds my healing, but the contract's interference has slowed that regeneration. Valentina stands guard, scanning the gloom. Faint flickers of lightning reveal her silhouette tall, lean, arms tense with readiness. Despite her battered state, she radiates a fierce determination. The memory of her lashing out at the soldiers in the fortress's grand hall surfaces in my mind. She's grown so much from the trembling slave I first saw. Silence stretches, thick with regret and uncertainty. I rub a hand over my broken horn, the stump a constant reminder of the times I nearly died under the monarchy's compulsion. Now I'm branded a traitor, forced to abandon my fortress, and all because I refused to kill the woman at my side. No illusions remain about my standing with the king. This is war. At length, Valentina turns to me, voice hushed. "Malfus, are you all right?" I bark a quiet laugh, bitterness laced with exhaustion. I'm homeless, wounded, and an entire legion wants my head. But I'm alive. That's more than can be said for many of my lesser demons who fought valiantly. Her face clouds with sympathy, but she remains silent, perhaps sensing no words can ease that guilt. We share a loaded glance, acknowledging the finality of what's happened. Lightning arcs overhead, outlining the twisted swamp trees. Thunder grumbles in the distance. The contract's throb has diminished to a dull ache, meaning the king's immediate call ended. But it'll return. That, or he'll dispatch more assassins. I exhale, leaning my head back against the log's thick bark. "We'll rest," I decree quietly. Then we keep moving at dawn, vanish deeper into Protheka's wilderness. We find a place to plan, to figure out how best to use your abyss-born power against this oath. She nods, shifting closer to me, though not quite touching. Her body heat brushes my arm. "You still have that amulet you mentioned? The one that might weaken the contract?" A shadow crosses my mind. I recall the chunk of obsidian and bone I salvaged from the fortress's vault. "I do. It's in my satchel, but it's unstable. If I try to use it now, half the swamp might implode." Her lips twist wryly. "So that's a last resort." "Precisely." I clamp my eyes shut, trying to ignore the swirl of pain. Let's hope we can refine it, or find another method. If we fail, the monarchy might not even need an army next time. The contract alone could break me. She inches closer, voice almost too soft for the stormy night. I won't let that happen. I crack an eye open, meeting her unwavering gaze. The sincerity there is unsettling. "You'll try," I correct. "We're both gambling with forces older than any mortal empire." She squares her shoulders. "That's never stopped me. Or you." A half smile tugs at my mouth despite the gloom. "True enough." Rain begins to patter through the twisted branches overhead, each drop hissing as it strikes the bog. The lightning's glow sputters, revealing swirling mists. We huddle against the log for meager shelter, hearts drumming with the knowledge that the fortress is lost. Silence envelops us, broken only by rainfall and the distant thunder of magic echoing from the direction of my domain. My illusions are no longer strong enough to sense the ongoing chaos, but I can guess. The monarchy will raise their banners, crow about capturing or destroying my stronghold, brand me a traitor for openly defying my oath. Word will spread across Protheka. Malfus has gone rogue, protecting a rumored abyssborn. I shut my eyes, letting the hush settle deeper. So be it. If I must become an outlaw to reclaim my autonomy, I will. Valentina's warm presence grounds me, a reminder that I'm not alone in this. She's lost everything too, scoured from the city that once enslaved her. Now we flee together, an unholy alliance forging a precarious bond. The storm intensifies, raindrops growing heavier. Valentina lifts the corner of her coat, trying to shield her face. My chest aches at the sight. I can conjure illusions to keep us dry, but not in my current state. Helplessness stings. The monarchy has effectively stripped me of my sanctuary. Now I roam the swamps like a wounded beast. Another flash of lightning illuminates her profile, and for an instant I see the raw determination etched into her features. My heart clenches. "We'll survive," I say, not sure if I'm reassuring her or myself. She glances at me, rain streaking her cheeks. "Yes, we will." And that is enough for now. We find a semblance of acceptance in the storm's roar, each battered by fate, but not broken. The fortress is lost, but we live. The monarchy has forced our hand. Let them brand me a traitor. Let them hunt us. We'll carve our own path, free from their chains. Clenching my fists, I vow to myself that I'll rebuild everything they've stolen: my domain, my power, my freedom, and I'll repay their treachery with interest. The contract pulses a last stab of agony, then fades to a sullen throb. They can't drag me back, not while I still draw breath, not while Valentina stands by my side. As dawn approaches, the storm rages on, hammering the swamp and washing away the footprints of our flight. The fortress stands behind us in ruin, but my resolve has never been sharper. We might be cornered, wounded and alone, but the monarchy has unleashed a beast they can't cage again. With Valentina near, I feel the faint stirring of possibility, some cosmic shift that could unbind me from the shackles of centuries. If that means facing armies and storms, so be it. Let the monarchy come. Let them try to bury us. I smile grimly at the swirling mist. They'll find we're not so easily erased. Lightning flashes once more, revealing the endless expanse of Vhoig. The day will break soon, and with it, a new stage in our war. My illusions sputter around me, half-formed, but Valentina's presence anchors me. She rests a hand on my forearm, eyes filled with defiance, and I feel a flicker of the unstoppable might we could become if we succeed. Together, we brace ourselves for the next onslaught, because the monarchy won't stop until they reclaim my head, or see her lifeless. They'll have to pry both from my claws.
Chapter 13. Valentina. I squeeze through an overgrown archway made of cracked white stone, my breath hitching in the damp morning air. The acrid stench of swamp clings to me, mixing with sweat and blood. My legs tremble from days of running with hardly any sleep. Malfus follows close behind, his larger frame rustling the vines that choke this abandoned structure. Ahead, the tangled remains of a ruined temple rise like a broken promise. Columns toppled, walls crumbling, and gaping holes in the roof where the sky peers in like a curious spectator. Every step I take echoes in the vast emptiness, stirring dust motes that swirl in beams of weak sunlight. My heart lurches at how close the monarchy's hunters came to snaring us last night. We lost Malfus's fortress, fled into the swamp, and have been stumbling through bog and ruin for what feels like an eternity. Sleep is a distant memory. Safety is an illusion. He joins me in what might have once been a grand courtyard. Weeds sprout from shattered tiles, the pattern scuffed beyond recognition. His horns glisten with a sheen of mud. Half his face is smeared with dried blood. His once proud wings remain folded, battered from constant ambushes. Even through the grime, he still exudes an air of fierce authority. 8 feet of lethal muscle, covered in faintly glowing lines that pulse with dark energy. Yet I catch the slump of his shoulders, the slight limp favouring his wounded side. Our flight has exacted a price. I pause in the centre of the courtyard, scanning for threats. Broken statues line the perimeter, each bearing time's ravages. The hush is eerie, punctuated by the drip of water from the sagging arches. Outside, the swamp teems with hidden dangers, but for a moment, this place is silent. My grip on my short sword relaxes fractionally. Malfus halts beside me, tail flicking in agitation. "We can't stay long," he mutters, voice raw. "But I need to rest. The contract's backlash nearly crippled me again at dawn." My stomach tightens at the reminder. In the final scramble through the marsh, he doubled over in agony, choking on arcane pain. I had to support him until it subsided. Each time he defies the king's summons, that oath punishes him. He refuses to speak of how close the anguish truly comes to breaking him. Catching his breath, he glances at a half-collapsed doorway leading into the temple's interior. Ivy strangles the stone, and faint arcs of light flicker from within. "Let's see if it's stable in there." I nod, though an unsettling sensation curls in my belly. This temple belongs to some ancient era, maybe centuries older than the monarchy. The architecture hints at a once holy site. Where we stand might have been an altar. Now it's nothing but rubble. I wonder which deity was once worshipped here, and if their echoes still haunt the ruins. We venture inside. The main hall is a cavernous space with a vaulted ceiling that has caved in at multiple points. Shafts of pale daylight slice through the gloom, illuminating drifting specks of dust. Remnants of carved reliefs adorn the walls, half-chiselled figures lost to time. Puddles gather where the roof has failed, forming stagnant pools that reflect our exhausted faces. Malfus stumbles over a piece of fallen masonry, hissing in pain. I grab his arm, steadying him. Though he towers over me, he leans into my support, a silent admission that his strength is at its limit. My own body shakes from strain and fear, but I find a small spark of resolve. "One more step, Valentina. Just one more." "Over there," I murmur, pointing to a portion of the hall where the roof mostly holds. A large upturned statue might provide enough cover, and the floor seems relatively dry. We limp across the rubble. He eases down, back against the statue's carved base. The stone figure, once grand, has no head now, and its arms lie scattered in pieces. I press a hand to Malfus's shoulder, gently lowering him so he can stretch his wounded leg. A fresh wave of guilt hits me, remembering how fiercely he fought to protect me from the monarchy's ambush. He nearly lost everything. He did lose everything, his fortress. And for what? My breath catches as I crouch beside him. The tension between us thrums in the stale air. It's been building since we fled the fortress. The memory of our first frantic coupling still scalds my cheeks. Even battered as he is, I recall how his mouth felt on mine, how I tasted his desperation. I'm furious at him, at fate, at the monarchy, and yet I'm drawn to him in a way that defies sense. He lifts his gaze, his crimson eyes dimmed with weariness. "You're trembling," he says softly. I swallow hard, forcing a short laugh. "That's what happens when you haven't eaten or slept in ages. Let's try not to starve to death in this temple, okay?" A faint smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, but it doesn't reach his eyes. His horns dip. The broken base near the tip is a constant reminder of battles lost. "We'll rest a moment, then I'll conjure illusions to hide our scent. The monarchy's hounds might not track us here for a few hours. Enough time to patch ourselves up." I nod, exhaustion slamming into me now that I dare relax. My knees buckle, and I sink onto a patch of mosaic tile. For a few moments I simply focus on breathing. The temple's hush envelops us, an uneasy peace. Our days on the run blur into one relentless nightmare. I can't recall the last time I felt truly safe. Malfus shifts, grimacing at the fresh bloodstain around his bandages. "I'm not healing as fast as usual," he mutters. "The contract's wrath must be siphoning my magic." Without a word, I shuffle closer. My supply of salve is nearly gone, but I offer what remains. His horns tilt in grudging acceptance. I undo the soiled bandage, wincing at the raw gash across his ribs. "Does it hurt a lot?" He exhales a ragged chuckle. "Nothing compared to the oath's torment. I've endured worse, mortal." That word, mortal, carries less bite than usual. I catch a flicker of vulnerability in his gaze. He tries to mask it, but I sense how close he is to the edge. The unstoppable demon enforcer is battered, cornered, and chained by an oath he hates. My chest tightens. Why do I ache for him, even though he's half the reason I'm in this mess? I clean the wound as best I can with a scrap of cloth, pressing the last smear of ointment across the torn flesh. His claws dig into the stone, but he stays silent, enduring. Something about his stoic acceptance of pain stirs a fierce protectiveness in me. He's done so much to keep me alive. Maybe it's my turn to shield him somehow. When I finish, I lean back, exhaustion throbbing behind my eyes. "You should try to sleep," I say, voice shaky. He shakes his head, horns scraping the statue behind him. "We can't let our guard down." A distant voice rumbles through my memory. "You have to keep going or they'll find you." I brush it aside. "I'll keep watch for a bit. At least shut your eyes for a moment. You're almost delirious." He tries to protest, but weariness claims him. His eyes slide closed, each breath slow and laboured. I watch, uncertain if I should feel relieved or more vulnerable. An unconscious demon is still a demon, but I can't do this alone either. Silence drapes the temple. My heart thumps, scanning the crumbling walls for any sign of intrusion. Time crawls. Shadows shift as sunlight drags across the broken ceiling. Each drip of water echoes, marking the slow passage of minutes. I think of the monarchy, of the prophecy that calls me an abyss-born. My blood can break Malfus's contract, but what does that cost me? When his breathing evens out, I exhale shakily and pull the battered wooden case from my satchel. The archivist thrust it at me before we fled. I open it with trembling fingers, revealing a single cracked tablet etched with faint runes. The script is archaic, half lost to time, but some words are recognisable from demon lore references Malfus used. I run my fingertips over the ancient lines, interpreting piece by piece. My breath catches as the translation takes form in my mind. I didn't tell Malfus everything I gleaned from the archivist's notes. Perhaps I was afraid to face the truth. The prophecy is clearer here. A child of the abyss-born shall unbind a demon's chain through blood's final tether, life for life. The meaning slams into me like a hammer. Freeing Malfus might require my lifeblood fueling the final break in his contract. Sacrifice. A wave of nausea grips me. I'd have to die to sever the monarchy's hold on him. Tears burn my eyes as I snap the case shut, heart hammering. So it's not just some complicated ritual. It's my entire existence on the line. Every moment we've shared, every plan for survival, hinged on a cost I never fathomed. If I want him free, if I want the monarchy to lose their greatest weapon, I must give up my own life. Hands shaking, I swallow convulsively, feeling my world tilt. Is that why we risked everything? So I can hand him my death on a silver platter? Does he know? A choking sob fights to escape, but I clamp it down. I don't want to wake him, not yet. I can't let him see me unravel. Trembling, I press my forehead against my bent knees, shoulders shaking. I can't do this. I don't want to die. But the monarchy hunts me, hunts us, and Malfus suffers every time he resists. My heart tears in two, battling survival instincts against a fierce bond I never chose. Damn it. Some time passes, maybe minutes, maybe hours. Malfus stirs with a ragged exhale, eyes flicking open. He catches sight of my crouched form, tear-streaked cheeks, and worry carves lines in his features. "Valentina," he murmurs, voice laced with concern. "What's wrong?" I lift my head, hating how raw my voice sounds. "Nothing," I lie. He sees through it, a frown tightening his mouth. Blood smears still mar his jaw, his black hair matted to his temples. He extends a clawed hand, cupping my cheek. I flinch, then let him brush away a tear. "Tell me," he says, gentler than I expect. The heartbreak in my chest frays my composure. I can't speak the words. Instead, something breaks inside me. Fear, sorrow, longing. I lunge forward, pressing my mouth to his in a frantic kiss. He stiffens, surprised, but only for a heartbeat. Then he snarls low in his throat, tangling his claws in my hair. The temple's hush crackles with sudden energy. The kiss is desperate, all teeth and ragged breath. My tears mix with the copper tang of his blood. Every ounce of terror, guilt and desire pours into the clash of our mouths. He groans, pulling me closer until I straddle his lap, wings rustling behind him. The statue at his back creaks in protest as we collide with raw need. I gasp against his lips, half mad with heartbreak. He senses it, horns tipping forward as he deepens the kiss, as if to devour my anguish. My hands scrabble over his battered armour, searching for the clasps. He doesn't stop me. Perhaps he's just as lost, our entire world in shambles, our future uncertain. "Valentina," he rasps, voice trembling in a way that's more vulnerability than I've ever heard from him. The syllables of my name vibrate against my lips. His tail coils around my calf, urging me closer. I break the kiss, panting, pressing my forehead to his. Our breath mingles. "I can't lose you," I whisper, tears returning unbidden. "I know it's stupid, but—" My voice cracks, recalling the prophecy's fatal cost. He silences me with another fierce kiss, claws raking down my sides, tearing open the remnants of my coat. The chill of the temple's air bites my skin, but his body radiates a feverish warmth. My heart batters my ribs, my entire being consumed by the knowledge that each second might be our last. Let me forget, just for a moment.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Silence weighs heavier than ever. My tears keep falling, unstoppable. Malfus exhales, brushing a claw through my tangled hair. "Valentina," he murmurs, voice hoarse. I swallow, forcing my gaze to meet his. The aftershocks of pleasure fade, replaced by a suffocating sense of doom. "I can't do this," I whisper, mind spinning with the text I read. I must sacrifice my life to free him. One life for another. He frowns, confusion edging his features. "You regret what just happened?" My throat constricts. "No, Yes, I do, because everything is hopeless." My voice cracks, and I push off his chest, sliding away from him, hugging myself against the cold. The temple's broken pillars loom, indifferent to our heartbreak. He sits up, the light glancing off the ridges of his horns, the bruises on his broad torso. "What do you mean hopeless? We'll keep running. We'll find a way." A sob escapes me, tears hot on my cheeks. There is no way. I saw the text. The archivist's notes confirm it. To break your contract, an Abyssborn must give themselves entirely. Blood's final tether. It means I have to die to free you. The colour drains from his face. That can't be certain. I read it, I insist, voice quivering. We thought the ritual needed my blood, but it's more than that. The entire text spells out a life-for-life exchange. If I want to sever your oath, I must surrender my existence. There's no middle ground. Silence stretches, thick as lead. His molten eyes roil with conflicting emotion, anger, grief, disbelief. There must be an alternative, he growls, fists clenching. I refuse to accept your death as the price. My tears come faster. What choice do we have? The monarchy hunts us. You can't break the oath alone, and each defiance cripples you. If I do nothing, you remain enslaved. If I do something, I die. My chest heaves, bitterness choking me. He surges forward on his knees, snatching my wrists. His claws dig in, not enough to hurt, but enough to force my gaze to his. I won't let you sacrifice yourself, he snarls. Not for me. We'll find a way to circumvent the prophecy, twist it in our favour. Demonic magic can be subverted. I laugh hollowly, tears slipping through. You think we can outwit ancient forces older than the monarchy itself? That prophecy has endured countless centuries. His horns dip, a savage light in his eyes. We defy everything else. Why not fate too? Then his voice softens. You asked me not to let you go. I won't. This can't be the end. My heart aches at the raw conviction in his tone, but despair lingers. We can't outrun destiny. I slump, burying my face in my hands. The temple's silence feels like an accusation, each shattered pillar a reminder that all grand structures eventually crumble. He pulls me into his lap again, ignoring our discarded clothes. The gesture is almost gentle. We're survivors, he murmurs, pressing his forehead to mine. We survived my fortress falling, the monarchy's blades, the illusions. We'll survive this. I'll tear reality apart before letting them take your life. Emotion clogs my throat, making speech impossible. A wave of gratitude and heartbreak floods me, so intense I can't hold back. I cling to him, tears hot on my cheeks, trembling from the aftershocks of our desperate union. He strokes my hair in tentative comfort, as if uncertain how to soothe. Time drifts in the hush. Rain begins to fall through the broken roof again, soft patters echoing in the cavernous hall. I press my ear to his chest, feeling the slow thud of his heartbeat. Each beat is a reminder that our time is borrowed. If the prophecy is true, I might never share another day with him without paying the ultimate price. He kisses the top of my head, voice rumbling in my ear. I'm sorry, he says finally, raw guilt seeping through. I dragged you into this. If I'd killed you at the ritual. Rage snaps through me and I jerk back. You think I'd rather be dead than this? My voice wobbles, but anger sparks. No, I choose life, Malfus. No matter how broken it is. Don't dare assume killing me then would be mercy. He winces, swallowing. That's not what I just wish I'd known the cost. I wouldn't have pinned my hope on you so readily. The admission stings, but sorrow overshadows it. You needed me as your lifeline, and I needed someone to show me I wasn't powerless. This is what we get. A hush settles. Guilt and despair weigh heavy, overshadowing the intimacy we just shared. I can still feel the ghost of his touch, the warmth that flared between us for one bright moment. Now all that remains is the chilling knowledge that I might have to die to break his chains. He releases a slow exhale, fangs baring in frustration. I refuse to let you sacrifice yourself, he repeats, steeling his jaw. Prophecy or not, we'll find a different path. The monarchy can be undone by other means. We'll keep searching for relics, for a sorcerer wise enough to unravel that vow. I'll tear the monarchy limb from limb if I must, but you are not a lamb to slaughter. Tears glimmer in my eyes again, gratitude and heartbreak colliding. I'm disinclined to argue. A flicker of hope struggles in my chest, warring against the grim text I read. Could we truly cheat fate? At length we gather the tattered remnants of our clothes. He helps me stand, body stiff from the strain of fighting and heartbreak. The temple's gloom thickens as storm clouds blot out the daylight. I shiver, pulling my coat around me, ignoring the tears and rips from our frantic encounter. He glances at me, guilt twisting his features once more. Are you in pain? Physically, I ache in 1,000 ways, bruises from fighting, the rawness from our desperate lovemaking, but the deeper agony is mental. I'll survive, I say quietly. We both will, until we figure this out. He nods, stepping forward to peer through a gap in the wall. Rain cascades, forming puddles in the courtyard. No sign of the monarchy's hunters, he mutters. We might have a little while before they track us here. I nod, feeling exhaustion weigh on my bones. Hopeless or not, we must keep moving soon. We can't linger in a half-collapsed temple with no supplies. My stomach growls faintly, reminding me that hunger's also a threat. He turns, horns silhouetted by a flash of lightning. I found some dry wood in a side chamber. If we conjure a small flame, we can at least warm ourselves a bit. Wait here. I watch as he disappears into the shadows, marvelling at the fact that even battered, he refuses to yield. Something about that unwavering grit stirs my battered spirit. The monarchy might have fate on their side, but we have our shared refusal to kneel. Left alone, I sink onto a broken column, hugging my knees. The echoes of what we did still vibrate through my body. Tender bruises, the taste of his lips. Why must it be overshadowed by the dread of losing everything? Another tear slides down my cheek, and I wipe it away with shaky resolve. He returns with splintered timber in his arms, setting it in a small pile under a sheltered alcove. With a flick of his claws, he summons a trickle of black flame, igniting the wood. We sit close to the flickering fire, soaking in the minimal warmth. The rain intensifies outside, thunder rumbling. For a long while, we're silent, our gazes locked on the flames. I replay the archivist's words in my mind. When the scion of the abyss emerges, the binding of countless souls shall break, or else all demonkind shall be yoked anew, and the runes carved into that tablet, demanding a life exchange. It's not fair. Malfus breaks the silence first, voice low. I know your heart is heavy, mine is too, but we can't let despair consume us. There must be a path we haven't yet seen. I look up, seeing the determination etched across his bruised face. The glow of the fire accentuates the hollows under his cheeks, the molten lines along his neck. My chest tightens. What if there isn't Malfus? What if the monarchy kills us before we find an alternative? What if the only way is me? He reaches out, brushing my knuckles with a clawed fingertip. The gesture is oddly gentle. I don't have answers, he admits softly, but I won't let you face this alone. Even if it means I must tear down the monarchy's temples, I'll do it. We'll find a spell, a relic, or a sorcerer who can reshape the ritual. That's my vow. A broken laugh escapes me. You and your vows. That's how you got into this mess in the first place. He grimaces, but there's a flicker of rueful humour in his eyes. Perhaps, but I'd rather vow to stand by you than serve a king who never deserved my loyalty. Those words create a swirl of emotion in me. I can't voice the gratitude that floods my heart, so I just nod, blinking back fresh tears. Thank you. Another hush settles, the fire crackling softly. The temple's broken arches frame sheets of rain. The swirling gloom presses in, a reflection of the despair that lingers despite our closeness. My body hums with the memory of our frantic encounter, overshadowed by heartbreak. Eventually, Malfus rummages for a scrap of cloth, offering it to me. "Try to rest if you can," he suggests. "I'll keep watch until we move." I accept the cloth, wrapping it around my shoulders. My limbs ache with bone-deep fatigue, but my mind churns with fear. Slowly, I lean against his side, letting my eyes drift shut. His tail wraps around my ankle in a strangely protective gesture, as if anchoring me. For a moment, the storm's lullaby and the warmth of the little fire soothe me into a light doze. In that half-sleep, images flicker. The prophecy's words etched in stone, Malfus's fortress reduced to rubble, the monarchy's relentless pursuit. My breath catches, nightmares creeping. I jolt awake, heart racing. Malfus's arm tightens around me, a silent question in his gaze. "I'm okay," I whisper, though my chest hurts. "Just restless." He nods, understanding too well. We remain pressed together, neither fully asleep nor truly awake, suspended in a fragile moment where the entire world seems to hold its breath. The storm rages, the broken temple stands sentinel around our fragile union, and somewhere beyond, fate awaits with a cruel ultimatum. Eventually, the rain slackens, leaving behind a hush broken only by dripping water. I stir, checking the small fire. It's burned low, embers glowing faintly. Malfus's eyes flick to me, reading the question there. "Is it time to go?" He nods, rising slowly. My muscles protest, half crippled by stiffness, but I push through. We gather our scattered belongings, ignoring the bruises and lingering traces of sorrow. The sanctuary of this ruin gave us a fleeting respite, but we can't stay. The monarchy hunts. The prophecy looms. Malfus offers me a hand, helping me over a fallen column. A subtle tenderness lingers in his touch, overshadowed by the weight of our predicament. My chest tightens at how ephemeral this closeness is. Every step might be my last, if the prophecy demands my life. We stand at the battered entrance of the temple, scanning the mist-shrouded swamp. The sun tries to break through the clouds, but the resulting light is weak. Our reflections drift in a stagnant pool, him towering with horns half lowered, me slight and grim in a torn coat. We are a mismatched pair, bound by defiance and desperation. "Ready?" he asks softly. I nod, swallowing my tears. Yes, let's keep going. And so we leave the ruined temple behind, burdened by knowledge that could tear us apart. The hush of the aftermath lingers, the memory of our frantic collision etched into every bruise. Guilt coils in my gut, overshadowing the fleeting pleasure we found in each other's arms. We walk side by side into the mist, hearts weighed down by fear for the future, yet unwilling to surrender. Each step draws us closer to a confrontation with fate, one that might demand more than either of us can bear. But for now, we cling to fragile hope and the desperate bond forged in the heart of ruin. If we must face doom, we'll face it together, no matter the cost. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice. The full audiobook was too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story.
Chapter 15. Valentina. A faint breeze filters through the ancient pines, carrying the tang of sap and damp moss. I inhale slowly, hoping the crisp air will clear the worry fogging my thoughts. After days of stumbling through the catacombs in these shadowy forests, Malfus and I finally found a pocket of calm. A small clearing ringed by towering trees, their branches forming a canopy that lets through dappled sunlight. It's not perfect shelter. The monarchy could still track us if they tried, but for a few precious hours, I can inhale without tasting blood and fear. The morning sun is weak, caught in the haze that clings to this place. My boots crunch over fallen needles as I circle the clearing, scanning for threats. My ribs still protest each movement, bruised from the last time we clashed with the dark elf soldiers in those cursed catacombs. Every step feels like I'm hauling a lead weight behind my lungs. I can't keep going like this forever, but I also can't surrender. Malfus stands by a rocky outcrop at the clearing's edge, broad shoulders tense. He's imposing even in exhaustion, 8 feet of ebon muscle, horns curved in brutal arcs. The broken one near the tip is a permanent reminder of all he's endured. His wings droop against his back, battered from repeated scrapes with the monarchy's arcane attacks. He pretends not to notice me watching, but I see the subtle clench of his claws whenever the vow tightens around his heart. Even from a distance, I sense his pain. A swirl of guilt undercuts my exhaustion. I am the reason Malfus fights the monarchy at every turn. I carry the means to unbind him from their control. But that solution demands my life as payment. Knowing that shakes me to the core. For days, I've wallowed in an inner war, caught between an unthinkable sacrifice and a desperate clinging to my own survival. Each night, nightmares rack me, featuring my body lying lifeless on a ritual altar, while Malfus roars his helpless fury. But something changes in me this morning. A fragile shift, like a tiny ember flickering in the ashes. Even though I ache, even though fate looms with a cruel ultimatum, I realize I won't let them. The monarchy, the prophecy, even Malfus's vow, decide my destiny. If there's a path to unbind him without demanding my life, I vow I'll tear the world apart to find it. The monarchy has stolen enough from both of us. I stride across the clearing to Malfus, ignoring the twinges in my side. We can't keep drifting, I say, voice hushed so it doesn't echo among the trunks. If we keep hiding, the monarchy will eventually corner us. The vow will wear you down, or we'll run out of resources. We need a real plan. He glances at me, molten eyes dulled by fatigue. I know, he admits in a gravelly murmur, but every time we risk a direct confrontation, we lose another piece of ourselves. My fortress is gone. Your illusions are shaky at best. A wry smile touches my lips, though sadness lingers behind it. They were never truly mine. You shaped them around me, but I see your point. I draw a deep breath, clenching my fists. We tried running. We tried skulking through catacombs. None of it gets us closer to an answer. I can't watch you suffer the vow's torment any longer, Malfus. And I won't die for some prophecy that might be twisted. Not if I can help it. He tenses, turning fully to face me, horns catching a stray sunbeam that highlights the scarred ridges. You're speaking as if you have an alternative. But we've found none. The bitterness in his tone slashes at me. In that moment, I realize how deeply his despair runs. He sees no other path except me dying or him remaining a slave to the monarchy. My chest squeezes painfully, but a fierce determination flares. I'm done letting them define our choices, I say, letting the anger sharpen my voice. We might not have discovered a perfect solution, but we haven't confronted them on our terms yet. We always end up running. He exhales, frowning. What does that mean? A suicidal attack on their capital? You've seen what they did to my fortress. We'll be outnumbered 100 to 1. I shudder at the memory of those black-clad soldiers storming the courtyard, but I refuse to back down. Not a blind charge, I correct. Something more deliberate. If we're going to break the vow, we do it in a way that's advantageous to us. We lure them to a place where we control the environment. Maybe gather allies if possible. We perform the unbinding ritual our way. My heart thumps, fear nibbling at me from within. I refuse to let them kill me or you. The prophecy might say, life for life, but maybe I can warp that outcome. I can at least try. He stares at me, incredulity flickering in his slitted pupils. You sound half mad. You read the archivist's text. The old runes make it clear. A child of the Abyss-born must surrender her essence to sever a demon's oath. That's no trifling matter we can just tweak. I shrug, heat coursing under my skin. Then call me crazy, but I believe ancient magic can be bent. Maybe I can pour my power into the vow, but keep my life. Maybe I can channel the monarchy's own illusions to offset the cost. My confidence wavers, yet I press on. Or maybe we find a clever way to interpret life for life, something that satisfies the ritual enough to break the vow without truly killing me. The monarchy has twisted words for centuries. Why can't we? A faint spark of interest lights Malfus's eyes, quickly doused by caution. You risk losing everything on a gamble. If it fails, I gain freedom for a heartbeat, then drown in regret as you die. My throat tightens. And if we do nothing, you remain bound, and both of us eventually fall under the monarchy's blade. They'll never stop. This new plan, our plan, is worth the risk. He clenches his jaw, muscles rippling across his broad shoulders. His wings quiver, etched with scars from recent skirmishes. Why are you so determined to save me now after I dragged you into this hell? My chest aches at the vulnerability lurking behind his anger. You didn't drag me alone. I walked into it with my eyes open. Yes, we had rough beginnings, but we fought side by side. We've bled for each other. If I can help you break free from that vow without losing myself in the process, then I'll do everything in my power to make that happen. He studies me in silence, conflict twisting his features. Then he nods, resigned but also sparked with a faint hope. Fine, he says, voice low. We do it your way, but if it comes to the final moment, and the prophecy demands your life, I'll stop you. I won't watch you die for me. A small, tight smile forms on my lips. We'll see who can be more stubborn. The hush that follows is tense, but brimming with purpose. We exchange a glance, an unspoken accord, and I feel that ember of determination in my heart flare into something real. No more catacombs, no more fleeing. We break the vow on our terms. First, I say, we need a plan to draw them out. The monarchy hunts us, but we can choose the battlefield, can't we? Malfus inclines his head, considering. Yes. If we send a loud enough message, they'll converge, bringing their best soldiers and sorcerers. If we can funnel them somewhere with wards of our making. But we lost my fortress, and illusions alone might not suffice. I need my lower lip, thinking hard. There are other old strongholds across Protheka. Some are rumored to be built on wild spawns, places where arcane energy runs rampant. If I could harness that energy, perhaps I can amplify the unbinding ritual, enough to overshadow the fatal cost. He raises an eyebrow. Harness a wild spawn? Even I'm wary of those primal energies. They spawn monstrous creatures, twist reality. We'd risk unleashing horrors. Better to fight horrors we choose, I counter. We're already living a nightmare, Malfus. If a wild spawn's power can help me manipulate the vow's demand, I'll brave it. He exhales, nodding slowly. Then we'll need to locate one. I know rumors about the wild spawn deep in the Runa marshes to the west, an overgrown ruin said to be older than the monarchy itself. Might be crawling with savage beasts, but it's a lead. A nervous tingle skitters down my spine. Then that's where we go. We lure the monarchy there, set our own wards, and attempt the ritual. If the prophecy insists on blood, we'll channel the wildspawn's energy to feed that demand. With luck, it'll accept the magic instead of my life. He gives a short laugh, humorless, but not dismissive. You make it sound almost feasible. I admire your audacity, mortal. Warmth and exasperation coil in my chest. Even now he labels me mortal, but the affection beneath the word is undeniable. We have little to lose. Let's embrace the insanity. A hush settles again, the forest still around us. Outside the clearing, a crow caws, the sound jarring. Malfus turns, scanning the perimeter. He bristles. We can't linger long. The monarchy's scouts might be close. I nod, heart pounding with renewed urgency. We'll rest for an hour, gather our strength, then head west. The Runa marshes are days away. We'll need every ounce of grit we can muster. He meets my gaze, intensity swirling in his eyes. And if along the way we discover an alternative, some relic or sorcerer who can break the vow without risking you, I won't hesitate to pivot. Hope sparks in my chest. Agreed. We keep every option open. We settle in that plan, the next step in a perilous dance. My tension eases by the smallest fraction, replaced by a grim focus. I can't dwell on the catacombs or the prophecy's threat of death. We have a path, however fraught. That must be enough for now. We spend the next hour patching ourselves up, devouring the last bits of dried meat Malfus scavenged from a half-burned caravan days ago. It's sour and tough, but my empty stomach doesn't complain. My ribs ache whenever I draw breath, so Malfus helps me secure fresh bandages. His claws tremble slightly as he wraps the cloth around my torso. Frustration or lingering pain, I can't tell. Neither of us speaks. The hush is loaded with everything we left unsaid in that catacomb. When we're done, I lean against a pine trunk, letting the bark dig into my shoulders. Malfus stands with his arms crossed, scanning the trees for movement. He's restless, wings fluttering in small agitated twitches. I wonder if he's wrestling with guilt over my new plan. He hates the idea of me risking my life, but we both know passivity equals doom. At last, he hisses under his breath. I sense something. He strides to the clearing's edge, sniffing the air. My pulse spikes, hand flying to my short sword. Then he relaxes, a rueful look crossing his features. A lesser demon, maybe, or an animal. Hard to tell. No sign of elves. I let out a breath, tension draining. Good. One crisis delayed. He nods, stepping back into the clearing. The morning sunlight is stronger now, dappling across the scattered pine needles. For a moment I see him plainly, not just the monstrous demon who once towered over me in the ritual chamber, but a battered warrior with jagged horns and a haunted gaze. The molten lines that crisscross his skin pulse faintly, slowed by fatigue. He's terrifying, yes, but also heartbreakingly vulnerable. I recall the nights we clung to each other. Rage, lust, sorrow fueling us in equal measure. That bond, twisted as it is, anchors me. He catches me staring and arches an eyebrow. What? Nothing, I murmur, heat rising to my cheeks. Just thinking how different you look without illusions. I see the real you more than ever. A strange softness flickers in his expression. That can be dangerous. The real me isn't something you want to see too closely. I swallow the knot in my throat. Don't talk like that. I've seen your worst, remember? And still, I'm here. He exhales sharply, perhaps touched or annoyed. I can't tell. Then let's go, he says, pivoting to scoop up his battered pack. The Runa marshes are waiting. I nod, grabbing my gear. My heart thrums with a mix of dread and determination. We are truly forging our own path now. A direct confrontation on a battleground of our choosing. A plan to do the unbinding ritual on our terms. If that means risking more monstrous beasts or savage illusions from the wild spot, so be it. We travel west for hours, weaving through thick undergrowth and rocky outcrops. The forest gradually transitions into rolling hills dotted with scraggly brush, the soil turning soft as we approach the first hints of marshland. Each day that passes, we remain vigilant. The monarchy's scouts might lurk behind any ridge. Malfus's illusions are limited, flickering whenever the vow punishes him. My side throbs, but I push on, fueling each step with raw anger at the monarchy's tyranny. At dusk, we make camp in a sheltered hollow between two hills, letting the slope hide our fire. Malfus hunts a small deer-like creature, using stealth and a fraction of his illusions to corner it. We roast the meager meat, devouring it with a fervor that speaks of desperate hunger. My hands shake, still remembering the prophecy's echo. A child of the Abyssborn shall unbind a demon's chain through blood's final tether. But I shove the memory away, focusing on the plan we've chosen. Malfus is quiet, eyes scanning the night sky with a distant expression. When I offer him a portion of the cooked meat, he nods in thanks, though he eats mechanically, as if taste doesn't matter. The vow's pressure is likely intensifying again. I see it in the tight set of his jaw. He refuses to speak of that torment, but it shadows him constantly. Tomorrow, I say around a mouthful. We should reach the edges of the Runa marshes, right? Then we find this rumored ruin built on a wild spot. He grunts. That's the plan. The ruin is said to be an old shrine to one of the lesser-known demon gods, swallowed by the marsh centuries ago. If the monarchy's watchers haven't found it, it might be our best chance. But watch out for twisted beasts. Wild spots breed horrors. I nod, swallowing a thread of fear. Horrors or not, we need that power. He glances at me, a flicker of worry behind his molten gaze. Just be cautious. Wild magic can corrupt. His concern tugs at my chest, but I lock down the emotion. We'll handle it, I say firmly. We've come this far. A few mutated monsters won't stop us now. He smiles faintly at my bravado, but doesn't argue. We lapse into a weighted silence. The night is cold, wind rustling the sparse grass. I sense Malfus is on the verge of some emotional admission, but he never speaks it. Instead, he curls up with his wings half draped, tail coiled at his side, illusions shimmering faintly in the gloom. I remain awake a little longer, staring at the flickering embers of our fire, heart pounding with a swirl of longing and terror. The next day, the land steadily sinks into wet, mossy terrain. Towering reeds sprout from murky pools, and the stench of rot wafts in the humid air. Clouds of biting insects swirl around us, forcing Malfus to conjure small illusions of smoke to keep them at bay. I'm sweating through my coat, hair plastered to my forehead. My chest constricts, recalling how we once trudged through a swamp after his fortress fell. That memory stings. By mid-afternoon, a broken spire juts from the water up ahead, half submerged in green scum. My pulse spikes. The rumored ruin. The structure must have once been a tower or temple spire, carved with demon runes, now worn beyond recognition. The faint hum of arcane energy permeates the air, prickling my skin with static. A wild spot. We draw closer, picking our way over slick stones and half-buried beams. A withered courtyard emerges as we push aside thick reeds. Collapsed columns lean at precarious angles, each sporting twisted vines that pulse with faint light. The ground squelches underfoot, oozing sludge. Overhead, The sky churns with dark clouds, as if reacting to the wildspawn's raw magic. My heart stutters, uncertain if the throbbing in my veins is fear or excitement. "This is it," Malfus murmurs. "Power saturates this place. Feel the air?" I nod, skin tingling. The runic symbols carved into the spire's base glow faintly, flickering between normal and monstrous shapes. My illusions spontaneously spark around my hands, unbidden. The swirl of chaotic possibility is dizzying, if we can harness it. We climb onto a chunk of fallen masonry that serves as a vantage point. The half-submerged courtyard stretches before us, eerily silent. No birds, no typical swamp creatures. Only the pulse of arcane energy swirling in the water, forming glittering moats that vanish when we look directly at them. In the distance, I spot a half-collapsed archway leading into a deeper hall. Malfus sets his jaw. This is a perfect locus for a ritual. The monarchy will sense the disturbance if we stir it. They'll come in force. I steel myself. That's what we want, right? To confront them head-on, enact the unbinding on our terms. He grunts, shifting his wings. Yes, but we must fortify ourselves. If we just stand here chanting, they'll cut us down before we can finish. This place might have hidden wards we can activate, illusions we can anchor to the wildspawn's power, enough to hold them at bay while we attempt the ritual. A cautious spark of hope flares in my chest. Then let's explore. The deeper halls might contain old runes or seals we can repurpose. He nods, tail flicking. Watch for beasts. This place has mutated animals or arcane constructs. We can't let them drain us before the real fight. A thrill shoots through me, half dread, half determination. No more running. We will face monstrous creatures or monarchy squads. But we'll do it here, harnessing the swirling power. I won't let the monarchy kill me or Malfus. If the prophecy demands blood, I'll force it to accept something else. Wild arcane energy, illusions, or the monarchy's own life force, if I must. We hop down from the broken masonry, slogging through knee-deep sludge around the spire. Malfus's illusions flicker unpredictably, reacting to the wildspawn. One moment, his horns appear elongated. The next moment, they shrink to near invisibility. He bares his fangs in annoyance. "This is unwieldy," he mutters. "But there's power to be tapped if we can master it." I flash him a grin. "Good thing you're a chaos sorcerer type. This is basically your playground." He arches a brow, an amused grunt slipping out. "Don't jinx it, mortal." We edge past the half-collapsed archway. Inside, a corridor with swirling water and drifting detritus stretches into darkness. The walls and ceiling are intact enough to form a dank tunnel, carved runes shimmering on the stone. My heart thuds. This close to the wildspawn's core, the power pulses like a second heartbeat in my ears. We wade forward, malodorous water sloshing around our calves. Malfus conjures a globe of black flame for light, though it gutters strangely, tinted with flecks of green from the ambient magic. Shadows leap along the corridor, revealing rotting tapestries and half-sunken pillars. My senses reel. I can almost hear faint whispers at the edge of hearing. Voices of the old demon priests? I clamp my jaw tight, refusing to yield to illusions. Malfus glances at me, concern etched across his scarred features. "Hold steady," he whispers. "The wildspawn might toy with your mind." I nod, pressing on. The corridor opens into a vast chamber with a partially caved-in roof. A circular dais rises from the water, carved with intricate demon script. At the center stands a stone altar, ringed by spidery cracks, each glowing faintly with watery light. My breath catches. This looks exactly like a place designed for rites. Malfus gestures for me to step carefully, edging around the dais. He climbs onto it, water sluicing off his boots. The black flame hovers overhead, illuminating the dais' runes. A hush falls, thick with anticipation. We share a glance, hearts pounding with the same unspoken thought. This could be our ritual site, but a movement in the corner draws my eye. I spin, sword raised. A hulking shape slithers from behind a broken column, all sinewy limbs and gaping maw. Its skin glistens with arcane fluid, and multiple eyes blink in the half-light. A mutated swamp beast, twisted by centuries of wildspawn exposure. My stomach flips. Malfus snarls, illusions crackling around his claws. "We have company." The beast lunges, elongated arms swiping at me with a hiss. I duck, heart hammering. Malfus unleashes a burst of chaos flame, scorching its shoulder. It screeches, flailing, the watery light in its eyes flaring. Another monstrous form emerges from behind rubble, a smaller, serpentine creature, jaws snapping. A nest of horrors. I leap onto the dais, narrowly avoiding the second creature's tail whip. They converge, shrieking in unearthly tones. My sword slashes out, biting into the serpentine beast's flank. It spurts greenish liquid, letting out an enraged squeal. Meanwhile, Malfus tangles with the bigger one, illusions swirling in an attempt to confuse it. Sparks dance as the beast collides with phantom images of the demon, roaring in frustration. The watery dais trembles under the onslaught. I land a strike on the serpent's head, forcing it to recoil. Then I spin, scanning for the larger brute. Malfus hurls black flame, scorching it again. The monster rakes a claw across his thigh, sending him stumbling with a growl of pain. Rage boils in my veins at the sight of his blood. I dash in, jamming my sword into the beast's exposed flank. Its hide is tough, but the blade sinks deep. The creature howls, thrashing. Malfus seizes the opening, illusions forming a half-dozen copies of him around it. Confused, it attacks an illusory figure. He leaps onto its back, burying his claws in the twisted flesh. With a final snarl, he unleashes chaos flame point blank, incinerating its skull. The monster collapses, twitching. Nearby, the serpent tries to retreat, but I pounce, adrenaline fueling me. My sword pierces its neck. It writhes, eyes rolling, then collapses in a splash of greenish ichor. My chest heaves, heart pounding. The dais glistens with gore. Malfus tears himself free of the larger carcass, limping slightly, illusions flickering. We exchange a look of grim triumph. The beasts are slain for now. But the risk is clear as this place crawls with mutated guardians. We'll have to clear or contain them if we plan to use this site for the vow-shattering ritual. He exhales, pressing a hand to his bleeding thigh. This could be the perfect spot, if we can handle the wildlife. I manage a shaky laugh, wiping sweat from my brow. We'll do what we must. If more come, we kill them too. He grins wryly, revealing fangs. That's the spirit. A hush falls as we survey the chamber, water swirling around the dais. The runes carved into the altar glow faintly, resonating with the arcane meltdown in the air. This place practically hums with potential. My mind races with how to channel it for our plan. A plan to rewrite the prophecy's final cost if possible. By the time we drag the mutated carcasses aside, a bleak exhaustion settles in. Malfus slumps against a broken column, catching his breath. I kneel at the altar, brushing algae from the carved script. My abyss-born blood tingles, as if the swirling energy in this place calls to me. The monarchy will come if we stir the wildspawn with enough magic, I realize. They want me dead or recaptured. They want Malfus subdued or obliterated. This is how we lure them. We create a massive arcane disturbance that forces them to send their elite troops. And then we fight. On our terms. A wave of fear chills me. The vow could end this in heartbreak. The prophecy could demand my life. But I sense that if I cower, Malfus remains shackled forever, and we eventually lose anyway. My lungs constrict. but I let the swirl of determination fill me instead. No more passivity. I press my palm to the altar's surface, feeling the thrumming of arcane power. The lines glow under my touch, a quicksilver flash across the runes. My hair stands on end, abyss-born. The temple recognizes that demon lineage in me, even though I'm half human. My breath catches. It's a sign that maybe I can manipulate this place's energy as part of the Unbinding. Turning, I fix my gaze on Malfus. He watches me with hooded eyes, clearly drained, but a spark of curiosity stirs. My heart squeezes, recalling how close we've grown, the raw nights, the confessions, the heartbreak. He's more than a demon enforcer or a savage warlord. He's become the one creature in this world I refuse to lose. I rise, stepping across the dais to stand before him. Water drips from my ruined boots, mixing with monster ichor. My side throbs, but I ignore it. Instead, I lay a hand on his chest, feeling the slow drum of his heart. He arches a brow, tension coiling. Valentina? I won't let them win, I say, voice echoing in the watery gloom. I won't let them kill you through that vow, and I won't let them kill me for their prophecy. I'm done letting the monarchy and ancient curses decide our fate. His eyes narrow, searching my face. You're sure you can defy centuries of demonic lore? The archivist notes. I don't care about the archivist's notes, I snap, though a tremor reveals my anxiety. We'll rewrite the story. This place, it resonates with me. Maybe we can infuse the vow with the Wildspawn's energy. We let the monarchy come, gather their forces, then I stand at this altar and attempt the Unbinding. You stand with me, illusions ready, wards primed. And if I see it start to demand my life, I'll funnel the raw magic of the marsh into that demand. I'll force the vow to devour something else. He stares at me, fangs bared in a mixture of awe and disbelief. That's dangerously bold. That's the plan. My pulse races, a wild sense of possibility thrumming. We can't guarantee success, but it's better than waiting for them to corner us again. He exhales, horns dipping. You truly are reckless. Then a slow grin emerges, feral and admiring. But I see no better option. I'll help. We'll need every scrap of cunning to shape illusions strong enough to hold them off while you manipulate the vow. Relief floods me, even though I'm shaking. Then we'll do it. We'll lure them here, set wards, face them head on. We seal this accord with a silent exchange, a fierce meeting of eyes that banishes the final shreds of doubt. Malfus limps off the dais, scanning the waterlogged corridors. We'll need to fortify these ruins. The monarchy might bring siege spells. Perhaps I can siphon some illusions from the Wildspawn to erect a barrier. We'll have to kill any more monsters lurking around. My stomach flips at the thought of more beasts, but I shrug. We can handle it together. He flexes his claws, illusions flickering around his arms. Then let's get started. Hours pass in a blur of grueling labor. We delve deeper into the submerged corridors, slaying another pair of twisted creatures that try to ambush us. Malfus channels illusions through the swirling energies, forging partial wards to seal off certain hallways, effectively funneling any incoming force to the dais chamber. I cut away choking vines, clear rubble, and burn away pockets of noxious growth that might hamper our movements. We find old demon glyphs etched into the walls, references to primal gods who once ruled these marshes. Some we can't decipher, but others mention bridging mortal life with demonic essence. A hint that maybe the prophecy can be bent? I store the thought away, heart pounding with fresh hope. Eventually, we return to the dais, battered but triumphant. We've carved out a base in these ruins. Not a fortress exactly, but a labyrinth of illusions and sealed passages that might keep the monarchy pinned long enough for me to attempt the Unbinding. Malfus, bloodied and panting, collapses on a chunk of fallen arch. I sit beside him, drained to the core. His eyes flick to me, expression wavering between fierce pride and grim uncertainty. We've done what we can. If the monarchy doesn't come soon, we'll starve. But I suspect they'll sense the disturbance from our illusions and come running. I swallow, exhaustion turning my voice rough. That's what we want. The minute they show up, we finish this. On our terms. He studies me with a conflicted glimmer in his molten gaze. You vow to find a way that spares your life, but... He trails off, tension swirling. Promise you'll fight to live, Valentina, no matter how dire it gets. My chest twists. I promise. I whisper, though a kernel of fear remains. If the vow truly demands my life, will I be able to resist that arcane pull? My fists clench. I'll try. A hush falls as the watery light in the dais chamber dims. Dusk creeps into the broken spire overhead, painting the marsh sky in bruised purple. The ruined columns cast twisted shadows. My heart thuds in unsteady rhythm, adrenaline fueling my mind. We're on the verge of a final confrontation. We've decided to wage war on prophecy and monarchy alike. Malfus shifts, pressing a large hand over my bruised wrist, his horns lower, voice quieter. I wish we had more time, or a less savage path. But if this is how we break my chains, then I stand with you. A wave of warmth stirs behind my ribs. I cling to that closeness, the knowledge that for better or worse, we face fate together. We'll stand or fall side by side. He nods, tail curling around my ankle, a silent gesture of solidarity. The battered dais, slick with algae and monster blood, might be our final battleground. A place to defy everything. No illusions, no catacombs, no fortress. Just me, an abyss-born descendant defying the prophecy, and Malfus, a demon shackled by an oath he hates. We vow to tear down fate itself if necessary. My lungs fill with the marsh's humid air, and I exhale, bracing for the monarchy's arrival. It could be hours or days, but they will come. They always do. I glance at Malfus's wounded thigh, the dried scabs across his shoulder. The vow might lash him again if the king tries to summon him. But if we're quick, if I harness the Wildspont, I can unbind him before the monarchy forcibly drags him back. If I fail, my life for his. Or maybe we both die under the monarchy's blades. A chilling possibility, but I refuse to quake under it. I stand from the arch, stepping onto the dais's center. Placing my palm on the altar stone again, I feel that electric hum, responding to my half-demon lineage. My heart leaps with a mixture of excitement and terror. We're ready, I say softly. Whenever they come, we face them. Behind me, Malfus rises, wings flexing, illusions dancing over his claws in dark ribbons. Yes, he replies, voice rumbling. We fight for more than survival now. We fight for the right to write our own fate. In that moment, the sun sinking, the runes glimmering, the marsh's shadows lengthening, I realize this is the vow that truly matters. Not the monarchy's chain, but our oath to each other to shatter destiny's chains. My heart pounds with a heady mixture of dread and fierce resolve. We might break every rule, rewrite every prophecy, or we might die in a swirl of illusions and blood. But at least it'll be our choice. I lift my gaze to the darkening sky, letting the electricity in the air raise goosebumps on my arms. Let them come, I say, voice echoing off the watery walls. We'll greet them with steel and sorcery. Malfus's low laughter rumbles, an edge of savage anticipation in it. So be it. He takes position near the dais's perimeter, illusions shimmering around him like flickering starbursts. He's battered worse than I've ever seen. Yet his presence radiates unstoppable power. This is our leap of faith. I press my hand to the altar, forging that final path forward. No more waiting. If the monarchy wants to kill me, they'll have to tear down the entire ruin. If the prophecy demands my life, I'll feed it the wildspawn's raw might instead. I vow it. Steeling my shoulders, I watch the first flickers of arcane light swirl around the dais. Malfus manipulates illusions, forming a faint shell of protective wards. My heart pounds, tears stinging my eyes as I remember everything we endured. I won't let them end this story in tragedy. We might be battered, but we're not beaten. Let them come, I think again, adrenaline coursing. We stand on the brink of a final confrontation with destiny, monarchy, and prophecy alike. My lungs burn, each breath an affirmation. The dark elves might be unstoppable, the vow unbreakable, the prophecy absolute, but I'm done bowing to doom. I choose life, I choose Malfus's freedom, and I choose to shape my own fate. Wind howls across the marsh as night falls in earnest. My illusions swirl out, searching for incoming threats. Malfus tenses, sensing an approach. A final hush descends, so silent I hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The gloom of the ruin encloses us, runes flickering under the watery reflection. We wait, hearts aligned in defiance, ready to challenge every law that says we can't survive. This is the next part in our war against destiny. No matter what horrors tomorrow brings, I have chosen my path. I will break the monarchy, break the vow, and still live. Let the entire realm witness the day a half-demon abyssborn rewrote prophecy for the sake of a demon's freedom. Malfus meets my gaze from across the dais, a spark of fierce pride in his exhausted eyes, as if he can read the conviction roaring inside me. Slowly he inclines his head, acknowledging me as more than a mortal. We share a fleeting smile, a silent promise that we'll face the monarchy's darkness side by side. My chest swells with determination, and I clench my fists, bracing for the storm. Ready or not, we have set the stage for our final stand.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 16. Malfus. A dull ache throbs behind my ribs, reminding me of every vow and betrayal that has led to this point. I straighten my shoulders, wings twitching as the final vestiges of the illusion swirl around my claws. I'm weary down to my bones, yet my heart hammers with a fierce determination I haven't felt in centuries. This is where we make our stand, or so I tell myself, and I refuse to kneel before the monarchy ever again. We're perched at the edge of a massive ravine, gazing upon a sprawling ritual site that the dark elves built ages ago, their grand temple to the deceiver, or so the rumors say. Towers and spires of obsidian stone rise like razors, each carved with twisting serpents. Runes glimmer in labyrinthine patterns across the courtyard below, forming perfect circles meant to funnel magic. Every corner hums with a low, malevolent pulse. My horns bristle at the presence of so much arcane might, carefully shaped for the monarchy's advantage. Even from this distance, I sense the wards they've laid, clever layers of entrapment designed to keep me caged or to siphon my illusions away. Valentina crouches beside me, slender form coiled in tension. The wind teases strands of her dark hair from beneath her hood. Her silver eyes glow with an unwavering resolve that contradicts her battered appearance. Deep bruises shadow her cheekbones, her arms bear half-healed cuts from our last skirmishes, and her clothes are ripped in more places than I can count. Yet she stands unbowed, gloved hands clutching her short sword. The half-lost demon ancestry thrums in her blood, igniting a glimmer of power around her that even I can sense. "These wards," she murmurs, voice low to avoid echoing. "They look stronger than anything we faced." She nods at the swirling glyphs etched into the temple's basalt walls, each faintly shimmering with protective sigils. "Are you sure we can breach them?" A faint snarl curls my lip. The vow in my chest surges, reacting to my rebellious thoughts. But I suppress the pain. I've spent centuries weaving illusions that rival the monarchy's best wards. I might not break them all, but I can disrupt enough to force an opening. We only need an instant's advantage. My voice quivers with more confidence than I feel. If I doubt myself, we're doomed before we begin. She nods, scanning the rows of black-armored elves patrolling the outer gates. From our vantage, we see a half-dozen squads marching in a disciplined perimeter around the temple, armed with crossbows thrumming with arcane energy. A scattering of lesser demons bound to the monarchy lurks in the courtyard, their collars glinting with control runes. The monarchy evidently prepared for our arrival. They must suspect we'd take the fight to them eventually, especially if they sense the wild spawn's disturbance from our illusions, or from Valentina's awakened heritage. Valentina inhales slowly, then meets my gaze. "Let's do it then," she says. "We ended up luring them to the wild spawn, and that forced their hand. But now they've centralized their forces here, at their main ritual site. If we can upend their power in its heart, we can free you from the vow, weaken their hold on everything." A low chuckle escapes me, laced with bitterness. Grand illusions or not, the monarchy knows I stand on the brink of treachery. They'll do anything to keep me pinned. I turn my eyes to the temple's highest tower, crowned with a swirling orb of violet light. That orb is the central focus for these wards. If I can sabotage it, the rest might crumble. Then you can approach the main dais. She swallows, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I won't let them kill me, Malfus. And I won't stand by while they reassert their chains around you either." I see a flicker of fear in her eyes, but it's overshadowed by raw defiance. "This ends today, or we die trying." My heart clenches at that finality. For centuries I've served the monarchy, illusions shaping entire battlefields, my claws drenched in the blood of rebellions. Now I stand on the opposite side of their wards, ready to tear down their seat of power. A savage satisfaction courses through me, tinged with dread for Valentina's safety. I can't lose her. Not now. Exhaling, I let illusions swirl around my horns, shaping a faint distortion that cloaks us in a haze. "Let's move," I say, voice tight. Try to stay within the field of my illusions. If we separate, they'll pick us off. She nods firmly, stepping closer until her shoulder brushes my arm. That simple contact sparks a flicker of warmth in my chest. Then we slip down the ravine slope, careful not to dislodge any loose rocks. The illusions fold around us like a living mist, dimming the reflection of starlight on our gear. Each footstep is a gamble. The vow might lash me at any second for this brazen attack, but I can't let it stop me. Soon, the outer perimeter looms. Monolithic pillars carved with serpentine motifs line the path to the temple courtyard. Torchlight casts flickering shadows across the smooth basalt floor. My illusions distort our outlines, but the wards glimmer overhead, searching for demonic energy. Sweat beads on my forehead. If I fail to cloak my aura from these detection wards, we'll be swarmed by archers. Valentina grips the short sword, tension thrumming in every line of her body. She glances at me. I read the question in her gaze. Are we truly invisible to them? I set my jaw, pressing a clawed hand to the swirling illusions. Trust me, I mouth silently. We creep behind the nearest pillar. 2 dark elf guards in lacquered black plate patrol the corridor. My illusions refract the torchlight away from us, rendering us a faint shimmer to their eyes. They pass so close that I can smell the faint citrus tang of the potions they use to detect illusions. But it's not enough. My illusions hold for now. The moment they move on, I motion for Valentina to follow me along the corridor's edge. My tail remains clamped tight around my leg to minimize noise. We step over a cluster of spiked runes inlaid in the stone, presumably a trap for intruders. My illusions swirl again, teetering on the edge of detection as the vow inside me flares. The monarchy's call scrapes along my nerves, demanding I yield. I grit my teeth as I continue to ignore the biting pain. Not today. At last, we slip into the temple courtyard, a broad expanse of polished black stone studded with glowing sigils. The dais in the center is ringed by pillars that support a partial roof, leaving the heart of the dais exposed to the sky. Torches set in iron sconces hiss with pale flame, illuminating banners depicting the monarchy's crest. A serpent entwined with a crowned skull. Soldiers stand at intervals, scanning for threats with watchful eyes. In their midst roams a demon thrall, a Gailac brute wearing thick chains etched with suppressive runes. My illusions flicker dangerously as I sense its presence. Gailacs are known for brutal force, and I can't guess how the monarchy compelled such a beast. Valentina tenses at the sight. She leans close to whisper, "If that Gailac spots us, it'll sense your aura. They have primal instincts for demonic energy." My chest tightens with adrenaline. Then we must disable it first, otherwise we'll never breach the wards to the main dais. She nods, lips pressed in a firm line. Another swirl of illusions flickers around us. We inch closer, hugging the courtyard's perimeter, weaving behind rows of tall braziers shaped like coiled serpents. Soldiers pass in short rotations. The Gailac demon lumbers near the dais, sniffing the air. I sense the vow pressing again, a silent command from the monarchy to submit. My horns throb in protest, illusions threatening to unravel. But I push on. This is the final stand we promised ourselves. We duck behind a brazier, watching the Gailac. Its hunched form stands easily 10 feet tall, arms like tree trunks. Spikes protrude along its spine, carved with the monarchy's runes. 2 guards stand near it, apparently controlling it through a staff that glows with a faint arc of chaos. My tail lashes in annoyance. They've harnessed demon magic as a leash. The irony disgusts me. Valentina gives me a sharp look. The staff is the key. Break it and maybe the thrall's collar goes inert. I exhale, illusions swirling at my fingertips. All right. I'll distract the Gailac with a barrage of illusions. You go for the staff. Once it's destroyed, we can dispatch the beast or slip by. Then we tear down the wards and head to the dais. She nods, steel in her eyes. On your mark. I gather illusions, letting them coalesce in a ripple of black flame around my horns. Pain arcs through my chest, the vow punishing me for defying the monarchy. My knees threaten to buckle, but I refuse to yield. My illusions burst outward, forming a ring of shimmering demon silhouettes around the Gailac, each an imposing figure with horns and wings. The real me remains cloaked as I shape these illusions, the wave of arcane energy flickering across the courtyard. If the monarchy's wards detect me, we have seconds before the entire guard converges. But we have no choice. The Gailac roars, smashing its massive fists at the illusions. The 2 guards brandish the staff, eyes wide. "Over there!" one shouts, confusion riddling his tone as illusions swirl in a frenzy. He slams the staff on the ground, sending a shockwave that tries to dispel the illusions. I grunt, illusion shuddering but holding. The vow stabs me again, fierce as a dagger twisting in my guts. Valentina darts from behind the brazier, sprinting low and fast. Her bandaged ribs hamper her, but she moves with lethal grace. The first guard swings the staff around, trying to track her. She slashes out with her short sword, the blade singing through the air. Sparks fly as it collides with the staff's arcane field. The guard staggers, cursing. The second guard lunges with the spear, forcing her to parry desperately. The Guylock, now enraged by illusions, thrashes wildly, toppling a stone column. Soldiers shout, converging on the chaos. I clench my teeth, illusions swirling again to create more targets, more illusions of Valentina, each brandishing a sword. Anything to confuse them. My chest feels like it's on fire from the Vow's relentless assault. My horns ring with each wave of pain. A soldier spots the real Valentina among the illusions. He lunges, but she ducks his blow, rolling under the staff's next crackle of power. In a swift motion, she strikes the staff from below, smashing its crystal tip. The weapon sparks, a cascade of broken runes flooding the air. The Guylock howls, collar flickering. Freed from the direct thrall control, it whips around, smashing one guard with a single backhand blow. The guard sails across the courtyard, armor crumpling. A savage grin crosses my lips. Well done. I drop the illusions of demon shapes, refocusing on a selective glamour around me. My body flickers into partial invisibility as I slip closer to the dais. Soldiers hurry to contain the Guylock, now rampaging without direction. Swords clang, chaos flares. Perfect cover for me to approach the wards that ring the dais. My illusions might not break them from a distance, but a direct infiltration? That I can manage. Valentina sees me flicker away, meeting my eyes for half a heartbeat. She grips her sword, swinging at another guard who tries to pin her. I want to help her fight, but we agreed. I must sabotage the wards. If we get pinned in open combat, we'll lose. Trust me, Valentina. My illusions cloak my form, and I rush forward. Elves brandish spears along the dais perimeter, arcane crystals set around each pillar. The runes etched in the basalt pulses with a mocking light. My vow wrenches, demanding compliance. Obey, kneel, kill the mortal. I stamp out the agony, illusions shimmering around my horns. My tail slithers across the slick floor, my wings pinned to minimize noise. If even one soldier glimpses me, I'll have a half-dozen spears in my back. Lightning arcs from one pillar, searing the air. I duck, illusions scattering. A soldier shouts, "Something's tampering with the wards." Another brandishes a rod that crackles with raw power. They can't see me outright, but they sense the illusions warping the environment. My breath comes in ragged gasps. I'm running out of time. I lunge for the first crystal anchor set at the base of a carved pillar. Arcane symbols swirl across its surface, binding me to the monarchy. This device is keyed to the vow, amplifying the monarchy's hold if I approach. My vision blurs as a wave of magic slams me, the vow flaring with mind-shredding force. I choke on a roar, illusions flickering dangerously close to collapse. My knees buckle. No, I won't kneel. Gritting my teeth, I let black flame coil around my claws. No, one's slave. I snarl through clenched fangs, plunging my claws into the crystal. A shockwave of scorching energy blasts me, but I focus everything on raw chaos. The crystal's surface cracks, spiderweb lines spiraling outward. A final push sends a shriek of arcane feedback through the courtyard, the vow's link snapping at this anchor. The crystal shatters, shards raining down. A soldier rushes me, illusions parted by the backlash. I pivot, tail lashing out to knock him off balance. My horns tingle from the vow's residual sting, but I sense a fraction of relief. One anchor destroyed. The monarchy's immediate clamp on me weakens. Another soldier tries to pin me with a spear. I slap it aside, illusions swirling again to create duplicates of me. She stabs one illusory figure, cursing when it vanishes. I dash to the next pillar, illusions flickering. Another anchor crystal gleams, set in a runic cradle. Soldiers swarm around me, but my illusions conjure a ring of black flame illusions, making them flinch. I leap over a spear thrust, land near the crystal. Claws outstretched, I slam Chaos Flame into the device. It crackles, resisting. I growl, fueling more power from the pit of my soul. The vow retaliates, waves of torment stabbing my chest. My eyes water, but I won't stop. The crystal cracks under the onslaught, bursting in a flash of pale light. Another anchor undone. Sparks swirl as arcane recoil blasts the dais. The entire structure groans, wards faltering in patches. Soldiers shout an alarm, scattering. Among them I glimpse glimpses of Valentina, fighting like a cornered wolf. She knocks a guard's polearm aside, driving her sword through a gap in his armor. She's battered, panting, but her eyes burn with fury. She's unstoppable. But the monarchy has contingencies. A group of robed elves emerges from behind the dais, chanting. Their voices resonate with arcane harmony, weaving a new net of illusions designed to stifle my power. My illusions flicker out as they project a counterward in the courtyard. The vow seizes the chance to spike my brain with fresh agony, nearly sending me to my knees. Soldiers pounce, seeing me briefly unshielded. Valentina sees my illusions collapse and sprints toward me, only to be cut off by more guards. She deflects a slash, wincing. "Malfus," she calls, desperation in her tone. My throat constricts. I can't let them hamper me now. Gripping my horns for focus, I gather the last surge of illusions, battling the vow's punishing sting. Dark flame radiates from my horns, forming a shield around me as I lunge forward. Soldiers reel away from the scalding illusions. I slam a clawed hand against the third anchor crystal near the dais' central runes. This one is bigger, carved with more complex sigils. The robed elves intensify their chanting, arcs of pale lightning sizzling toward me. I snarl, illusions fracturing under that barrage. My wings flare, membranes ragged, as I conjure a final wave of chaos flame. The crystal withstands the onslaught for a moment. My vision blackens at the edges, vow agony coursing through my heart. I might die here, but I'll break the monarchy first. I roar, pouring everything into the illusions and flame. The crystal dims, then cracks violently. Arcane shockwaves blow me back, flinging me across the dais. Soldiers collapse in a ring around me, the ritual site's wards fizzing in wild arcs. I land hard, every nerve screaming. My illusions gutter out, pain pounding behind my eyes. But the vow's hold is loosened. I sense a faint relief. Even if they call me now, they can't forcibly drag me to my knees. The dais is partially freed from their direct tether. Valentina rushes in, sword dripping with blood. She drops to a knee beside me, pressing a hand to my chest. "You're alive?" I cough, a strangled laugh escaping. "Barely. My side burns from reopened wounds, and my horns ache from illusions spent, but I'm conscious." A robed elf, likely the lead sorcerer, staggers to his feet across the dais, incensed. "Seize them!" he shrieks. "They can't break all the wards with brute force!" His coterie scrambles to salvage the shattered anchors. Valentina rises, eyes blazing. "Now's the time we push to the main dais. That's where they harness the vow's final hold on you, right?" I nod, forcing myself upright despite the agony. "Yes. One more anchor cluster near the dais' center. If we destroy it, the monarchy's direct clamp on me is severed. Then we do the rest with your ritual." My chest tightens, remembering the prophecy demands her life, but I cling to the possibility that we can warp it. We hobble across the dais, illusions flickering in weak pulses around my claws. Soldiers try to form a blockade, but the Gilak demon, now rampaging uncontrollably, crashes into them from behind, smashing into a line of halberds. They screech, losing formation. A final push allows us to break through their ranks, stepping into the temple's inner sanctum, a massive antechamber with swirling patterns etched into the polished floor. The chamber is ringed by tall spires, each capped by a humming crystal. In the center stands a stone pedestal, thrumming with dense magic. My vow resonates strongly there, a choking pull that threatens to bend my knees. It's the monarchy's true anchor for my oath, the final nail in my coffin. Runes swirl up the walls, weaving a tapestry of subjugation. I snarl at the sight. No more. 3 robed elves chant from the pedestal's base, projecting wards around the anchor. Their robes are emblazoned with the monarchy's crest, eyes glowing with arcane zeal. As we enter, they spin, arms raised to hurl bolts of conjured lightning. The vow inside me flares anew, as if eager to reassert mastery. I double over, illusions fracturing. Valentina steps forward, sword lifted. A searing bolt arcs toward her, but she dives aside, rolling behind a fallen fragment of carved stone. Another bolt streaks at me, but I lash out with what illusions remain, dispersing it mid-flight. My horns pound, fresh blood trickling from my scalp. Time is short. Valentina leaps from cover, hurtling at the nearest sorcerer. He tries to conjure a barrier, but she's too quick. Her blade slams his staff aside, cutting him down with a resolute thrust. The second sorcerer roars, unleashing a tide of purple flame that washes over her. She blocks part of it with her free arm, hissing as the scorching heat singes her clothes. Still, she pushes through, unstoppable. The third sorcerer shifts his chanting, focusing on me. The vow's presence intensifies, nearly crippling me. My illusions flicker out, darkness edging my vision. No, I refuse. With a guttural cry, I channel chaos flame from my core, black sparks erupting around my horns. The vow punishes me, but I lock on to that anchor pedestal. If I break it, the monarchy's direct hold ends. I lunge forward, ignoring the arcs of purple flame scorching my wings. My claws connect with the carved runes on the pedestal, raw chaos sparking. The second sorcerer whirls to defend the anchor, launching a wave of force that slams me sideways. I crash into a pillar, ribs screaming in protest. My wings sag. Stars dance in my vision. Through the haze, I see Valentina slash the second sorcerer's staff, neutralizing his spells. She staggers from the recoil, hair singed, tears tracking down her soot-stained cheeks. The third sorcerer tries to rally, but I force myself up, illusions swirling again. Everything rides on this. The vow's clamp tightens on my soul, but with the other anchors destroyed, it doesn't fully incapacitate me. I conjure a ghostly legion behind the sorcerer, illusion so realistic that he whips around, startled. That half-second is enough. I hurl black flame at the pedestal, pouring the last dredges of power into the strike. The runes across the stone crack in a spiderweb pattern, arcs of arcane lightning flaring outward. The sorcerer shrieks as the backlash sears him, stumbling to his knees. A deafening boom shakes the chamber. The anchor pedestal explodes, shards of basalt and crystal scattering. My vow surges in a final violent attempt to subdue me, then collapses under its own weight, leaving a resonant emptiness. My illusions flicker, free of the monarchy's direct clamp. I inhale, feeling the chain that bound me so thoroughly for centuries. Undone. Not fully gone, not while the vow remains part of my essence, but it's severed from the monarchy's immediate control. Sweat drips down my horns, my entire body shaking. Valentina rushes to my side, pressing a trembling hand to my cheek. Her eyes brim with relief and fear. Malfus, you did it. Are you still bound? I swallow, the vow a distant ache, no longer the collar strangling my every breath. They can't force me to kneel, I rasp. My voice cracks from exhaustion. But the vow's threads remain in me. If we don't perform the unbinding soon, they might reforge it eventually. Her jaw sets, determination glowing in her silver eyes. Then we move fast. They're still out there, guards. Maybe more sorcerers. We have to handle the monarchy's final stand or retreat to the Wildspawn site for our own ritual plan. But I see no sign of the king or his top generals. Maybe they're deeper inside. I nod, scanning the destroyed anchor. Soldiers are surely converging on the antechamber after hearing the explosion. My illusions stir in my mind, no longer strangled by forced compliance. I can fight on my own terms now. My chest swells with savage satisfaction. The monarchy's greatest weapon just turned fully against them. But we're not done. Another thrumming presence resonates deeper in the temple, likely where the monarchy's high priest or the king's chosen scion awaits. They're prepared to recast the vow if they can, or at least kill us before we leave. We have to push on or fall back. Valentina helps me stand straighter, her free hand trembling at the bandaged slash on her forearm. Her expression flickers with pain, but she steels herself. Which path? Fight deeper inside or run? My horns dip as I weigh our battered state, but the vow's partial freedom galvanizes me. This is the monarchy's heart. If we flee now, they'll regroup, chase us again. We end it here. My illusions are swirling, stronger than they've been in ages, no chain forcibly commanding me to hamper them. We press on. If the king or his high sorcerer is within, we face them. Then we do the final unbinding, on your terms. She squeezes my arm. Then let's do it. Together. We turn to the archway leading deeper into the temple's labyrinth, stepping over the bodies of the fallen sorcerers. The air crackles with arcs of leftover magic, glowing runes fizzling on the floor. Behind us, soldiers' shouts echo, scrambling to reassert control. No illusions hamper me now, except my own exhaustion. I let black flame coil around my horns, forging a barrier that might keep us safe from random arrows or spells. We descend a flight of wide steps, torch sconces flickering along the walls. The monarchy's main sanctum awaits, the final stronghold. My heart thrums with unstoppable adrenaline. My vow's bond is partially severed, enough that I no longer feel their direct commands. It's exhilarating and also terrifying. If we fail now, we might not get another chance. Valentina stands at my side, battered but unbroken. We exchange a swift glance, no regrets. We descend into the gloom, illusions swirling in the air like phantom serpents. Up ahead, I sense a violent swirl of arcane power, wards waiting to lash out at me. The monarchy's prepared with final defenses. They still want Valentina dead. They yearn to restore my collar. We won't let them. Drawing a deep breath, I push on. Each step resonates like a war drum in my ears, heralding the confrontation we can't escape. My illusions shimmer brighter with every heartbeat, fueled by the taste of freedom. In my mind's eye, I see the vow's fragile threads waiting for a final strike. Valentina will attempt to sever them in her own unstoppable way. I must ensure she lives. We march forward. Our battered armor rattles, swords stained with arcane gore. I ignore the vow's lingering ache. The monarchy's grand ritual site is ours to storm, wards or not. Valentina glances at me, lips curving in a determined line. I bare my fangs in a savage grin. This is only stage one of our final stand, but we've already crippled their anchor. They tried to keep me leashed. They failed. I am no one's slave, and soon the monarchy will understand that truth, even if it costs me everything. We press onward, illusions dancing in the torchlight, hearts pounding with the thunder of a rebellion centuries overdue. The vow rattles, but I sense its hold weaken with each step. Let the monarchy brace themselves. I'm done running. Now we meet them in the heart of their power and shatter their chains for good. We march to the next battle, side by side, forging a path of our own choosing. Let fate tremble.
Chapter 17. Valentina. The echo of our footsteps resonates against the carved walls, each step drawing us deeper into the monarchy's lair. My heart pounds, but there's a steady pulse of defiance that undercuts my fear. Malfus is right behind me. His massive frame radiates suppressed fury and battered strength. The vow's chain no longer strangles him like before, thanks to the shattered anchors we left in our wake. Yet I sense its lingering presence, a faint coil of tension that thrums in the hush of these corridors. We slip into a wide antechamber, draped in black silks, embroidered with serpents. Pillars carved from obsidian flank a central aisle, each etched with glowing runes that look too similar to the vow's script. A haze of incense coats the air, heavy and cloying, prickling my nostrils. The place reeks of old blood rites and dark sorcery, a temple to the monarchy's twisted worship of the 13. Malfus steps to my side, illusions flickering around his horns. He's tall, easily 8 feet, and every inch of him is taut with wary anticipation. Patches of dried blood streak his ebony skin, and the molten lines that trace his arms pulse with sporadic arcs of black flame. His wings droop in exhaustion, but determination burns in his glowing eyes. When he meets my gaze, I see the Vow's subdued agony in them. He fights it at every moment. We stand at the entrance of a massive ritual hall that opens beyond a short flight of steps. Flickering torches reveal a polished floor inlaid with swirling mosaic patterns. At the hall's far end, an altar rises, ringed by serpentine pillars that curve upward to a vaulted ceiling. A swirl of opalescent light coils above that altar, shimmering like an inverted storm cloud. My skin crawls. I sense wards anchored there, the monarchy's final fallback for subjugating Malfus if they can't physically overpower him. I press a hand to my bandaged ribs, breath shuddering. My body wants to collapse, but my mind refuses. We have come too far. There's no turning back. We must face the monarchy's most formidable lords, and whichever nightmares they conjure to corner us. Our entire plan hinges on me unleashing a power that could rewrite the vow, or at least tear it from Malfus's soul. Fear twists my stomach at the memory of the prophecy etched in the archivist's notes. A child of the Abyssborn shall unbind a demon's chain through blood's final tether. I force myself to recall the vow I made to Malfus. I won't die for them. I'll break fate if I must. He notices my trembling, places a huge clawed hand on my shoulder with surprising gentleness. Steady, he murmurs, voice low and deep. You said we'd do this on our terms. I swallow, nodding. I meant it. We handle any confrontation they throw at us. Stepping forward, illusions swirl around him, forging ephemeral shapes that flicker at the periphery of my vision. We advance into the ritual hall, boots echoing. My short sword clenches in my grip, palms slick with sweat. The swirling mosaic across the floor depicts scenes of demon subjugation, dark elves towering over chained, horned figures. Fury ignites my gut. They once enslaved Malfus. They thought to break him. That ends tonight. We cross the center of the hall. The hush is suffocating, as if the air itself holds its breath. Then, a blast of arcane pressure ripples from the altar. My stomach lurches. Figures emerge from behind the serpentine pillars, stepping into the torchlight. Each wears sleek obsidian armor, chased with silver filigree. Their faces are hard, cold, eyes gleaming with contempt. Dark elf lords. Some are known from rumors, high-caste generals who command entire armies. Others exude potent magic, hands wreathed in faint arcs of power. My pulse spikes. In their midst, a monstrous silhouette steps forward, a demon nearly Malfus's height, but slender serpentine horns curling around its skull. Pale green lines pulse across its chest. A collar of black iron circles its throat, runes shimmering along the metal. My breath hitches. A rival demon lord, enslaved by the monarchy. My heart clenches at the sight, remembering how Malfus once stood in a similar position. The monarchy has a thing for chaining demon royalty. A tall elf at the front raises his chin, dark hair slicked back to reveal angular ears. His lips curl in a sneer. You've come far enough, traitor. His eyes flick to me. And your pet mortal. I see the vow's anchors were insufficient to keep you leashed. No matter. We have final methods. I stiffen, biting down an angry retort. Malfus bares his fangs, illusions shimmering over his horns. You have no hold on me, he snarls, voice laced with raw fury. Your vow is undone. A second elf, a female with elaborate braids and a scar crossing her cheek, laughs coldly. Undoing the vow's primary anchors won't save you from resubjugation, demon. We have fresh wards keyed to your essence. Surrender now, and we might be lenient. A strangled growl escapes Malfus. Lenient? Don't make me laugh. He lifts a clawed hand, illusions swirling into tangible shapes around his fingers. I owe you centuries of retribution. Your wards won't hold if I tear them apart from the inside. The rival demon lord steps forward with a hiss, collar crackling. Its horns arc like twisted crescents, eyes a dull orange that flickers with hatred and subservience all at once. The lords behind it smirk. They want demon pitted against demon. My gut churns at the cruelty. A swirl of savage adrenaline pumps through my veins. I can't let them overrun Malfus. He's battered from our last battles. If these lords cast their wards in unison, they might hamper his illusions again. I feel the abyss stirring in me, that ancient lineage I barely comprehend. The prophecy calls me a child of the abyss-born. My chest tightens. I promised I'd harness that power without sacrificing my life. If I fail, everything ends. I grip my sword hilt tighter, stepping to Malfus's left, so we form a united front. We're not surrendering, I say through gritted teeth. Let me guess. You plan to kill me and rebind him? Or force me to watch as you reclaim your demonic weapon? One of the lords, a tall, gaunt figure with elaborate epaulets, tilts his head. Clever mortal. Indeed, the monarchy's hold on the demon must be reestablished. You are expendable. He flicks his gloved fingers, and arcane lines ripple across the floor. Runes shift, the mosaic patterns reconfiguring. My heart stumbles. Some hidden mechanism is activating. Suddenly, glowing chains lash out of the mosaic, snaring Malfus's ankles. He curses, illusions swirling to fend them off, but the arcane chains cling, fueled by the temple's reservoir of magic. The vow's remnants spike in him, making him reel. I see his horns dip, agony contorting his face. The monarchy lords grin, stepping in to tighten the trap. Stop, I snap, lunging, but they know to keep distance. The rival demon lord leaps forward, intercepting me with an enraged hiss. Its collar glows, compelling it to strike. I barely manage to parry the blow, sword scraping its scaled hide. My arms tremble from the impact. This demon is no mindless thrall. It's cunning, forced to obey by the monarchy's brand. Malfus tries to tear the chains away, illusions flickering around his wrists, but the synergy of wards locks him down. A female elf extends a staff crackling with vile energy. We'll keep you pinned until the vow is reattached. Resist more, and we'll incinerate you. My mind races. If they forcibly recast the vow, everything we did is lost. I dodged the demon lord's second strike, my ankles sliding on the slick floor. I need to break their focus or free Malfus. Another slash from the demon lord nearly takes my head off. I duck, heart hammering. Malfus! I shout. Hold on. He roars in defiance, illusions surging, but the monarchy's wards glow in the mosaic. The chain around his ankles spreads, creeping up his calves. Blood seeps from his leg wounds. The vow's flicker intensifies, though not fully restored yet. He looks at me, anguish blazing in his red eyes. He can't fight them alone. I grit my teeth. Time to unleash the power I swore to master without losing my life. The monarchy's attempts to rebind Malfus must be interrupted. I can't sever the vow with half measures. A swirl of dark energy slithers in my veins, reminiscent of the day I first discovered my lineage. My father's blood, the abyss-born strain, calls me to let go of mortal constraints. Black runes flicker across my arms, lines of liquid darkness that swirl around my wrists. Yes, a jolt of dread hits me. The prophecy warns that channeling the abyss might devour my soul if I'm not strong enough. But I have no choice. Malfus! I scream, letting that primal energy surge through my limbs. The black runes intensify, flaring across my chest and jaw. My vision tinges with shades of obsidian and amethyst. the entire temple cast in swirling fractals of shadow. The rival demon lord sees the shift in me. Its eyes widen. It lunges again, collar crackling. I thrust my sword, but now the black runes across my arms feed my strike. The blade crackles with abyssal energy, slicing through the demon's scale hide more easily. It shrieks, staggering. The monarchy lords stiffen in alarm, realizing something unstoppable stirs within me. Arcane lines swirl around my feet, where the mosaic tries to trap me too. But the runes on my skin glow with an alien brilliance, negating the mosaic's hold. My entire body trembles with power. I must focus. I can't let it claim me. I channel that torrent, aiming it at the monarchy lords who cluster near Malfus. Let him go, I hiss, voice resonant with an echo that doesn't sound like me. My arm snaps out, a wave of inky black force ripping across the floor. The mosaic cracks, sending shards of basalt flying. 2 lords are hurled back, slamming into pillars with bone-crunching force. The staff-wielding elf curses, frantically weaving a protective ward. Malfus, pinned by the chain, growls in agony. But the wards flicker under my assault. He fights to stand, illusions roiling around his horns. The staff-wielding elf tries to restore the chain, chanting faster. But I stride forward, black runes swirling across my skin in a dizzying dance. My sword glints with abyssal flame. The staff-wielding elf reels, raising his arms to conjure a protective barrier. I channel a second wave of that abyss power. It tears through his ward, knocking him flat. A final slash of my blade disarms him. Literally. He howls, blood spraying. Another lord scrambles away, wide-eyed, while the demon lord tries again to intercept me. Despite its collar, it roars in terrified fury, perhaps forced by commands it cannot disobey. The runes on my body burn, threatening to devour my life force. My chest feels hollow, like something is carving out my essence. I taste iron, my vision darkening at the edges. But I cling to my vow. I will not die for them. I direct the torrent outward. If the prophecy demands blood, let it feed on the monarchy's wards. With a savage cry, I pivot to face the demon lord. I'm sorry, I whisper, seeing the tortured gleam in its eyes. Then I slash with my sword, augmented by the black runes flaring across my skin. The collar cracks, blasting arcane sparks. Freed from direct control, the demon lord shudders, confusion sweeping its features. It staggers backward, reeling from centuries of forced servitude. I pray it doesn't turn on me, but if it does, I'll endure. The monarchy lords who remain upright gather near Malfus, redoubling their chain binding. He's half collapsed, illusions flickering under the vow's partial resurgence. Kill the mortal, one lord shrieks. She's channeling something unnatural. Shatter her essence. I can't let them recast the vow. My eyes lock on Malfus, his horns trembling from the chain's grip. Hold on, I shout, pushing through the swirling black haze. Wards flicker all around us, but my power, the abyss, eats away at their structure. The nearest lord tries to shape a controlling hex, but the runes on my arms intensify. I thrust my palm out, unleashing a black torrent that consumes his hex midair, leaving him gasping. My entire body shakes, pain blossoming behind my skull. Too much. The prophecy's dire cost hovers in my mind. If I push harder, I might burn out my soul, but I must. I ignore the pounding in my veins and leap onto the dais. Malfus is pinned to a crumbling dais pillar, arcane chains wrapping his legs and waist. He stares at me through half-lidded eyes, illusions sputtering around him. Valentina, he gasps, voice shredded. Don't hurt yourself. I press a shaking hand to his chest. We do this together. We end them. My sword glows with the same black flames swirling over my arms. I hack at the chain, forcing the abyss's energy into the links. The monarchy's wards shriek in protest. Each link cracks, releasing bursts of arcane sparks. The vow stabs me with a final wave of agony, as if furious that I'm undermining it. I nearly collapse from the onslaught, but Malfus grips my shoulder, steadying me. A silent encouragement. The chain shatters under the combined might of illusions and abyss power, unleashing a shockwave that hurls us backward. We tumble across the dais, landing in a heap. Malfus coughs, illusions swirling again, free from the chain's final hold. The monarchy's vantage is undone. The vow can't be recast while these wards crumble. Dark elf lords shriek in panic. Some scramble to regroup, chanting with frantic speed to salvage the meltdown. The entire hall trembles, columns cracking under the arcane blowback. Dust and chunks of obsidian rain from the ceiling. Torch flames gutter, plunging sections of the chamber into half-darkness. I rise on unsteady legs, breath ragged. The black runes still slither across my skin, but they're dimmer now, like a dying ember. My body screams from the strain, each nerve raw. Malfus, I choke out, reaching for him. We have to finish this. He staggers upright, horns scraping a low-hanging beam. His wings spread, illusions flaring around him like a storm. Agreed. The monarchy isn't done. We must neutralize them or they'll keep hunting us. The remaining lords gather near the altar at the far end, arcs of twisted energy swirling as they form a defensive phalanx. 3 stand, battered but determined, chanting in perfect unison. The swirl of their combined magic conjures a serpent of pure arcane force. It lunges across the dais, fangs wide, aiming at Malfus. He tries to disperse it with illusions, but they collide in a brilliant flash, sending him stumbling. I grit my teeth, stepping forward. My arm twitches from the abyss's aftermath, black runes flickering like a dying candle. I have one final push. Another arc of power roils in my core, threatening to sear me from the inside, but I refuse to balk. The monarchy can't recast the vow if they're incapacitated. Growling, I raise my sword. The serpent of arcane force darts for me now, the lord's chanting rising to a crescendo. I pour the last of the black runes into my blade, swinging with everything I have. The serpent collides with the blade in a thunderous crash. My knees buckle, the floor cracking beneath me. But I hold, letting the abyss devour the serpent's essence. The swirl of runic power dissolves in a burst of sparks. I collapse to one knee, gasping, vision swimming. That might be all I have left. Malfus seizes the opening. He lunges at the lords, illusions forging 6 clones that converge in a single pincer. The lords try to respond, but their wards are in disarray from the vow meltdown. Arcs of illusions shred their defenses. Malfus roars, unleashing black flame from his horns in a final wave. The lords are overwhelmed, flung backward in a hail of obsidian shards. 2 lie motionless. The 3rd crawls away, choking. An eerie silence drapes the hall, broken only by chunks of ceiling crashing to the floor. The swirling wards overhead flicker like snuffed candles. The vow's presence no longer pulses at the dais. They can't recast it. My chest heaves, limbs trembling with the last vestiges of the abyss power receding. I feel painfully mortal, battered and drained, yet a wave of triumph surges in me. Malfus stands among the wreckage, illusions sparking around his horns. He's hunched, panting, arms streaked with blood. Smoke wafts from the battered wings draped behind him. "We did it," he whispers, almost disbelieving. I swallow, tears stinging my eyes. "No vow remains. You're free." The words feel foreign on my tongue. My heart clenches with joy and a strange hollowness. I truly found a way to break those chains without surrendering my life, at least for this moment. He crosses the broken floor in 2 strides, ignoring the swirling dust. I can see raw wonder in his molten gaze. "Valentina," his voice catches. I manage a shaky grin, dropping my sword with a clang. You said you'd rather fight than kneel, right? We made it happen. He pulls me into a fierce embrace, ignoring the battered spines of his horns and the scorching illusions that still crackle around him. I sag against his chest, relief spilling through me. My legs threaten to give out, but his arms hold me upright. The monarchy's grand ritual site stands in ruins, wards undone, lords broken or dead. We did the impossible. Footsteps from behind break the moment. One final figure, the demon lord we freed from its collar, emerges from the shadows, stumbling in battered confusion. It stares at us through luminous eyes, shaking off the monarchy's last vestiges of control. My chest tightens. Will it attack? Malfus releases me, turning to face the demon lord warily, but the creature merely inclines its horned head, eyes flicking to the destroyed wards. A faint hiss escapes it, a sign of acknowledgement. Then it limps away, stepping over rubble, disappearing into the gloom. Freed from the monarchy's thrall, it chooses not to fight us. My shoulders slump with relief. One less foe. We stand amid the wreckage, hearts pounding. Stage 2 of our finale is complete. A direct confrontation with dark elf lords, a rival demon lord cornering us, and the partial unleashing of my abyss-born heritage. The wards flicker overhead, crumbling further. The monarchy's hold is shattered here. Exhaustion weighs on me, my body screaming for rest. Yet Malfus and I remain upright, illusions fading. He glances at the swirling runes on my arms, the black lines receding like receding tide, leaving smears of darkness behind. His voice is hushed. You wielded an abyss of power. Are you all right? I let out a strained laugh, pressing a hand to my pounding chest. I'm alive, aching, but alive. He exhales slowly, slipping an arm around my waist to steady me. We need to leave before reinforcements arrive. The monarchy has other strongholds, other forces. They might regroup. We can't linger. I nod, though my heart aches at the thought of more fighting. Then we limp out of here with our heads held high, I guess. My gaze drifts to the collapsed pillars, the battered soldiers groaning in corners. We've undone their central vow-casting site. That's huge. He studies me, an intensity in his eyes that sets my pulse racing. You saved me from an eternal cage, he murmurs. He hesitates, raw emotion warring on his face. Thank you. A small, weary smile tugs at my lips. It was never just about saving you. I refuse to let them own me either. They took everything from us. Tonight we reclaimed a part of ourselves. He nods, stepping gingerly over rubble. The vow's presence lingers in him as a half-formed bond, but the monarchy can't forcibly enthrall him again without their anchors or this grand ritual. He's free in a way he hasn't been for centuries. My chest warms at the realization. We did that. Suddenly, an unexpected echo of footsteps resonates from the corridor. The battered demon lord must not be alone. Malfus and I tense, illusions flickering around his horns. A moment later, only the shuffle of a half-dead soldier collapses in the archway, moaning softly. No immediate threat. We might truly be at the end of this confrontation. I exhale a shaky breath, turning to Malfus. We should go. We have to confirm the vow is completely undone. Maybe that means returning to the Wildspawn site or forging a new plan, but... He silences me with a brief press of his clawed hand to my cheek. The contact is rough, yet tender, and I see exhaustion etched in his molten eyes. Yes, we'll figure out the final step. For now, we're free from these chains. That is enough. My throat constricts. Enough for now, but not forever. He nods, illusions flickering around him in a subdued dance. We'll stand together for the rest. We gather what scraps of energy remain, stumbling out of the battered ritual hall. Shards of obsidian crunch underfoot, the monarchy's once magnificent architecture reduced to smoldering ruins. On the threshold, I glimpsed the night sky beyond, stars shining faintly, as though uncertain. We've won this battle, but the war might still rage. The monarchy isn't destroyed, only fractured. As we leave behind the charred corpses of lords and a shattered vow-casting dais, a fierce sense of triumph pulses in me. My entire body trembles from the aftermath of channeled abyss power, but I walk unbroken. Malfus, though battered, holds his horns high, illusions swirling in quiet defiance. We won. In a world that insisted we kneel, the vow is fractured, the monarchy's wards flicker, and we face tomorrow with free will. The greatest victory we could have hoped for. My soul still aches from the prophecy's threat, but I hold on to hope. I channeled the abyss without sacrificing my life. That means we can continue rewriting fate. With the monarchy's grand ritual site in ruins, we vanish into the night, leaving their stone serpents and broken wards behind. The next chapter of our rebellion awaits, the final stage of our fight, to ensure we both remain free. If the monarchy tries to rebuild their vow, they'll find Malfus no longer shackled to obey. And if destiny demands a final sacrifice, I'll be there to defy it again, black runes blazing across my skin. The hush of darkness folds around us, a hush filled with battered hearts and new possibilities. Step by step, Malfus and I walk away from the monarchy's seat of power, certain we've shifted the balance of this entire realm. A swirl of illusions flickers around him, tinted with ephemeral starlight, marking the path we carve on our own terms.
Chapter 18, Malfus. I stand at the threshold of the ancient colonnade, panting with the lingering pain of the vow's remnants scorching my veins. The swirling illusions around my horns flicker erratically, fed by the adrenaline and defiance that have carried us this far. Each breath tastes of dust and ozone. Overhead, dark storm clouds roll across the sky, alive with flickers of lightning, as if the very atmosphere quakes in anticipation of what is about to happen. The last of the monarchy's forces gather on the cracked courtyard beyond. Shattered pillars and broken spires ring the space, remnants of an opulent stronghold undone by our relentless advance. Torches sputter in the whipping wind, revealing dark elf soldiers kneeling in battered lines, blood and sweat streaking their armor. Beyond them, a handful of robed figures try to salvage the monarchy's ritual site, muttering incantations to reassert control. My illusions swirl in an ominous haze, but I'm dangerously close to my limit. If they push me further, I'm not certain I can maintain the power or remain standing. Valentina steps beside me, sword clutched in her trembling fingers, eyes burning silver in the half-light. Her coat is tattered, exposing bandaged ribs and bruised flesh. Across her arms, the faint traces of black runes linger, the echo of the abyss power she unleashed in the last confrontation. I see the way her jaw tightens and her breath catches, telling me she's as near the edge as I am. Yet her stance radiates unwavering resolve. She meets my gaze, and I find a question there. Are we truly ready for the final blow? I grit my teeth, illusions sputtering at my horns. We finish this, I say through labored breaths. No more half measures. Valentina nods, scanning the swirling mass of dark elf lords and straggling sorcerers who remain. Bodies litter the far corners of the courtyard, friends and foes alike. The monarchy's banners droop from half-collapsed arches, frayed by fire and chaos. Everything smells of ashes and spilled blood. Yet a single dais stands intact at the center, runes etched deep into its obsidian surface. That dais, ringed by damaged wards, might be the monarchy's last stand for rebinding me. I still feel threads of the vow in my chest, gnawing at my strength. If we don't sever them completely, they'll recover, and my freedom will be short-lived. Lightning forks across the storm-dark sky, illuminating the dais. A tall, imposing elf stands at its edge, one of the monarchy's highest lords, perhaps, garbed in resplendent armor. His features are sharp, eyes gleaming with scorn. Beside him, 3 more robed elves chant in frantic unison, weaving a barrier over the dais. Sigils swirl in the air, forming a dome of violet energy that flickers at the edges with raw power. If we let them complete that ward, they'll clamp the vow back around me like a collar. My illusions roil in protest at the very thought. Valentina sucks in a breath, stepping forward with unsteady courage. "That's our target," she murmurs. "The dais. We tear it apart, or they'll re-enslave you." I nod, gripping the battered hilt of my conjured blade, an extension of illusions and chaos flame that merges into a tangible weapon. My side throbs from reopened wounds, each heartbeat a reminder that I am not invincible. "We charge together," I say. "If they rally, we might not get a second chance." Her lips tilt in a grim smile, the flicker of black runes pulsing faintly on her collarbone. "Then we leave them no time to rally." She locks eyes with me, silver meeting molten crimson. "No regrets, Malfus." A rush of emotion churns in me, admiration, guilt, a savage protectiveness. I want to spare her the final risk of the unbinding ritual. Yet I know she won't stand aside. "No regrets," I echo, illusions coiling in readiness. We surge forward into the courtyard, boots pounding cracked stone. Dark elf soldiers scramble to intercept, raising swords and spears. My illusions flare around me, conjuring ephemeral copies that lash at the nearest enemies. Valentina ducks a sweeping halberd, retaliating with a swift slash. Sparks shower, and the soldier staggers back, leaving her path open. She glances at me, rallying a fierce grin, then darts to engage the next threat. I sweep my illusions wider, driving 6 soldiers back with a burst of black flame. My horns ache, the vow pushing against me like claws on my mind, but I force the illusions to intensify, weaving a barrier that deflects incoming bolts of magic. The robed elves by the dais see us, chanting faster. Their barrier dome pulses, arcs of purple lightning racing across its surface. They want to reshackle me, reassert monarchy dominance over my lifeless body. Valentina slashes through another guard, breathing ragged. She's covered in sweat, her hair clinging to her brow. Blood smears her bandaged ribs. Yet she fights on, an unstoppable force, each strike guided by defiance. The black runes flicker across her arms again, fusing with her sword in crackles of dark energy that devour the monarchy's wards. I sense the cost on her face, a pale tension, pain in her eyes. The dais stands mere paces away now, guarded by only a handful of soldiers who remain upright. The tall elf lord in grand armor raises his staff, voice booming. "This ends here, traitor!" He aims the staff at me, arcs of raw magic hissing in the swirling air. "You will bow!" I bare my fangs, illusions spinning. "Not anymore." My tail snaps in agitation, and I unleash a wave of black flame from my horns. The elf lord erects a shimmering shield, blocking the brunt, but the force staggers him. He snarls, forcing his staff forward, sending a lance of arcane power my way. I fling illusions in a complex swirl, dispersing the lance, though it scrapes my flank in a scorch of pain. Valentina lunges to join me, sword raised high. Another bolt from the robed elves shrieks across the dais, aiming to pin her. She channels the black runes once more, forging a barrier that splits the bolt in two. The impact rattles her, nearly knocking her off her feet. She coughs, regaining balance. I leap to her side, illusions swirling in a protective net, batting away stray blasts. My vow rages in my soul, half lashing me with pain, but I push it back. We're so close. The robed elves chant in feverish unity, the barrier dome overhead brightening. The dais glows beneath it, runic lines converging. If they finalize that chant, I risk being shackled. My illusions tremble. "Valentina," I hiss, "we must break that dome now." She nods, eyes narrowed with resolve. She crosses the last few paces, plunging her sword into the ground near the dais, focusing the black runes through the blade. A shockwave of dark energy ripples out, colliding with the dome. Cracks race across the barrier's surface, making the robed elves stumble in alarm. They strain to hold it together, chanting louder. At that moment, the tall elf lord lunges in a final, desperate strike. His staff crackles, forging a whirling lance of electricity that he aims at Valentina's exposed back. I snarl, illusions bursting forward, but I'm an instant too late. The lance fires. Valentina sees it too late, eyes widening. She tries to pivot, raising her sword. In a flash of raw instinct, I hurl myself between them, illusions forming a half-shield around my horns. The lance slams into my chest, searing agony ripping through me. I roar, the vow flaring with sadistic glee at my pain. Sparks dance across my body, illusions shattering. The impact throws me back, colliding with a broken column. My lungs burn as I slump, black spots dancing in my vision. I can't fall here. Valentina cries my name, voice cracking. She spins on the elf lord, fury blazing in her silver eyes. The black runes intensify, swirling from her arms up her neck and across her cheeks. It's more than before. She looks terrifying, almost otherworldly. A mortal shell infused with the raw might of the abyss. Her sword hums with lethal darkness. The elf lord tries to form a second bolt, but she's already upon him. Her blade arcs in a savage slash, cutting through his staff. He staggers, staff sparking, wide-eyed. She exhales, tears glistening, and rips the sword across his torso. The lord slumps, blood spattering the dais. The last of the robed elves scream, scrambling to hold the dome. But it's too late. Valentina's power glows, forcing cracks across the barrier. I choke on my breath, illusions faltering as I push off the rubble. My chest smolders from the lightning strike, but I'm alive. Gritting my fangs, I stagger back to the dais. The vow's presence is weaker, overshadowed by the swirl of new energies. We must end this now, or risk them regrouping again. Valentina meets my gaze, chest heaving, hair a wild tangle around her face. The black runes swirl across her entire form now, a living pattern of abyss and mortal flesh. Her eyes shimmer with swirling darkness. She nods once, silently telling me it's time. The final step of the unbinding ritual we planned, unleashing her abyss-born heritage fully, to devour the vow's last threads. My heart clenches. We have no guarantee it won't kill her. She stands strong, though tension carves lines across her brow. Malfus, she whispers, voice trembling. Guard me while I do this. I have to direct the power at the vow. If it tries to feed on me, She falters, then steels herself. I won't let it take my life. I exhale, illusions sparking around my horns. I won't let it either. She steps onto the center of the dais where runes converge, placing one hand over a glyph, her sword in the other. Her eyes flutter shut, and a deep thrumming resonates underfoot, shaking the entire courtyard. The robed elves cry out in alarm, but they can't muster a coordinated assault. Soldiers either lie dead or flee the site, morale shattered. The ground cracks, arcs of chaotic energy weaving from the dais into the swirling sky. Valentina calls upon the abyss. The black runes on her body blaze, forming shifting sigils that crawl across her skin. The air crackles with a horrifying, glorious power. I feel the vow inside me surge, desperate to reassert control, but the dais resonates with Valentina's might, forcing the vow's energy outward. My illusions glitch, color fracturing. A rumble builds beneath the earth, as if something stirs in the deep. The monarchy's wards flicker on the dais, grappling with her unstoppable flow. My chest clenches, the vow's last chains thrashing at my heart. I stagger forward, illusions swirling around my horns, prepared to shield her from any stray attacks. The robed elves shriek, flinging bolts of purple flame. I intercept them with illusions, blasts scalding my battered wings. Pain roars through me, but I hold firm. Stay back! I bellow at them, voice echoing across shattered pillars. They see the futility now, but fear or pride compels them to keep fighting. Valentina trembles, face contorted in concentration. Almost. Got it. Her voice vibrates with an otherworldly echo. The black runes glow like hot coals. The dais cracks further, fractal lines radiating. My vow tears at me, trying to embed fresh talons, but her power denies it. A swirl of wind explodes outward, ripping broken banners from the walls, sending shards of obsidian skittering. The robed elves are hurled back, magic disrupted. Soldiers wail in terror, dropping their weapons. The entire courtyard shudders. At the dais' center, Valentina arches her back, black runes searing across her arms and chest. A vortex of inky energy surges from the ground, binding her to me in an invisible current. I feel the vow coil, moments from snapping or devouring. Valentina! I choke out, stepping closer, illusions flickering. My horns ache. The vow's presence rises up in one last savage attempt to enslave me. But she's pulling it away, siphoning it through that swirling abyss. I sense her life force flickering like a candle, threatened by the vow's hungry jaws. Fear stabs my gut. The prophecy said this final step demands her life. But she roars, voice half human, half demonic. No! She defies the vow's lethal cost, channeling arcane energy into the swirling black runes. Her entire body glows with a churning interplay of darkness, an unstoppable current. The vow screams in my mind, fracturing under her assault. A deafening crack reverberates across the temple. I stagger, illusions fraying around me. The vow's chains in my heart snap. A surge of agonizing relief floods me, so powerful I collapse to one knee. The vow is gone, wrenched from my essence. A whirlwind of obsidian shards flares around Valentina as the vow's magic coils around her, trying to devour her. My breath catches. Is this where she dies? She cries out, eyes turning pure black. The runes swirl faster, forging a cocoon of inky light around her form. Then, with a final blaze of energy, the vow's malignant power evaporates in a shriek, casting arcane shards high into the stormy sky. The entire courtyard glows with the aftermath. Soldiers cower behind broken pillars, dark elf lords moan, battered and powerless. My illusions vanish, no longer needed to protect me from the vow. It's truly gone. A hush descends, disturbed only by the rumble of the distant storm. I force myself to my feet, chest heaving. My soul feels raw, unshackled after centuries of subjugation. Euphoria mingles with dread. Valentina? I rasp, scanning the dais. At first, all I see is a swirl of black mist. Then it dissipates, revealing her figure crouched on the cracked stone. My heart leaps into my throat. She's alive, pressed to one hand, sword dropped. But something about her silhouette is different. The black runes remain etched into her skin, but less chaotic, more integrated. Horn-like ridges have sprouted at her temples, small but unmistakable. Her eyes flick open, revealing pupils slit like a demon's, glowing faint silver at the edges. She staggers upright, panting, confusion etched across her face. She doesn't die. She transforms, part demon, part mortal. My mind reels at the sight. She's still Valentina, but the lines of her limbs are more powerful, her canines slightly elongated. The aura around her is charged with demonic resonance. My chest constricts in wild relief. I race to her side, illusions forgotten in my shock. Valentina? I whisper, daring not to breathe. My throat feels tight. She meets my eyes, tears brimming. The vow is shattered. She's alive. Something darker stirs behind her gaze, but it's still her. I'm here, she rasps, voice trembling. She lifts a hand, noticing faint horns near her temples, brushing them with a dazed fascination. What happened to me? Emotion roars through me like a tempest. You survived, I choke out, placing a clawed hand gently on her cheek. You found a path that changed you, but you're alive. The vow is destroyed. She exhales a shaky laugh, tears mixing with sweat. I didn't want to die. I guess the abyss heard my refusal. We share a moment of stunned awe. The monarchy's vow has shattered, and she stands renewed, half demon in a swirl of black runes. My illusions flutter around us, freed from centuries of forced suppression. We truly won. Victory. The battered dark elves watch from a distance, morale shattered. The robed sorcerers cower. A few scramble out of the courtyard, dragging their wounded. The monarchy's grand designs lie in ruin. The demon thrall we freed earlier stands atop a broken pillar, glaring at them with newfound autonomy. This entire domain has collapsed, the monarchy routed. Still panting, Valentina glances around, eyes flickering with inhuman brightness. We did it. Then her eyes narrow, as if sensing something deeper under the rubble. She half turns, frowning at the quaking earth. Do you feel that? I freeze, illusions swirling warily. A deep rumble vibrates beneath the courtyard, reminiscent of a sleeping beast stirred by all this arcane chaos. Yes, I mutter, scanning the cracks that lace the dais. Something moves below, possibly an older threat. Her new horn ridges glint in the torchlight. Fear churns in her expression, but she schools it quickly. We can't fight more tonight. We're spent. I nod gravely. Then we leave this place for now. The monarchy's hold is shattered, the vow undone. Let them face whatever stirs beneath their temple. We have fought enough. She sags in relief, though tears still cling to her lashes. Thank the stars. Let's get out before that thing surfaces. With an unspoken accord, we stride from the dais, illusions coiling around me, her new demonic aura crackling. Soldiers shrink away, too demoralized to attempt pursuit. The robed elves huddle, some babbling prayers. The demon thrall leaps off its pillar, bounding into the darkness, presumably free to chart its own path. None stand to block us. A hush, broken only by the rumble from the depths, suffuses the courtyard. We exit the temple's shattered gates, stepping into the swirling storm outside. Rain begins to fall in cold sheets, plastering my hair to my scalp. Valentina stands under the open sky, shoulders trembling, black runes still swirling across her arms. She turns to me, eyes full of questions and raw emotion. Malfus, it's really gone? I place a hand against my chest, closing my eyes to sense the vow's old presence. Where once it strangled every breath, now there is only a ghostly ache, no forced compulsion. My illusions respond with newfound ease, swirling gently at my horns. It's gone, I murmur, voice unsteady. I'm free, thanks to you. Her lips part, relief and lingering fear tangling in her gaze. And I'm changed. She raises a hand, studying the faint claws tipping her fingers. I can feel it, an undercurrent of demonic power. Part of me is terrified. I step closer, carefully wrapping a wing around her as the rain intensifies. You saved us both. We'll figure out the rest together. She leans into my side, the new horns on her head brushing my collarbone. I won't lose myself, right? Her voice wavers. I won't become some mindless beast. My heart pangs. No. You're still Valentina. You harnessed the abyss without letting it kill you. That alone proves your will is strong enough to remain who you are. Lightning flashes overhead, briefly revealing the courtyard behind us, a ruin of toppled columns, battered soldiers, swirling shadows that hint at whatever lurks beneath the earth. A hush falls, a lull in the storm's roar. We should go, I say softly, before we unearth whatever stirs. She nods, wiping rain from her cheeks. Yes, I want to see the dawn somewhere else, somewhere free. We share a moment of quiet understanding. Finally, I have no vow tether, no monarchy brand forcing illusions from me. She, newly transformed, stands half demon and half human, a living testament that prophecy can be warped. And though something darker seethes beneath the ground, a future threat, we have tonight to claim our victory. We set off into the storm-lashed night, picking our way over debris, ignoring the scattered moans of soldiers behind us. The monarchy is routed for now. If they muster another offense, they'll find a new demon in me, one unbound from their shackles, and a mortal-turned-demon woman whose power dwarfs their wards. We vanish into the darkness, illusions trailing from my horns, her black runes gleaming whenever lightning carves the sky. Hours later, the storm breaks, leaving the air crisp and cold. We've trekked far from the monarchy's temple, forging a path across uneven terrain. My entire body aches with the toll of battle, each step a test of will. Valentina is similarly exhausted, but I see a strange glow in her eyes, the new demonic energy coursing under her skin. It's kept her upright, even as her mortal flesh cries for rest. At last, we find a shallow cave beneath a rocky overhang, partially hidden by dense foliage. The ground is damp, but it's enough to shield us from the wind. I sigh, illusions flickering away. We'll rest here, I say, voice raw. At dawn, we decide our next move. She nods, removing the remains of her coat. The rain plastered her hair to her face, revealing the slight horns near her temples. They're no longer the ephemeral runes from before. They look solid and permanent, curving gracefully back, not as large as mine, but unmistakably demonic. She catches me staring, a self-conscious flush creeping over her cheeks. They're not that hideous, are they? I manage a soft chuckle, though my ribs sting. I don't find them hideous, no. They suit you, fierce, determined. Her lips twitch in a small, weary smile. You're just saying that. But there's relief in her eyes. She shakes out her hair, trying to come to terms with her new state. Exhaustion claims us, so we collapse onto the cave's rocky floor. I scrounge what remains of our supplies, a soggy pouch of dried meat, a ragged blanket. Valentina wraps herself in the blanket, arms trembling from the chill. I let my wings drape around me, horns dipping in bone-deep fatigue. Silence stretches between us, broken only by the distant drip of water from the cave's mouth. Eventually, she shifts closer, placing a tentative hand on my chest. "Does it hurt?" she asks, glancing at the scorch mark from the Elf Lord's lightning spear. I suppress a grimace. Less than before. I heal faster without the vow draining me. But I'd be lying if I said I'm fine. She snorts softly. "Welcome to the club." Then her expression sobers. "Malfus, you're truly free. The vow is gone." A rush of emotion coils behind my throat. I recall centuries of torment, the monarchy's call forcing illusions from me, compelling me to slaughter. The memory of that chain nearly sends me spiraling. But I exhale slowly, illusions stirring around my horns in a gentle swirl. "Yes, I feel it," I say. It's like my lungs can finally breathe, but also terrifying. I lived so long under compulsion that I forgot what it's like to stand on my own. She searches my face, sympathy and admiration mixing in her silver gaze. The black runes on her skin remain faintly visible in the gloom, a symbol of her own transformation. We'll figure it out together. No vow, no monarchy. I swallow, tears pricking my eyes. You risked everything, your life, your humanity, to break that chain. I don't have the words to thank you. A soft laugh escapes her, tinged with weariness. Don't thank me yet. We still have no idea what my new form means. And something darker stirred in the ground. If that's the monarchy's doing or something else, it might haunt us eventually. I nod, recalling the trembling earth at the temple. Yes, another war might come, but not tonight. Tonight we rest. We survived. She leans against me, letting her horns brush my jaw. The contact is gentle, sending a warm flutter through my chest. "Survived," she echoes softly, an undercurrent of relief and disbelief. In the hush, I open my arms, letting her settle closer. My wings curve around her, forming a leathery cocoon. Her body trembles with residual shivers, so I channel a flicker of illusions to create a pocket of warmth, a meager comfort after everything. She sighs, sagging with bone-deep exhaustion. For a long time, we say nothing, just cling to each other in the darkness. A battered demon once enslaved by illusions, and a mortal-turned demon woman who warped a prophecy. The monarchy lies routed in our wake, though not destroyed forever. I sense the undercurrents of a looming menace, the unearthly rumble that shook the temple's foundations. We might have awakened a threat older than the monarchy, but at least we face it as free souls. Eventually she dozes, breath evening out. I remain awake, illusions dancing in small glimmers around my horns. My mind spins with the enormity of what we accomplished. The vow is shattered, the monarchy's greatest hold over me undone. I can scarcely believe it. Guilt and hope twist inside me, guilt for the lives lost, hope for a future unbound. My illusions no longer respond to forced commands, only my own will. It feels liberating, terrifying. Dawn approaches. I sense the faint shift in the air, the lightening of the sky beyond the cave. My chest aches, but it's the ache of overuse, not compelled agony. A small, ragged smile curves my mouth. I'm no one's puppet. And by my side lies a woman who glows with new demonic aura, bridging abyss and mortality in a single breath. The vow's demise still resonates in the corners of my spirit, a raw void where compulsion once existed. The monarchy might regroup, might attempt vengeance, but we have time now, time to recover, time to shape illusions for ourselves, not for them. My tail flicks, stirring dust. I inhale the damp cave air, letting relief seep through me. Valentina stirs, horns brushing my neck. Her eyes flutter open, silver irises bright. She shifts, noticing the closeness, but instead of pulling away, she relaxes into the warmth. "Morning?" she asks, voice husky from sleep. I nod, illusions swirling in pale ribbons around us. Yes, we made it. The vow can't drag me back to the monarchy. You changed the rules of fate itself. She exhales, tension draining. Let them come for us again if they dare. I'll meet them with these horns. A nervous laugh follows, but the defiance is real. A surge of affection and relief wells in me. I brush a claw gently down the curve of her newly formed horn, marveling at how natural it feels. She shivers, not recoiling. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, we share an unspoken bond. We are no longer master and mortal. We stand as equals, bound by choice. The storm clouds part outside the cave, revealing the faint blush of sunrise. Rays of gold pierce the treetops, igniting the damp leaves. It's breathtaking after the night's brutality. My illusions catch the light, shimmering with soft luminescence, no longer needed for war. Valentina leans her head on my shoulder, the tension in her limbs easing. A rustle in the undergrowth draws my attention. My illusions swirl reflexively, scanning for danger. But it's only a small creature scuttling away from the noise. I let out a breath, illusions subsiding. "We should gather our bearings," I murmur. "We have a future to plan, free from the monarchy's vow." She lifts her head, horns glinting. "Yes, though we can't forget that quake under the temple. Something stirs, possibly a new threat." I nod, recalling the ominous rumble. But it's a threat for another day. We've earned a moment to breathe, at least. She offers a rueful smile, rising unsteadily. I stand with her, wincing at the lingering pains. The vow's final shreds ache in my soul, but they're powerless now. "We find a place to rest," she says. "Then we figure out how to handle your illusions, my new horns, and whatever is lurking in the shadows." My lips twist in a faint grin. And if the monarchy dares raise another army, we meet them with illusions they can't shatter and an abyss power they can't bind. A spark of triumph lights her silver eyes. "Agreed." We exit the cave, stepping into the dawn's light. The forest hums with tentative birdsong. Leaves shimmer with dew, each droplet reflecting the golden sunrise. My illusions swirl gently around my horns, responding to my breath, no longer forced or weaponized by the monarchy. In my peripheral vision, Valentina tests her new horns, a tentative hand brushing them like she's still unsure they're real. She catches me watching, cheeks coloring. I shrug, letting my wings flex in the cool air. We're a pair of mismatched creatures now, demon and half-demon, but we're free. Let the rest of Protheka say what they will. Her expression softens, and for a moment the exhaustion and sorrow lifts, replaced by a cautious smile. We define ourselves. I incline my head, illusions drifting in lazy patterns. We define ourselves, I echo. We walk into the dawn, side by side, battered but unbowed. The monarchy's vow is shattered, the dark elves routed from their grand temple. Something darker may lurk beneath the earth, awakened by our upheaval. But that is a problem for tomorrow. Today, we cling to the victory we forged with blood and defiance, a victory that offers us a future unbound by tyranny. As we press deeper into the forest, the sun's rays warm my scarred skin. My illusions swirl in playful flickers, more gentle than I ever dared. Valentina glances at me, horns faintly glinting, and a faint laugh escapes her lips, relieved, hopeful, unsure. I feel the vow's remnants dissolving into distant memory. We have 1,000 questions left unanswered, but we face them together, hearts still thrumming with the raw power we wielded. Yes, the monarchy might rise again. Yes, a primal threat stirs beneath the battered temple. But I finally stride forward with my illusions wholly my own, no vow commanding me. And Valentina, newly transformed, stands with me as an equal, a living testament that destiny can be defied. We vanish into the daylight, forging our path beyond monarchy's ruin. The contract is gone, replaced by a bond of our own making. The future stands wide open, daring us to shape it.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 19. Valentina. I stand on the ridge overlooking a rolling stretch of newly awakened forest, dawn's light spreading in a wash of gold over the treetops. My breathing is still uneven, ribs bandaged beneath a spare tunic I salvaged from an abandoned camp. The lush, mossy ground feels softer than any plush carpet, and the fresh breeze on my cheeks tastes like hope. It's only been 2 days since the vow shattered, and my entire world changed, yet each sunrise feels foreign, like I've stepped into a realm I barely recognize. Malfus crouches a short distance away, sharpening a scavenged blade along a whetstone. His massive form is outlined against the sky, horns curving in sleek arcs. Each pass of the blade sends faint sparks dancing in the early light. He's quiet, but I see the tension in his broad shoulders easing bit by bit. Without the vow shackling his every breath, his illusions flow with a gentler pulse around him, no longer forced or pained. He glances up, and our eyes catch. A subtle smile touches his mouth, and my heart warms at the sight. 2 days since we destroyed the monarchy's last anchor. 2 days of stumbling through dense woodlands while half-healed. 2 days since I survived channeling the abyss, emerging not as a corpse, but as this. I lift a hand, letting watery sunlight catch the faint swirl of black runes that still trace my forearm, symbols of demonic power fused with my human flesh. At my temple, I feel the curve of two small horns, new horns, swept back like graceful ridges. My reflection in puddles and streams shows the same face I've always had, but my eyes glint with a silver ring, pupils slightly slitted. Part demon, part mortal, all me. I'm still grappling with what that means. I sense Malfus behind me before he speaks, a subtle shift in the air as he stands. His illusions flicker in my vision, ephemeral ribbons that dance and vanish. He steps closer, heat radiating off his tall frame. "You're up early again?" he observes. His voice still carries that deep rumble, but now it's tempered by a softness, like he doesn't need to posture every second. I turn, letting the sunrise illuminate his face. He's imposing, 8 feet or so, ebon skin traced by molten lines that no longer spasm under the Vow's lash. His horns, large and jagged, glint with a faint sheen. The broken stump near the tip of one horn remains, a scar from centuries past. His wings droop slightly behind him, healing from the battered days of battle. Everything about him speaks of power, reclaimed, tempered by relief. My chest tightens with fierce admiration. I couldn't sleep, I admit. Voice hushed. Dreams, I guess. Hard to settle when everything's changed. He inclines his head, stepping around to stand beside me at the ridge. "Your horns still ache?" He lifts a hand but hesitates before touching my newly formed ridges, uncertain whether I'd welcome the contact. I bite back a self-conscious laugh. A bit. Sometimes they feel like they're too heavy, pulling on my skull, but it's getting better. I push my hair aside to let him see, not entirely sure why I want him to. Maybe I crave reassurance that I'm not a monster. He reaches out, broad claws brushing the small horns with surprising tenderness. A faint spark tingles along my scalp. "They suit you," he murmurs, echoing the statement he made earlier. His eyes, glowing an intense crimson, reflect warmth I once believed impossible for a demon. When you channeled the abyss, I feared you'd vanish. Instead, you wove its power into your flesh. I'm grateful you're alive. A soft wave of emotion crests in me. It took all I had, I whisper, swallowing the memory of near destruction. I thought the prophecy would demand my life, but something gave way. Maybe fate blinked first. He scoffs, illusions swirling in amusement. You did. You refused to comply. That's what changed everything. He glances at the forest, the new day unveiling a kaleidoscope of green. Now we face a world where the monarchy's vow is undone, and you stand with horns of your own. There's an odd symmetry to it. His words spark a gentle laugh from me. I guess so. I let the forest's hush wash over me. My entire body aches with fatigue, but a new, subtle energy hums in my veins. Abyss power that no longer tries to devour me. Instead, it resonates as if it belongs. I never asked to be part demon, but I can't regret it now that it saved Malfus. A wave of gratitude passes through me. We settle on a fallen log overlooking the slope, the woods spongy with damp and covered in patches of moss. Malfus leans his sword, an illusion-forged blade, against the log. I notice he's scuffed and bruised, black carapace-like ridges across his shoulders, chipped from our battles. But no Vow's compulsion tenses his jaw anymore. His entire posture radiates a cautious freedom. "Where do we go from here?" I ask eventually, letting the gentle wind ruffle my hair. We broke the monarchy's hold, but they're not destroyed. They might regroup or something else might rise. That quake in the temple suggested a deeper threat underground. He exhales, magic flickering with a subdued glow. We can't fix everything in a day. I want to reclaim my fortress eventually. I left it to the monarchy's onslaught, remember? A shadow of anger crosses his eyes. But first, we need to recover fully. And you might need time to adjust. I touch the small horns, a self-conscious flush creeping up my neck. I still don't know if I can hide these if I wanted. The runes on my arms fade a bit, but my horns, they're real, not illusions. A nervous laugh escapes me. I guess I won't be passing as a normal human anytime soon. He cants his head, molten lines pulsing gently. Would you want to hide them? My heart stutters. I don't know, I admit. All my life I was just a low-town slave, fully human. Now I'm half demon, part demon, something. People might fear me or try to kill me. The monarchy's zealots won't let it stand if they see me as an abyssborn. A low growl resonates in his chest. Let them try. I'll flay any fool who dares come for you again. He says it with quiet conviction, illusions shimmering. Then, more softly, but if you want to appear human, illusions might help. I can show you how to weave them so your horns vanish from sight, if that's your choice. My chest tightens, warmth and anxiety churning together. Maybe, I whisper. But not right now. I want to understand who I am first. He nods, respect shining in his crimson gaze. Then we learn together. For a moment, the hush of the ridge envelops us. The sun climbs higher, bathing the dew-drenched leaves in a golden sheen. My mind drifts to how, for so long, we were locked in a dynamic of master-slave or demon-human. He saved me from death. I saved him from the vow. Now, those roles don't fit. We're two battered souls forging a new path, equals in suffering and triumph. A faint breeze stirs the illusions around Malfus's horns, carrying the smell of damp earth and pine needles. I shift closer, letting our shoulders press. My pulse quickens at the contact, memories surfacing of frantic nights when tension drove us to desperate couplings. This time it's different. No vow forcing anything, no prophecy demanding sacrifices. My chest flutters with a tender ache. He senses my shift, illusions glimmering around him. With a slow exhale, he lifts a hand to brush a lock of hair from my temple, avoiding the horn's base. You're trembling, he remarks, voice low. I swallow, forcing a grin. A lot's happened. My gaze flicks to his broad chest, rising and falling with each breath. The memory of my body pressed to his surfaces, the wildness that used to define us. But now there's a gentler undertone. I keep waiting for another crisis to crash down on us. A flicker of sadness crosses his face. We've known only crisis, he says, illusions dimming. We deserve a moment without war, right? I nod, meeting his gaze. Yes, I whisper. We do. A hush stretches, thick with possibility. I shift on the log, bruised thighs protesting, but the tension that simmers in my veins demands more than distance. My horns ache, pulsing with a new sensitivity, as if they sense the closeness of his illusions. The hush is no longer weighed by dread, but by an electric anticipation. My heart speeds up. We're free, no vow overshadowing us, no prophecy demanding a blood price. Only us, battered but alive. Slowly I place my hand on his chest. His skin is warm, the molten lines beneath pulsing like embers. You never got a real chance to just be, I say quietly. To breathe without the vow's lash. He lowers his gaze, a muscle in his jaw ticking. I'm still learning what that means. For so long, illusions were my shackles, or my weapon. Now they're just mine. I spread my fingers wider, feeling the steady drum of his heartbeat. Show me, I whisper, voice a bit shaky. Show me illusions not meant for war. Something gentle. His eyes flicker in surprise, then soften. He inhales, illusions rippling out from his horns in a delicate swirl. No harsh edges or flaming swords, just swirling ribbons of shimmering color drifting on the breeze. My breath catches at the beauty, each ribbon an ephemeral arc that dances in the sunlight. I watch them, a lump in my throat. They're lovely, I murmur, lifting a hand to catch a drifting strand. My demon-ruined fingers pass through intangible light, a mild warmth grazing my skin. The moment feels fragile, a celebration of new beginnings. He watches me, magic reflecting in his crimson eyes. Slowly I sense his tension shift, overshadowed by a quieter longing. He cups my cheek, claws lightly grazing the edge of my jaw. "You're lovely," he says, voice hushed. "You've always been, but now you stand unbound. You took your fate in your own hands. That draws me more than illusions or prophecy ever could." A tremor of emotion quivers through me. I recall how we once collided in savage desperation. Now the air hums with a different fire, one born of choice, respect, acceptance. My horns tingle, a subtle hum of demonic awareness. I lean closer, letting my eyes drift shut. The faint press of his lips against mine sparks a jolt of warmth, gentle, not violent or frenzied. My chest tightens with relief and desire. He rumbles a soft sound, illusions winding around us in glowing arcs. I taste the lingering hint of ash on his lips, memory of battles fought. Our bodies shift, turning to face each other fully on the log. He's so large that I have to tilt my head up, horns brushing his chest. My heart hammers in an uneven staccato, but I want this. No vow overshadowing, no prophecy looming, just him. "Are you sure?" he murmurs against my mouth, pausing, illusions flickering as though he fears pushing me too far. I let out a shaky breath. Yes, we both deserve to be more than our scars. There's a slight quiver in my voice, but it's overshadowed by certainty. I close the distance, capturing his mouth in a deeper kiss. This is our final bond, not forced by a vow, but chosen in the sunlight of a free morning. The contact sparks a wave of heat that banishes the chill of night. His arms slide around my waist, mindful of my bruises, drawing me closer until our bodies press with a tenderness we never had in our frantic couplings before. My tail? No, I don't have a tail. That's him. He carefully folds his wings behind me, forming a protective shelter from the wind. A low growl rumbles in his throat, but it's a growl of pleasure, not aggression. I arch into him, letting my sword tumble from my grasp. My newly formed horns graze his collarbone, drawing a surprised hiss from him. We both freeze for an instant, exchanging a breathless laugh. Sensitive, I admit, cheeks coloring. He smirks, magic sparking around his horns. I'll keep that in mind. And his mouth captures mine again, more insistent this time, a lingering current of hunger that pulses between us. I let my hands roam the curve of his shoulders, feeling the carapace ridges and the smooth planes of ebon skin. Every inch of him is taut with coiled power. He shifts, sliding one clawed hand up my back, tangling in my hair. A hum of warmth drifts down my spine. My breath hitches, a pang from my healing ribs reminding me that we're both battered. The moment could break if we push too hard. But I sense the tension in him as well, and part of me can't bear to wait any longer. We're free. I want to celebrate that freedom in the most visceral way possible. He senses my hesitation, illusions dimming slightly. "We don't have to rush," he mutters, voice thick. "I'd wait a lifetime if it means you're not hurting." My chest constricts with affection. "I know," I whisper, tears stinging my eyes. "But I don't want to wait. Not for this. I want to feel alive, truly alive, with you." His magic brightened at that, a swirl of shimmering ribbons reminiscent of dawn. He tilts his head, pressing his forehead to mine, horns brushing in a light caress. "Then let's be alive," he says, husky.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We slump in the aftermath, hearts racing, breath tangling. Rain clouds drift overhead, but they don't mar the warmth coursing through my limbs. My horns ache from the newness, my runes faintly glowing, but I'm giddy with relief. Malfus strokes a claw down my cheek, illusions settling into a gentle shimmer around his horns. No threat or hostility. Gods, he rasps, burying his face in the crook of my neck. I never thought... Me neither, I murmur, voice cracking. But here we are. A hush envelopes us, filled with the soft hush of the breeze in the pines. Our bodies remain entwined on the log. My ribs protest more now that the rush fades, but I welcome the ache, a reminder that we're alive and we chose this. He moves as if to help me slide off, but I cling for another moment, pressing my forehead to his. Just a little longer, I say, tears burning in my eyes. He exhales, illusions shimmering with tenderness. As long as you want. We remain that way, hearts thudding together, breathing in sync. Eventually, practicality forces us to shift. My bruised muscles cramp, and the log's bark scrapes uncomfortably. We disentangle with a series of soft laughs, me biting back groans. He helps me stand, illusions swirling to steady my limbs. My horns throb in time with my racing pulse, reminding me of my new nature. He sets me gently on a patch of grass, then settles beside me, wings folding. You truly are half demon now, he says, brushing a fingertip along one of my horns. But still you, Valentina. I see it in your eyes, your determination, your heart. A wave of emotion tightens my throat. Thank you, I whisper, lifting my hand to cup his cheek. The ephemeral lines of his illusions warm my skin. I never wanted to be a demon, but I also never wanted to watch you suffer. If this was the price for our freedom, I'll pay it 1,000 times. He closes his eyes, leaning into my touch. I'm sorry it ever had to be a price. I would have died rather than see you forced. I shake my head gently. No one forced me. We chose. That's what matters now. We share a soft silence, the forest hush enveloping us. The sunrise continues, painting the sky in pastel hues. My chest swells with a sense of raw triumph. We overcame the monarchy, shattered the vow, and now we're at the threshold of a new future. My horns pulse, but this time the ache is gentle, a reminder of my metamorphosis. Eventually, Malfus sighs, illusions flickering around his horns. We can't stay here forever. The monarchy might have stragglers, and we're both still healing. I nod, letting him help me rise. My legs wobble from the intensity of our union, a flush creeping up my cheeks. We'll find a safer spot. I agree. Somewhere we can rest without the monarchy's shadow. He casts a final glance at the ridge, scanning the horizon with narrowed crimson eyes. Yes, and once we're strong again, we can decide how to handle whatever lurks beneath the monarchy's temple, or whether to reclaim your old low town or my fortress. Everything is open to us now. A frisson of excitement flutters in my chest. Everything, I echo. The vow is gone. My life no longer chained by prophecy. I slip my hand into his broad one, claws and all, finding comfort in the difference in size. He squeezes gently, illusions swirling in a soft halo around our joined hands. We gather our scattered belongings, rummaging for a half-eaten ration. The forest birds begin their morning chorus. The chill in the air lifts with each passing minute. I sense the forest's vibrancy in a new way. my demon side, attuning me to subtle energies. A faint hum resonates, as if the ground itself acknowledges our presence. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I can't dismiss it. As we step away from the ridge, following a narrow animal trail, I pause for one last look at the sunrise. We have a chance at a real life, I murmur. No vow, no monarchy hunting us. We can choose what we become. Malfus slows, illusions rippling around his horns. I'd like that, he says quietly. I'd like to find out who I am without them controlling me, and who we are together. A smile curves my lips. I recall how we once collided in anger and desperation. Now, tenderness hums between us, forging a different bond. Not forced, but chosen. We have time, I say. We can build whatever future we want. He draws me against his side, pressing a light kiss to my temple. Careful of the horn's base, my cheeks flush. Then let's begin, he whispers. We vanish into the canopy, illusions weaving a gentle camouflage. The day stretches before us in infinite possibility. My horns ache, my runes tingle, but I walk with new confidence. Malfus strides at my side, every step freed from the vow's chain. Together, we chart a course deeper into the wilderness, searching for a small glade or sheltered cave where we can truly rest, talk about tomorrow, and explore the new closeness we've found without fear. Hours later, we discover a tranquil glen near a crystal-clear stream, the midday sun glittering on the ripples. The grass is lush, soft enough for us to recline. I drink from the stream, letting the cold water soothe my parched throat. Malfus kneels beside me, his reflection rippling in the water, a demon unbound, horns curving proudly, illusions swirling around his shoulders in lazy arcs. My own reflection stares back, silver eyes luminous, small horns perched on my crown. I feel no terror at the sight, only a fragile acceptance. He catches me staring at our reflections, illusions dancing. You're not horrified? I shake my head. Never surprised, maybe. But I lived as a powerless mortal for so long, and it nearly destroyed me. Now I have a chance to protect myself and protect you. So no, I'm not horrified. A faint breath of relief escapes him. I'm glad. We retreat to a patch of sun-warmed grass, and I sprawl there, letting the heat soak into my bruised muscles. Malfus settles next to me, wings curving to shade my face. The hush of the stream mingles with the rustle of trees. My limbs feel like lead, but for once, exhaustion is a comfort rather than dread. He folds his arms behind him, illusions rippling with each breath. It's strange, not anticipating the vow's next lash. I keep bracing for it, only to find nothing. I roll onto my side, propping my head on my hand. I used to flinch whenever I heard an elf's footsteps behind me, expecting a whip or a summons. Now, that fear is muted. We're free in ways we never imagined. He smiles, a small, genuine curve of his lips, illusions mirroring the gentle mood. Yes. Then his gaze slides to my horns again, a mixture of curiosity and attraction. May I see them more closely? A flutter sparks in my belly. They won't vanish, I tease, but I scoot nearer, letting him carefully inspect the base of the horns. His claws pass near my hairline, a light touch that sends goosebumps rippling down my arms. The sunlight glints on the smooth, dark bone. They're smaller than mine, he remarks softly. But they complement your face. You look strong. Warmth floods my cheeks. I recall our final confrontation, how the runes flared across my body, how I'd almost believed I'd die. Instead, I stand here, half demon, uncertain but alive. I guess we both carry scars and horns, inside and out. I say quietly, but maybe that's what binds us now. He dips his head in agreement, illusions forming delicate patterns around our joined shadows. Then let's carry them together, We rest in that clearing for the rest of the afternoon, gathering wild berries and a small rabbit Malfus snares with illusions. We share a meager meal, but it tastes better than any feast in Lowtown's memory. The sky remains clear, sun bright overhead. Each minute my tension unwinds, replaced by a cautious, beautiful hope. We are free. As evening approaches, we laze in the last rays of sunlight. Malfus reclines on his back, wings half spread, illusions swirling in lazy arcs that shimmer with gold and blue tones. I sit at his side, fiddling with the hilt of my sword. My horns ache less, the runes on my arms almost invisible in the gentle light. Everything is quiet except for the hush of the stream, a lullaby for our battered souls. Eventually he shifts, turning his head to me. "Valentina," he says, voice low and earnest. I never dreamed I'd find peace with someone, a real bond. My world was illusions and compulsion, but now, he trails off, exhaling. I want you to know I choose this. I choose you, freely. Emotion clogs my throat. I set my sword aside, sliding closer until our arms brush. Then we share the choice. I whisper, leaning in, because I choose you too. Demon or not, vow or not, I want this, us. He lifts a hand to caress my cheek, illusions shimmering in a subtle glow around his horns. The tenderness in his gaze ignites a flutter in my chest. We share a soft kiss, slow and unhurried. This time, no frantic rush, no battle raging outside. Just the quiet forest, the last of the evening sun, and two souls forging a new beginning. Our bond, once forced, now freed, kindles a gentle flame. Burning bright in the gathering dusk, the monarchy might gather their broken shards. And something stirs beneath the earth, but we face it together. Horns and illusions shining in unison. My heart swells as we linger in that embrace, the hush of nightfall covering us like a peaceful cloak. And so ends our journey from enslaved illusions and lethal prophecies to an unlikely union of demon and mortal turned demon. The vow is broken, replaced by a vow of our own making, to walk side by side, forging a world where no chain can shatter us again. As twilight deepens, I trace a finger over Malfus's molten lines, his illusions dancing in the cool air, and I smile. We are free, and we will build our tomorrow without fear or fate's cruel demands.
Chapter 20. Malfus. 3 weeks have passed, and I stand on a windswept cliff overlooking a sprawling valley. My lungs fill with crisp air, tinged by the distant promise of another storm. The sky split into bands of violet and ash. Below me, the green of the forest slopes away in soft ridges, embroidered with streaks of gold as the low sun sets. The hush of twilight drapes across Protheka like a half-tamed beast, watchful and waiting. 3 weeks of recovery, of learning, of tasting a freedom I thought would never be mine. I close my eyes, breathing in the possibility. My illusions shift at my horns, swirling in gentle patterns that flicker like embers in the gloaming. They no longer writhe under a monarchy's command or the vow's lash. Now, they belong entirely to me. A faint smile pulls at my lips. So this is what it means to be unbound. At my side, Valentina approaches. Her footsteps rustle over the wild grasses that claim the cliff's edge, and she stops next to me, letting the wind tug at her newly grown horns. Their slender arcs, each ridged in a subtle curve that frames her cheeks. The black runes that once flared so violently across her skin have receded to faint lines, swirling over her arms and collarbones. She wears a fitted coat we scavenged from an abandoned outpost, the sleeves rolled up to accommodate the demon-laced runes on her forearms. Her silver eyes spark with reflective light, pupils a bit slitted. For all the transformations, she's still undeniably Valentina, yet also something more. I rest a clawed hand gently at her waist, mindful of how battered we both remain beneath our new resilience. "You're up here again," I murmur, my voice a low rumble. watching storms gather. She tilts her chin, horns glinting in the half-light. I like the vantage, she admits, tone laced with a quiet wonder. There's so much of Protheka to see, and for the first time I'm not caged to one spot, forced to scurry in shadows. Her words stir an ache of old guilt in my chest. My fortress once a prison of illusions, the monarchy's vow a chain. No more shadows unless we choose them, I say softly. My illusions move around me, dancing in ephemeral ribbons. We can roam wherever we want. If the monarchy dares to corner us again, let them try. She smiles, revealing a hint of sharpened canines. You say that, but you sense it too, don't you? Her gaze flicks to the horizon, where black thunderclouds coil in the distance. Something is stirring beneath the surface. That quake in the monarchy's temple was a warning. We might face a new threat in time. I glance at the distant royal of storm clouds. We do, but not tonight. My voice steadies, illusions gently drifting around us. Tonight belongs to us and the vow is gone. They can't leash me. We've wrested that victory from the brink of doom. A soft laugh escapes her, swirling with equal parts relief and defiance. She lifts one hand, letting me see the faint lines of demon runes that track across her knuckles. I never thought I'd embrace horns or this power, but it's me now, even if it's strange. I slide my fingers over hers, claws cradling her smaller hand. You embraced the abyss and lived. That's more than any prophecy allowed. I'm grateful. My chest tightens, remembering how close she came to dying. I can't repay it, but I can vow to stand with you no matter what rises next. Her silver eyes meet mine, luminous in the fading sun. Then stand with me, she says simply. Forever. There's no grand overture, just a quiet honesty that sends a shiver of warmth through my battered bones. We said the magical words, no witnesses, just as we declare mate status. I exhale, magic flickering. The vow once forced me to kill, to obey every monarchy command. Now, I choose my path. Gently, I lift Valentina's hand, brushing my lips across her knuckles. Forever, I murmur, voice raw. A hush settles as we stare out at the swirling dusk. The wind tugs at my wings, half extended behind me, stretching with the final vestiges of ache. Her horns catch the glow from a distant bolt of lightning, though the storm is miles away. Something about the scene stirs a primal satisfaction in me. We overcame. I press my palm over the side of her face, letting my thumb graze the newly formed ridges near her temple. She leans into the caress, her eyes half-lidded. Somewhere below, the forest breathes in hush and hush out. We have made a rough camp in the ruins of an ancient watchtower, far from any monarchy patrols. 3 weeks have given us time to nurse wounds, gather strength, and truly discover who we are without chains. Her horns no longer throb. My illusions no longer stutter under forced compulsion. We are healing, body and soul. She clears her throat, a wry smile curving her mouth. We should head down, it's almost night. I grunt, wings shifting. In a moment. I slide an arm around her waist. I like this vantage, too. The air tastes cleaner up here. She grants me an indulgent smirk, horns tilting. Fine. A moment. She rests her head against my chest. For a heartbeat, we simply stand, hearts thrumming in tandem. Her closeness kindles that familiar burn in my blood, but this time there's no panic or desperation, only a sense of inevitable closeness. The vow is gone, and we're free to choose every moment we share. My illusions move around us, forming shimmering shapes reminiscent of drifting petals in the twilight. Eventually she sighs and gently slips from my hold, though her hand remains linked with mine. Come on, she urges, a glint of mischief in her silver eyes. I might not be fully human anymore, but I still prefer a place that's not windy and cold for the night. I snort softly in amusement, illusions fracturing with my chuckle. I suppose A rickety tower is better than this ridge. Lead on, horns. She laughs, the sound low and musical, and tugs me by the hand back along the ridge's path. We descend carefully, boots crunching on loose stones. The sun's final rays streak the sky in a blaze of crimson, reflecting off the swirling storm clouds beyond. Ominous or not, I find them almost beautiful. The hush before some greater conflict. But for now, the hush belongs to us. At the tower's base, we've cleared an old storage room of debris, sweeping out broken stones and layering it with salvaged blankets. Flickering torches cast dancing shadows along crumbling walls. A battered tapestry droops from the ceiling, half destroyed by weather and time. There's enough space for us to rest, and no monarchy soldier in sight for miles. She releases my hand, crossing to a small table where we set our meager rations. I see her lift a wineskin, sniffing to see if the contents are still good. She wrinkles her nose. Smells off, but probably drinkable. Might help us sleep, she jokes. I arch a brow, illusions sparking. Not that either of us needs the help. We've been collapsing from exhaustion daily. She shrugs, setting the wineskin aside. True. Then her gaze flicks to me, a new intensity in her eyes. But maybe tonight, we don't collapse alone. Maybe we share it. A flutter grips my chest. For the last 3 weeks, we've stolen quiet touches, small kisses, but always too weary or too pained to do more than rest in each other's arms. The vow's absence now merges with the memory of our union on that log. But this time, we're stronger, more certain. My illusions flare, a subtle response to the desire coiling in my core. She sees my reaction, horns tilting in that half-smile. You're not too tired? I exhale, stepping closer. Never for you. My claws brush her bandaged forearm gently. Are you fully healed? Her eyes flick to the swirling black runes peeking from beneath the bandages. Mostly. The demon side is speeding my recovery. A bit sore, but I can handle it if you can. Heat radiates between us, a new tension that's no longer about survival or escape. It's about claiming what we want in a world that once denied us choice. I take her face between my hands, illusions flickering in a muted glow around my horns. Then I'm yours. Her cheeks flush, silver eyes bright. You and me. No vow, no prophecy, no monarchy. She stands on her toes, pressing her lips to mine. The contact sparks a wave of warmth in my chest, illusions swirling in lazy arcs as I return the kiss, deepening it. She grips my armor's collar, pulling me closer. This is it. A moment of true equality and acceptance. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
A breeze rustles the tapestry overhead, and somewhere in the dark, thunder rumbles softly, echoing across the distance. It's a reminder that Protheka remains a land on the brink of new storms. Yet I hold her gently, illusions warming the air around us, forging a cocoon of momentary peace. We have survived. We have chosen each other. Our twisted love, demon and half-demon, stands in defiance of the monarchy's chains. She nuzzles her horns against my cheek, voice dropping in a playful whisper. Ready for round 2? Laughter bubbles up in me, illusions fracturing in whimsical sparks. Give me a minute, horns, I tease, pressing a playful kiss to her temple. We can test your new strength soon enough. Her eyes gleam with mischief, the black runes on her arms glinting as she moves. We have all night, and if the monarchy tries to show up, we'll just ignore them or skewer them. My illusions glow and swirl around us, reflecting my grin. Skewer them, definitely. Now come here. We share another kiss, slow and languid. The night is ours to shape the monarchy's vow broken in the dust, leaving behind only the promise of our new bond. Outside, the storm clouds roil ominously, a cameo of the darker threat we both sense churning in Protheka's depths. But that is for another dawn. Tonight, we celebrate the triumph of choosing each other without fear or chain. Hours later, the storm breaks in earnest, lightning flashing against the tower's crumbling walls. Rain batters the night, but we remain curled among the blankets, illusions warming the space with faint glimmers. Each time thunder rattles the stones, we share a soft laugh, pressing closer, horns bumping in affectionate exchange. We're mates. No vow or prophecy can stand against that. Dawn arrives drenched in rain-soaked hush, the world beyond the tower shimmering with renewed color. I wake with Valentina dozing on my chest, her horns pressed under my chin. My illusions pulse with a gentle glow, unforced, an extension of my soul. I breathe in the scent of damp grass and her warmth, a quiet contentment anchoring me. The monarchy's chain is undone, replaced by a vow of our own making. That is the final image of our new life. We rise eventually, new beginnings stirring in our limbs. She tightens the straps on her battered boots, while I gather the illusions that will cloak us from prying eyes. In the distance, thunder still murmurs, reminding us that something stirs beneath the earth. But we are not the same beings we were when the vow enslaved me, and fear plagued her every step. Now, we stand united in a twisted love that defies fate, horns and illusions shining in a stormlit dawn. Her silver gaze meets mine as we step outside into the wet morning. Raindrops glitter on her horns, a reflection of the vow's fragments washed away by freedom. She lifts a hand, black runes faintly pulsing along her arm, and tangles her fingers with mine. Together, she says, just one word, but it's a promise that resounds in the hush. I nod, magic glowing around my horns as the wind tugs at my wings. Always together, I echo, letting a tide of devotion color my voice. We turn from the tower, stepping into the swirling mists of Protheka's morning. The storm beyond might loom, something worse stirring beneath the crust of this world, but we hold each other's hands with a dark, unbreakable hope. The cycle of chains is broken, replaced by a vow shaped by love and defiance, our horns lifted in silent victory. Freed from monarchy's yoke, we forge a life on our own terms, mates by choice, illusions swirling and demon runes glowing in the half-light. A new future beckons, a twisted love that might save or condemn Protheka. But in this moment, as the sun fights its way through the storm clouds, I have Valentina at my side, horns and all, and I need no vow to force me to cherish her. I choose her, we choose each other, and that is enough to face whatever darkness arises next.